In the middle of a desolate wasteland with not a living soul in sight, this young man stands before a massive, colossal military base. Two mutant guards spot him, surprised at first, then smirk. "Well, look what we have here, a meal delivered right to our doorstep. Hey, kid, what are you wandering around here for in broad daylight? Here to save your little friend we snatched today, are you?" The two approach Meyer, grinning ear to ear. They're already picturing a delicious feast tonight with this fresh appetizer. Meyer doesn't answer. His left arm suddenly tenses, and in a flash he slices off the two heads that were still hanging open in laughter. At the top floor of the base, the mutants are clinking glasses, partying the night away. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Finally, after such a long time, we've got some fresh human meat to eat. The leader grabs a young man by the hair, dragging him over. The guy trembles uncontrollably as he stares at a pile of human bones beside him while the mutants howl and perform a ritual before their feast. Light it up. As the fire blazes on the plateau, someone suddenly steps onto the floor, startling the whole room. Meyer appears looking grim, carrying something in his hand. Craven, the leader, frowns. "I'm gonna have to dock those two guards pay for this." But it seems his plan won't come to fruition, because the two heads of his guards are currently rolling right to his feet. Craven is so furious that the veins on his forehead start popping out, right at that moment. Meyer holds up a super cute, cheesy drawing and asks, "Hello there, excuse me, is Craven here?" "What the hell is this?" Craven is deeply shocked by the guy's nonchalant attitude. When he doesn't get an answer, Meyer looks a bit disappointed, but this reaction just makes the captive boy sweat bullets. He has no idea what Meyer's plan is, coming into the Jillian clan's base all by himself. Craven assumes the guy tied up is Meyer's friend, but Meyer says, "Nope, I've never even seen this guy before." "Then why the hell did you kill my underlings?" Craven asks with a dark face. Meyer innocently replies, "Well, they were just incredibly annoying. They blocked my way for no reason." This answer makes Craven even angrier. Boiling with rage, he orders his right-hand man, Depp, to finish the boy off. He wants to have shredded human meat with tomato sauce today. "Yes, boss," Depp shouts, charging forward with a meat cleaver to hack Mir into pieces. Craven laughs in delight, thinking, "I thought he was some big shot, but he's just all talk." Depp returns to report that the prep work is done. But behind him, Meyer's severed parts are reconnecting in the most impossibly magical way. "If that's all you've got, there's no way you can kill me." Meyer says this, and before anyone knows it, he's leaped toward Depp, kicking him so hard he flies off the top floor. "Like I said, don't mess with someone who has nothing to lose." "What the hell?" Craven's jaw drops in amazement. Even the kidnapped guy can't believe his eyes. Infuriated, Craven orders his brothers to gang up on him. All the zombies charge forward. "Kill him. Kill him. Kill him." He points a finger at Meyer's face, shouting, "How dare you step into the territory of the G-Humans and kill my best man!" Brothers avenge Depp. Meyer tenses his arm again, firing a barrage of bone shards, 99% calcium and hard as stone, straight at them. They don't even understand how he's shooting bones. Before they are sliced in half by Meyer's bones a second later, a zombie with long, silky hair rushes in and gets sliced vertically into two equal halves, a clean, perfect cut. The rest still foolishly charge at Meyer. He plunges his hand into his own stomach, pulls out a piece of his own steaming large intestine, and uses it like a weapon to smash each zombie. After that, the piece of gut sizzles away and starts to vanish. Meyer tosses it aside and pulls out a brand new one, whipping it with a snap. Fast, clean, and efficient. The hole in his stomach heals in a split second like nothing ever happened. The remaining ones are terrified and don't dare to charge. Meyer attacks first this time. He draws spinal fluid from his own fingers. The low-level zombies, though not understanding what he's about to do, start trembling. A second later, Meyer's tiny solidified brain fragments shoot like bullets toward one of them, making its head explode like a New Year's firework. Not stopping there, Meyer grabs a bone and uses his top-tier golf skills to aim the brain fragments perfectly into the heads of the others. Just like that, with only guts and brain bits, Meyer wipes out all of Craven's underlings, making the boss shriek. Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, Meyer is standing right in front of him, making Craven jump out of his skin. Meyer asks, "Are you Craven?" Craven's face is grim, sweat pouring down like rain. "Why are you looking for Craven?" Meyer replies, as honestly as can be, "Because someone told me that he might be able to kill me." Craven loses his temper at such stupidity, raising his spiked club to smash down. Suddenly, Meyer's veins protrude, wrapping tightly around the boss's body, crushing every fiber of his flesh. Finally, he crushes Craven completely. The captive guy has witnessed everything from start to finish and can't stop being amazed. Right then, Meyer turns to look at him, making the guy panic. He wants to scream for help, but his mouth is sealed shut. Meyer rips the tape off his mouth with such force that the guy doesn't even feel the pain. He thinks Meyer is about to kill him, but Meyer holds up the drawing of Craven again and asks for his whereabouts. The guy sweats, thinking he's joking, but to his surprise, Meyer really doesn't know who Craven is. He points to the steaming pile of meat and says, "The guy you just killed, that was Craven." Meyer keeps his cold face, but he seems disappointed. He's failed again. He stands up and walks away. The guy calls out after him, intending to say something, but seeing the emotionless eyes of Meyer, he doesn't dare speak again. Meyer leaves Craven's base, takes a pencil, crosses out the drawing of him, and puts his notebook away. Many years ago, a zombie virus destroyed the entire world. Some people managed to survive, but the vast majority turned into the walking dead. Over time, that species evolved, becoming monsters known as J-humans, a fusion of human and zombie. This could be called the outbreak of J-humans and the end of human civilization. Meyer tried to live like a normal person, but ever since that fateful day, he became immortal. Meyer stands before his mother's moss-covered grave. Today is just another day he cannot die. The captive guy is trying his best to use his arm muscles to break free from his bindings. Talk about being ungrateful, you saved me, but you couldn't even bother to untie me before leaving. Right at that moment, someone calls his name. It's Kiho. It's team leader Lee Kyung and his underling Dongho out searching for him because Kiho wasn't responding to his radio. Kiho thought Craven wasn't around, so he went scouting only to end up almost becoming food for them. But first, the two newcomers couldn't believe their eyes. Kiho told them about Meyer, a mere kid who single-handedly wiped out the entire Jillian gang here. It sounded absurd, but it was the truth he had witnessed with his own eyes. He didn't understand why Meyer appeared and swept through the entire Craven gang. Lee Kyung asked about Miri's whereabouts, but Kiho, scared out of his wits at the time, didn't dare ask any further. The team leader looked around to inspect the area. Seeing sneaker tracks leading toward the door, she asked Kiho. He didn't remember that detail very well, but it seemed likely, so Lee Kyung followed the trail to find Meyer. The group found his mother's grave. Seeing such a small, frail body like an elementary school student's, Dongho still couldn't believe it. They wondered what Meyer was doing at the grave at this hour. Suddenly, Lee Kyung lunged out, slashing a knife across Meyer's neck. He dodged it just in time, which amused her. She had intended to finish him off with that strike. Kiho and Dongho jumped up in anxiety from outside, but this was just her typical hot and cold temperament. Although Meyer seemed to have dodged it, his head fell off afterward. As Meyer raised his hand to do something, Lee Kyung unleashed a barrage of gunfire. "Now what are you going to do?" Meyer had no mouth to answer. He reached into his neck and pulled out a new head right in front of Lee Kyung. She was astonished and said, "So you really are immortal. Could you please stop bothering me and leave, Meyer?" She asked politely, but was met with a strike from her gun butt, followed by a kick straight to his stomach that sent Meyer flying. Not stopping there, she kept firing bullets at him. Meyer raised his hand, manifesting green tendons to block every single bullet. Lee Kyung was surprised once again. She had never seen this ability anywhere before. "Impressive. I'm actually going to kill you," Meyer coldly warned her. Lee Kyung smirked, preparing to strike again, only to realize that Meyer's tendons had surrounded her out of nowhere. She accepted defeat. He didn't like attacking humans, so he let her go. Lee Kyung lunged again, slicing his neck with a knife, and asked, "How long does it usually take for you to heal?" Meyer didn't quite understand, but the cut on his neck still hadn't healed. He was shocked as he touched the cut. "This has never happened before. What did you do?" Meyer turned to ask her, but Lee Kyung didn't answer his question directly. Instead, she introduced herself as the leader of the Liso squad and even invited him to join them. A recruitment pitch so bad it made the other two afraid to admit they knew her. Naturally, if Meyer joined their squad, he would be paid accordingly. Lee Kyung claimed she had a way to kill him. Liso had a scientist who could do it, but Meyer couldn't trust her immediately. Lee Kyung didn't know for sure either. She only knew that the knife her guy made had slowed down his healing process, and she was certain this was the first time he'd ever experienced something like this, so trying it out wouldn't hurt. "Are you sure you can kill me?" Meyer seemed 50% convinced, so that was basically settled. Lee Kyung asked for his name and presented their contract. Meyer would join them to wipe out the J-humans and reclaim human territory. Then the day human civilization was restored would be the day he could go to heaven. Their promise was made. Once again, light returned to Meyer's eyes. Even if it was just a small glimmer of hope, surely one day he would be able to die and reunite with his mother. A moment later, Lee Kyung contacted the remaining member Garam. The person without a driver's license was speeding toward them in a car. From afar, the group heard her frantic screams. Garam slammed on the brakes so hard the car felt like it was about to fly off the road. Garam opened the door and hopped out, her voice full of energy. "Sorry, everyone, did I arrive late?" Lee Kyung patted her shoulder and called Meyer over to the car, introducing the two to each other. From now on, he would operate under Garam's authority. Garam was excited and thrilled. Finally, she had a junior to boss around. "Nice to meet you, I'm Jin Garam." Mir just walked past her like he was gliding on waves. Garam felt awkward and reassured herself that Mir was probably just an introvert. Lee Kyung took the wheel to ensure the team's safety, assigning Meyer and the scouting team to Jinher, a place occupied by the Risen. Mir had never heard of it because he lived cut off. From the world, so he was a bit out of the loop. The Risen were one of the few G-human groups that had conquered multiple cities, and they were their primary target. First, they needed to determine the leader's location, which was why Kiho's group had been scouting Craven's territory since he was a member of the Risen. "Oh, really?" Mir replied, not showing any interest in them. In Jinher, there was a guy who was one of the Reason's guardians, so he might have some information about the leader's location, Lee Kyung explained. She assigned the mission to him and Garam to track the leader's trail. What they needed to be careful of was, Craven only led a small group while a guardian managed an entire city. Lee Kyung wouldn't go with them because she needed to check another place, but who really knows with her? After arriving, Lee Kyung let the two out to walk because the road was full of potholes. Garam would be responsible for detailing the mission to Meyer. She clenched her fists to show her resolve. This was Garam's first mission, but now that she was a superior, she would try to set a good example for her junior. "Okay, let's go." Garam bounced ahead with her backpack. After walking a while, they reached Jinher and prepared to enter the city center. Garam was as tense as a guitar string hiding behind a car, which confused Meyer. Garam pulled out the documents to check. This place was a gathering spot for various species, which meant they could run into some Z animals, so they needed to be on high alert. At this moment, on a distant mountain ridge, the other three were watching the two clueless ones below. Lee Kyung was at ease, because with Meyer protecting them, there was no risk of dying. More importantly, she wanted to check whether he would follow her orders or not. They didn't know Meyer's true intentions yet. This was a test to see if they could trust him in the future, so they just sat there eating sunflower seeds and watching. Garam finally realized something was wrong. She pointed at him, panicking. "Hey, why are you still standing there? Come here and hide fast." "Why should I?" Meyer asked innocently, leaving her helpless. She had to stand up and pull him in. Just then, two Z animals appeared behind them. Garam ducked down, hiding behind the car. Her nerves were frayed. She thought she saw a tiger and something else. The two creatures were discussing hot news. Craven had been defeated, and they had just spotted Meyer standing there sightseeing. Kyung suddenly remembered the most basic rule: he shouldn't be doing this. If they get caught before she even gives him the instructions, this whole mission is officially screwed. "Hey, who are you people? What are you doing here?" the alpha tiger growled. Garam sat nearby, burning with anxiety. "Everyone knows when you see zombies you're supposed to run," Meyer asked. "Just so I'm clear, I just need to wipe them all out, right?" Ignoring Garam's warning, he lunged toward the enemy, pulling out a massive brain and slamming it into the middle of the zombie horde before they could even react. The shockwave from the bomb made Garam bounce right off the ground. That was when she realized he had a special ability, though it seemed like the most overpowered one she'd ever seen. Meyer landed lightly. He touched down to the stunned, bewildered stares of the zombie animals. Before they could even recover, Meyer lunged again, using his green veins to slice through a whole group right in front of the vehicle. Even the car Garam was hiding in got sliced in half, making her scream in terror. Finally, Meyer dropped another massive brain, crushing the rest of them. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Lee Kyung gasping, "No way! This is insane!" The collision was stronger than an earthquake, causing the nearby zombies to run out of curiosity, only to run into the survivors of the initial slaughter who were now fleeing. In the distance, Meyer was tearing up the whole road, sending zombies scattering toward Garam. She gritted her teeth. If Meyer was going to start fighting, she had to jump in too. "Hey, you human! This is all because of you, isn't it? Why are you people so cruel?" the zombies cried out as they ran. Garam flipped through her book, activating her special ability to transfer knowledge into boxing skills. In a flash, she darted past them, punching each one down. Knowledge really is power. Meanwhile, Meyer kept slaughtering them relentlessly. He landed softly while Garam was already completely drained. Wait, hold on a second. Are you really planning on destroying the entire city just like that? If you keep this up, more zombies will just come here. Meyer didn't care. He walked over to a zombie sitting on the ground, whimpering. He wondered, why can't this one speak properly like the others? Garam panted heavily. You can still talk like that after slaughtering all of them? That little zombie was only a low ranker, so it couldn't speak clearly. Meyer remembered his mother. When she turned into a zombie, she only made those same whimpering sounds. The painful memory made Meyer frown in annoyance. He turned and spared the creature. The little zombie, though confused, didn't need to be told twice to leave. Staying any longer would have meant losing its head. Another horde approached. Garam was going insane from exhaustion, but she had to keep fighting. This went on until dusk. It looked like they had cleared out almost the entire city. Mir scanned his surroundings looking for the Guardian. Garam was confused too. Wasn't this enough to provoke the Guardian? Why hadn't he shown his face yet? Was he already dead? Oh, I don't know, let's just hide for now. Garam huffed, looking for shelter. Meyer didn't get it if zombies come, just kill them. Even though they hadn't seen anyone who looked like the Guardian, Garam felt helpless. We came here for intel, not to wipe out the whole city.
But I can do both at the same time,
Meyer replied. Garam had to explain it to him. He might be strong enough not to worry about dying, but she wasn't. He was so strong that life and death didn't matter to him, but she could easily lose her life. To Meyer, though, that wasn't a big deal. Her life didn't matter to him. All that mattered was that they finished the mission. Garam lost her patience. She glared at him, her face clearly screaming, "What the hell is this guy talking about? Are you serious? You don't care about life or death at all?" Garam asked again. Meyer truly didn't care because he was looking for a way to die anyway. "What are you talking about?" Garam yelled, pointing at Meyer. "We're doing this to save the lives that are still left. Even if the mission is urgent, it's not worth sacrificing."
Human lives. Honestly, I need you to use your brain for once. Stop being so reckless.
Meyer leaned in close, staring straight into Garam's eyes, making her shrink back. "I'm not like that," he said coldly. Just then, a massive foot slammed into the ground. A giant zombie, looking like the boss of them all, stepped forward. "What's all this commotion, then?" Blades ran along its body, and it wore a lion mask exactly like the descriptions in the files. Garam's legs gave out, and she fell. It was the Guardian. She was panicked, not knowing what to do. She had no energy left to run, and she wasn't even sure if they could win. The Guardian had been planning to pay Craven a visit, but he heard news of terrorists in the city. The henchman behind him reported that it was Meyer and climbed back upstairs. The henchman only saw his brothers and his boss being slaughtered beyond recognition. The Guardian boiled with rage. He had also heard rumors that the humans had some special abilities, so they were actually this strong. But if they touched his family, they would have to pay a heavy price. Leek Young couldn't just sit and watch anymore. This was way beyond her expectations. Now they had to go and rescue them. Mir stepped up ready to fight, but Garam grabbed his hand, pulling him back. "Don't be reckless. Run away with me. Hurry."
No matter how strong you are, you could still die.
Meyer pulled his hand away. Death was exactly what he wanted, so there was no need to run. "I'm going to chop you into pieces and serve you up. As a feast for my family." The Guardian lunged forward. Before he could reach Meyer, Meyer bolted toward him, but instead of engaging, he leaped behind him. One slash cut the henchman into pieces. The Guardian stood there, stunned, before roaring in madness. "You cold-blooded murderer! How dare you slaughter my family right in front of me!" He lunged, using his 4 sharp blades to slash at Meyer repeatedly. He flew around like a fly with wings, chopping Meyer into chunks. Garam covered her mouth in deep shock. The scene was too cruel to even watch. Just as the Guardian felt satisfied, Meyer's arm reached out and grabbed him. The Guardian questioned his own reality. Something felt wrong. He couldn't have missed. "I knew it! You still can't kill me yet!" Meyer's rage was so intense it made the Guardian's brain lag. Instinctively, he jumped back, his legs trembling and sweat pouring down his face like rain. Garam rubbed her eyes, not understanding what she had just witnessed. The Guardian suddenly sprinted around Meyer, creating a whirlwind that engulfed him. "You'll regret touching my family. I won't let you get away." With that, he tucked his tail and ran. He knew he couldn't beat Meyer now. He had to go report to the leader and summon the other Guardians. Meyer emerged from the whirlwind and leaped, stomping his foot right down onto the Guardian's back, piercing through him with his arm and spinning him around like a windmill. The word family, he mentioned, reminded Meyer of the old days, sitting and eating with his mom, simple meals, but they felt so warm. Then came the day his mother turned into a zombie, lunging at him, trying to tear him apart. In his terror, Meyer unleashed his power, using his own bones to end her life. The only person who was his family had been killed by his own hand. Returning to the Guardian, who was being drained of blood, the guy shrieked and wailed, "You think the other Guardians will spare you, you little brat?" Meyer didn't want to talk much, directly crushing him. Blood rained down right in front of Garam at that exact moment. Lee Kyung arrived and immediately halted the mission. The order was to investigate and scout around Jinho, but Meyer slaughtered everything. By doing that, they couldn't get any information or anything of the sort. First, they had to return to the safe base. Lee Kyung led the team away. She felt like there was something strange about Meyer. Even though he defeated the enemy, he didn't have to be that brutal. He could have at least shown a bit of humanity. Even if it was for the future of humanity, she couldn't see the human side of him. She even thought the slaughtered zombies were pathetic. Perhaps this time, Lee Kyung had brought home a monster. Leading the way, Lee Kyung didn't forget to remind the whole team not to let their guard down. Not long after that, at the scene of this incident, the 5th and 6th ranked Guardians were tracking trails amidst a sea of blood, but there wasn't a single drop of human blood. Risuru, the 6th rank, grunted in annoyance.
Are humans this strong now?
Dia, the 5th rank, was about to call another manager when he stopped him, narrowing his eyes with a dangerous look, and said, "I will track them down and kill all those humans." They had to eliminate Meyer's group before the board of managers found out about this. So the two set off to track them. Inside a small cave on a cliff, the team was sitting around a fire, resting, each holding a bag of food, chewing like cows grazing on grass. Lee Kyung could feel the atmosphere tense as a bowstring because of Meyer. Even so, they still had to continue the mission even though half this city had been destroyed. Moreover, she didn't know what the J-humans would do after their surprise attack. Furthermore, right now, only Meyer had the ability to deal with them. Just then, Lee Kyung decided to speak up about what just happened. She had given him a test. She wanted to know if they could trust Meyer, and they had been watching him from start to finish. The mission was to go and investigate the city, but he destroyed half of Jinho and even forced Garam to participate in an unnecessary battle that could have put her life in danger. They were lucky to have won, but if Meyer had lost the battle, everyone sitting here could have faced death. So I've concluded that you aren't trustworthy at all, Lee Kyung said with a stern face. Meyer spoke up coldly. Didn't you tell me I needed to clean up the Red Dan organization? I did exactly what you wanted. Lee Kyung agreed she had said that, but the order was to investigate, not to commit genocide. And above all, their top priority was to restore human civilization. If done in such an extreme way as Meyer did, humanity would also be wiped out. If a city is built on a foundation of human society, then what Meyer did would put an end to that society. Lee Kyung pointed her blade at him, warning, I brought you here because I need your help to restore society, and you will have to follow my orders because you need me to help you die. Your reckless actions will endanger all of us. If you want to die, do as I say. Lee Kyung's threats to a monster like Meyer left the other three not daring to make a sound, holding their breath, waiting for his decision. Fine, Meyer obediently agreed. Lee Kyung put the knife away. Everything seemed temporarily okay. The problem now was dealing with the aftermath caused by Meyer. The fact that he butchered one of the people in their board of managers was no different from declaring war on them. Surely, the other managers had already started to move. At this moment, 2 managers were on the trail. They saw a cave with firelight coming from it. Dia insisted he could smell them coming from inside. Without hesitation, both lunged toward the cave. Risuru shouted loudly, "You scum! Pay the price for what you've done." But inside, there was only a fire still burning. He grabbed his head in frustration. He'd been tricked again. After they masked the scent of blood with food, the two would have a harder time tracking them. Although they wanted to handle this quietly, they now had to report it to the other managers. The next morning, the team arrived in Busan. On the way, Mire saw the sight of large zombies exploiting human labor. Previously, Busan was a beautiful city, but now it had become a place where humans were slaves serving to survive. This was their only option. The zombie standing guard saw the other one not stopping. Lee Kyung's vehicle, but the license plate was marked as a slave transport, so they assumed they were moving goods. The whole group stopped by Asura, a shabby, smelly place, but it was the only way, leading to their secret headquarters. After passing through the sewer, they arrived at a train track which was also the headquarters of the Liso squad. Just then, the commander had Nuri rush out to criticize Lee Kyung, not knowing what she had caused this time that the city suddenly tightened security. I'll tell you later. Lee Kyung scratched her head and said, now she had other things to do first with Meyer. Both stood under the tracks while the rest watched from above. The commander didn't know what she was planning, but she was used to it. Lee Kyung had determined that in the future, they would have to face the board of managers. The number or their true strength they had no way of knowing. But there was one thing she was sure of. The guardian he had dealt with was the weakest among the guardians. So Lee Kyung needed to be sure of Meyer's capabilities. She sternly ordered him to attack her and not hold back. Meyer tilted his head. If this was an order, he would follow it. Ki-ho didn't know what she wanted to test anymore. But in the previous fight, Lee Kyung hadn't used her special ability. Could it be that this time she wanted to check if she could defeat Mir Lee? Kyung knew that he was very strong and would be their trump card, but she needed assurance to be sure that he could defeat the board of managers. It seems Ki-ho had guessed right, but she wasn't sure if Captain Lee could take down Meyer. He possesses the super rare Super Vi ability, which puts him in a completely different league, meaning he's either significantly stronger or on par. With those board members, Meyer is the only one in the squad with a Super 5, but Lee Kyung is the strongest member Lee Soo has ever had. It's not just about her power, she also has elite combat skills and experience. Extensive real-world combat experience, but what's special is her absolute vision ability, which allows her to predict her opponent's movements so she can dodge every single attack. Meyer's lightning-fast strikes give Lee Kyung the perfect window to judge and come up with a counter. You have to call this ability top tier. After dodging, Lee Kyung returns the favor with 2 blows to Meyer. A super-powered punch that sends him flying out of control, but Meyer lands as light as a feather. Now the real fight begins. Mir tenses his arm, firing off his arm bones. Lee Kyung assesses that his attacks are quite diverse, a total of 9 bone projectiles flying at an average speed of 70 kilometers per hour. But to her, this is still boringly easy. Lee Kyung catches each piece precisely with her hands. Ki-ho shouts in amazement, only the commander is annoyed because these 2 freaks are going to wreck her headquarters. The bone fragments instantly turn to dust, surprising Lee Kyung. Taking the opening, Meyer lunges to kick her straight in the face. Lee Kyung contorts her body to the extreme to dodge Meyer's attack. He lands, and without even needing to breathe, lunges again, throwing dozens of punches in a heartbeat. Lee Kyung dodges while silently marveling at his supersonic speed attacks. To put it clearly, she uses her superpower to dodge bullets, but Meyer's attacks are even more brutal and terrifying than a spinning bullet. Just one grazing kick makes Lee Kyung's skin crawl. The shockwave from Meyer's punch blows Lee Kyung's hat right off. His strength exceeded her expectations, leaving her excited. "Stop, I give up," Lee Kyung says. That was enough for the test. For the first time, she admitted defeat, leaving all 4 of them wide-eyed in shock. Lee Kyung had only been dodging the whole time and couldn't even land a single counterattack. The fight only lasted a few minutes, but it was incredibly satisfying. Meyer's power could truly be called their new hope. Perhaps with him, Lee Soo can overthrow the governing board. Meyer is the belief and hope for Lee Soo to rebuild human civilization. As for Meyer, for the first time, he experienced the feeling of not landing a single hit. It seems Lee Kyung is strong enough to counter him. After testing Meyer, Lee Kyung talks privately with Nuri. Nuri understands the situation without even needing to ask. The city is on lockdown. The security is definitely because of Meyer. Lee Kyung is always finding someone interesting and dragging them into Lee Soo, and this time she grabbed a kid who almost destroyed an entire city. Lee Kyung twitches her lip. "Wow, you're so smart." Putting that aside, they have to deal with the consequences of what Meyer caused. Lee Kyung suggests they should move to Oryukdo, a city that also enslaves humans. A major battle is about to break out there, so they need more weapons. Their scientist June is out in the field there, so Lee Kyung will go pick her up right now. Nuri doesn't understand her intentions. Lee Kyung explains the importance of Ji-yoon, who can craft incredibly high-quality weapons. That includes the knife she carries around. That knife has an effect on Meyer, which is why she was able to bring him here, and promised to grant him death. Hearing that Nuri is confused, why would anyone want to live? Yet Meyer keeps insisting on dying. Suddenly an idea hits her. Sanxing. Is that kid immortal or what? Lee Kyung nods. Nuri is jealous because he will never age. The issue now is that this knife only slows down his recovery process. To be able to control Meyer, they need June to return as soon as possible to craft something with a stronger effect. Nuri understands the problem. One way or another, they have to go to Oryukdo. She immediately racks her brain and plans meticulously for the whole team. First, they must escort Jiun back, then recruit more members because the members of the squad, Lisu only has this many people. That's all. For a future like this, it's unacceptably small. Even though a few people were sent to scout, adding them in, they are still desperately short-handed. To sum it up, the mission objective is to escort Jiun back and recruit some new members to build a powerful force for Lisu. Kiho raises his hand to speak. If they go to Oryukto, they need to steal a large enough boat. But what if there are G-humans guarding the port? Nuri asks back, making him sweat. He just wanted to ask how to handle it. Nuri doesn't. Think the problem is their numbers, but how they handle things. You don't always have to wipe out the enemy to achieve your goal. Afterward, they head out to the port. Communicating remotely through wireless earpieces, Lee Kyung instructs Meyer to stay hidden as much as possible because there are many zombies in the surrounding area. If he fights, it will startle the nest. Afterward, they split up to hide and find a boat. Meanwhile, at the L district in Busan, the meeting between 7 members of the Risan governing board has begun. Risuru seriously recounts the story of Meyer's squad destroying the city of Jinher and also taking out the number 7 Guardian. Even though they tracked the trail, they couldn't determine the location of the Guardian. Natov ranked 4 doesn't believe humans could do such a thing. Ria insists her nose is sharper than a dog's, so there's no way she could be mistaken. The 3rd-ranked Guardian, Alo, who is more knowledgeable, suggests that if they can kill a Guardian, that human must possess a superpower. So what, they're still just humans? Why the hell are you panicking? Spider, ranked 2nd, sneers. The 1st-ranked leader, Tourette, asks for more details about the incident, then orders the city locked down and increases security in areas under their control. Since there is no concrete evidence, they must not be hasty. And Risuru, if you find them, you'd better not lose. Them again. This is the last time I will tolerate your incompetence. Tourette coldly warns Risuru. On the surface, he obeys, but inside he is annoyed. Whether it's humans or zombies, there's always the issue of superiors bullying subordinates. Jia asks where he will start first. Risuru decides he will check his territory first, which is in Oryukto. Meanwhile, Meyer is moving without making a sound. 2 zombies are standing there laughing and talking happily, but a second later, both of them are headless. Meyer's mission is to stay hidden. Since you're the one in charge, just wipe out anyone who sees you all right. The mission was way too easy over here. Garam and Dongho are communicating via radio, but there's nothing on their end and nothing from Garam's side either. But right in the middle of them, 2 of those things are strolling along holding hands. Mir's whirlwind sweeps through, sending the lovebird straight to hell. Dongho and Garam share a laugh. Thanks to Mir, they're moving faster, while Kiho has completely lost his way. Hey, teammates, I'm calling you, answer me. Just then a shrill scream grabs his attention. A woman is being cornered by 2 zombies about to be turned into a meal. Even if they kill a slave, nobody would care. But the problem is they've been losing weight lately because their food rations were cut. They only get to eat 1 fresh human per month, and that perk is reserved for the Guardians. Today is a lucky day, so they're going to end her weight. There are no kids. No zombie can sit still when food is running right in front of them. Get away! Don't touch my mom! A 5-year-old boy rushes out to protect his mother, a touching scene of mother and son. It's touching, but it's a comedy in the eyes of the zombies. One of them picks up the boy and mocks him, though they can't eat children because they need to raise them for breeding. So if he wants to be a meal for them, he'll have to wait until he's a bit older. The boy is tossed aside, catching Kiho's eye. He charges in, shouting, "What the hell is going on here?" Great, another smart ass shows up. The zombies frown, annoyed. Looks like today's meal is going to be a bit hard to swallow. The boy Dung Trang cries and begs Kiho to save his mom, but Kiho has no idea what to do because he's not good at fighting. So what is this guy planning to do now? A human like you can never kill us. That Jihyun is 2 heads taller than him. Kiho closes his eyes and punches it straight in the gut, in for a penny, in for a pound. The creature uses one hand to clamp over Kiho's mouth, and the next second, it's getting ready to finish him off, but then its head goes flying off to who knows where. The other one is about to make a meal out of the mother, having no idea what the hell just happened. It was all thanks to Meyer's tiny little brain. What the hell are you? Before it can finish, its head explodes like a firework. The boy runs over to hug his mother, sobbing, while Kiho struggles to stand up, thanking the kid he almost went to see his ancestors today. Seeing the mother and son hugging so tightly makes Mire soften, though his expression is so sad it looks almost lifeless. Kiho notices something and is about to ask, but the 2 of them come over to thank him profusely. Mir just walks away silently. Watching the boy's lonely silhouette, Kiho wonders why a kid like him carries such heavy, painful sorrow. Right then, Lee Kyung gathers the whole team. She's found a boat they can use. Seeing the pile of clothes in Dong-ho's hands, she turns her attention to him and he proudly holds them up to show off his loot. These are work uniforms for port staff. It's the orange color I like, so how could I pass them up? Oh my god, someone died here. The bodies of the Ji-hyun creatures are discovered, so the whole group hurriedly weighs anchor and leaves. On the way, Garam reads the manual while steering the ship. Ki-ho approaches Meyer, who is sitting and staring at the sea, and starts a conversation. His superpower is charm. More specifically, he can manipulate people's emotions. Seeing the boy so sad, Ki-ho uses his power to see if he feels any better. But his power can't reach him. Meyer is confused. What was that? This is outside of Ki-ho's script. He can't believe Meyer's depression. Meyer is even stronger than his superpower. This makes Ki-ho feel pity for him. What on earth could Meyer have gone through to be this sad? But never mind. If life is too hard, you can talk to me. I'm actually a doctor, Ki-ho says kindly. Oh, thank you. Mirai nods and says to him. Suddenly receiving Meyer's thanks makes Ki-ho overjoyed. He originally wanted to improve Meyer's mood, and the result is that one sentence from Meyer has had Ki-ho floating on cloud 9 all day. Dong-ho sees him dancing after talking to Meyer. He's curious why Ki-ho isn't afraid of the boy. In Dong-ho's eyes, Mirai doesn't seem to show any emotion at all. It feels like something isn't right, and Ki-ho is deep in thought, wondering why Mirai only wants to die. From his perspective, Mir is currently extremely sad and hopeless, and he wants to die because there's no reason left to live. Just then, Garam notices something in the distance. A massive ship is approaching them. On that huge vessel, information about the scattered bodies around Busan arrives, ordering a scout team to be deployed to scan. The captain of the feeder ship orders their fishing boat to be interrogated immediately. Why? One person asks the captain, and he replies that they spotted a suspicious boat. Up ahead, a suspicious boat. Risuru frowns. He ignores the captain's search and just keeps watching the video he had open on his phone. The boat in front stops. If you don't cooperate, we will attack. Garam panics and asks Lee Kyung what they should do. Lee Kyung doesn't know whether they should fight or not. The Oryukedo island is already right in front of them. If only they would just sail past them. Wouldn't that be great? Boss, there's a giant zombie ship. Should we ask Meyer to take care of them? Dong-ho runs in. Lee Kyung sees the outfit in his hand and her brain starts ticking. She tells Dong-ho to quickly put on his favorite orange uniform. A moment later, Dong-ho and Garam are dressed as staff, posing as people transporting humans to Oryukedo Island. As soon as the captain interrogates them, they both reply in unison, yes. No idea how they managed to be so perfectly in sync. The captain flips through his logbook. There's no trip scheduled for today, though. Garam doesn't know what to do, then Dong-ho speaks up. We are the new staff members who were added on. When the captain hears new staff, he nods, acting like he understands he's seen this kind of thing plenty of times. Dong-ho silently thanks his ancestors for protecting them. Looks like everything is going to be all right, but that's just what he thinks. The captain asked sternly, saying that normally these things were handled by zombies, so why was it humans this time? The question was so tricky that Ki-ho had to turn and whisper to Lee Kyung, Boss, we're seriously screwed this time. Lee Kyung remained optimistic, looking ahead, thinking, I've already got it all planned out. Dong-ho broke into a cold sweat, trying to calm himself down. Dealing with these kinds of situations was nothing new. He'd acted them out hundreds of times. For those who don't know, Dong-ho's childhood dream was to become a Hollywood actor, an actor recognized by everyone. Mr. Kim Cho-soo gave us the order, Dong-ho said as smoothly as could be, as if it were the absolute truth. Garam was panicked, seeing his friend make up a name like Kim Cho-soo. This was a high-stakes gamble where you either win big or get slaughtered. Dong-ho was sweating bullets, too. Surely out of a whole bunch of zombies at the port, there had to be at least one guy named Kim Cho-soo. It was such a common name, Ki-ho whispered into Lee Kyung's ear, full of worry. Boss, the name Kim Cho-soo sounds super cool. But what if there isn't anyone by that name? The captain shoved his face right up to Dong-ho's, his grayish complexion and lips the color of rare beef, making him want to wet his pants. Kim Cho-soo still working here? The captain asked, making Dong-ho jump. It turned out the Kim Cho-soo he'd made up was actually a total deadbeat who lacked professional ethics, couldn't finish a single report, and got yelled at so much all his hair fell out. Regardless of how the captain badmouthed Kim Cho-soo, Dong-ho was silently grateful for that nameless scapegoat. Miri stood to the side, observing silently, thinking, why not just kill them all and get it over with? Humans really love to make things complicated. Why is this taking so long? Just then, Risuru came off the ship to inspect, and the captain explained the situation. Lee Kyung looked at him puzzled. She felt Risuru was somehow different from the usual zombies. "Greet him quickly, this is Leader Risuru," the captain ordered them. He narrowed his eyes, scanning them all, and stopped in front of Mirai. "Have we met before?" The question made Lee Kyung's heart skip a beat. But Risuru left before anything else could happen, leaving everything to the captain because he didn't like to overthink things. As she watched him walk away, revealing the mask on his back, Lee Kyung told Mirai to remember him well, because sooner or later they would have to fight Risuru in a life-or-death battle at the human breeding farm on Oryupdu Island. The whole group went with Risuru to the location. The captain ordered the staff to arrange rooms for the three of them, then let Dongho and Garam leave, not forgetting to tell them to send his regards to Kim Chosu, even though they had no clue what that guy even looked like. Lee Kyung told them to find some more boats before leaving while she searched for Ji-hoon. After entering the farm, Lee Kyung was separated from the other two, just as the name implied. This place was just for breeding human slaves. Some were exploited for labor, some were raised for more sinister purposes, and some were raised to be their playthings. These people were selected, categorized, and sold off to many other places, but they all shared the same fate, becoming slaves. They were treated like food and slaughtered in the morgue. If you wanted to be chosen as a slave, you had to prove you were better than the others, which is why this place bred a competition between people. It could be called a battlefield for survival. Before being separated, Lee Kyung ordered Mirai to keep an eye on Kiho. This time they needed to be more wary of the humans than the zombies. Mirai and Kiho's room was room 7. Lee Kyung secretly hoped everything would be okay, while her job now was to find Ji-hoon as fast as possible. The two walked into the room. The atmosphere felt a bit tense. A bald guy with tattoos looked at them with milky white eyes. "Who the hell are you? This is room 7, get lost." We came here to save everyone, I'll explain slowly," Kiho said in a friendly tone. But just then he saw the guy grabbing a young girl in the room by the hair despite her cries. "Save her! What the hell are you doing?" Kiho said, outraged. Only then did he realize that everyone else in the room wasn't resisting the guy's actions at all. The bald guy shoved the girl aside and switched his target to them. He cracked his knuckles and said, "You must be new, so I guess you don't know, huh? Then let me teach you. Teach me what you jerk." Kiho had barely finished speaking before the guy punched him square in the face, sending him flying into the door. The guy grabbed him by the hair and ordered, "From now on, you're my dog. You have to ask my permission for everything. Don't you dare step out of line, you hear me? What the hell are you talking about? We came here to save everyone," Kiho still insisted. Seeing him acting so defiant, the bald guy prepared another hand for him, but a small hand blocked his, which only made him angrier. "What the hell?" Mirai didn't care about him, just coldly asked Kiho, "Can I kill this bald guy?" Kiho hurriedly stopped Mirai before there was another grave to dig. "Doing whatever you want to zombies is fine, but killing a human will get us killed instantly." The bald guy pouted, glared, and lunged forward. "Damn it! Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a kid!" He punched him straight in the face with a wham that sounded like it could be heard halfway across the world. Suddenly he felt confused. "Why is this guy's face hard as a rock? I punched him and my own hand hurts like hell. Is this asshole made of concrete or what?" Mirai raised her hand. For some reason, the bald guy felt instantly terrified. Kiho told her to use just a little force, like flicking a forehead, just a little, just a little. Mirai gently placed her finger between his eyebrows and flicked it once, sending him flying backward in a straight line, slamming hard into the wall. Not just him, but everyone in the room gasped in shock. Kiho only worried that the loud impact would bring the zombies over to check. Sure enough, a tall, burly, dark-skinned guard burst in and shouted, "Don't you assholes let anyone sleep!" Kiho's internal monologue screamed, "We're done for. We are seriously done for. I haven't found Ji-hoon yet, and we haven't even thought of a rescue plan." "You again?" The guard walked up to the bald guy. The guy was still confused and didn't understand what was happening before the guard grabbed him by the neck and started a relentless tirade. "You idiot, how many times have I told you?" "Keep your voice down. Do you have any idea what happens to people who get snatched up? They get dragged off to be turned into crispy pork belly." Kiho noticed the others were completely unfazed, suggesting this wasn't their first time seeing something like that. "Good thing they aren't on the menu today. Mira, don't be sad, it's all that guy's fault." Kiho turned to comfort him, though Mirai could hardly care whose fault it was at this point. Kiho just realized the looks on everyone's faces in the room. Just as he was about to explain the situation, the old man knelt down, kowtowed 3 times, and begged him, "Please help me get out of here." The old man cried while explaining that he hadn't been given a task in a long time, and if it kept up, he'd be sent to the morgue. His female companion rushed over to help him up. "The kids are watching, aren't you ashamed of yourself, old man?" Watching the two of them bicker, Kiho finally realized the situation. They were actually trying to figure out who would be the new boss. To think they'd had to live like this all this time.
Better to be selfish and stingy than to end up as a pile of rotting meat. Don't worry, you won't die here, Kiho stated firmly, emphasizing that their mission was to rescue everyone.
"Newbie, listen up. The rules of this place are your orientation lesson," a tattooed guy acting like the boss said. Lee Kyung just nodded nonchalantly, handing all of her work over to him. "I'm only here to sit and rest." The tattooed guy didn't understand how she knew that, but he didn't care. He started doing a hip-shaking victory dance. Lee Kyung sat there planning to find Ji-eun and escape, but she didn't even know where she was yet. Just then, the loudspeaker blared, "Time to get to work, you food scraps. Report back to your superiors once you reach the work area." Being allowed to leave the room made Lee Kyung breathe a sigh of relief, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the voice she just heard was familiar. Outside at the construction site, Kiho was busy hauling lumber by hand with the others, wondering what kind of work Meyer had been assigned. He just hoped the kid wouldn't lose his temper and go on a killing spree across the whole compound. Meanwhile, Meyer was assigned to the sewing machine. An instructor showed him the basics, but the moment Meyer sat down, he let the needle pierce his own hand. Blood splattered everywhere. It sprayed so much that the guy panicked and sent him off to sit in the corner. Just then, the little girl from his room crept over, having swiped a box of hot pink bandages from somewhere. She covered his wounds in them. Meyer stared coldly at his reddened hand. "I don't need these." The girl quickly insisted, "If you leave it like that, the wound will get infected. It'll get worse." Then shyly she asked for his name. After Meyer told her, she blushed and thanked him for keeping the peace in their room. "That bald guy is Sushi. Used to take all our work, so we were terrified of being sent to the morgue," she recounted hesitantly. Her roommate saw the two of them talking and approached. "Hyung, where did you go?" Hyung introduced her, Ji-seon, the only one who looked after her, and dared to stand up to the bald guy. Ji-seon wondered why Hyung was so excited. The little girl rambled on and on to Meyer, finally gathering the courage to hold up a notepad with the words, "You're incredibly handsome." Meyer maintained his cold attitude simply because he didn't understand a single thing. Hyung ran off and Ji-seon sat down to talk to him. The atmosphere in their room was much more harmonious than the others, even though previously Azumi had been in charge, but it was still better than the rest of the rooms. Thanks to Meyer taking care of the bald guy, things were much better now. Ji-seon was genuinely grateful for his contribution. Looking closely, Mir realized Ji-seon's face looked exactly like his mother's. A surge of sadness washed over him, making him unable to bear looking at her any longer. He stood up and left, leaving her completely stunned. Afterward, he sat back down at the sewing machine and proceeded to dye the fabric with his own fresh blood again. That evening, Lee Kyung sat slumped in one spot. She had turned the whole camp upside down but couldn't find Ji-eun. Had she missed a spot? Suddenly, she thought of the worst-case scenario that Ji-eun had managed to escape on her own. "Well, we're screwed then. All right, pigs, take a break. Shift's over." The loudspeaker announced again. Lee Kyung heard it a second time, and it still felt familiar. This was definitely Ji-eun's voice. Lee Kyung immediately asked the tattooed guy where the speaker audio was coming from. He told her it was the monitoring office. He was the one who did the cleaning in the office, and he was currently demanding to do Lee Kyung's work. He insisted that in order to do that, he needed her name tag. Lee Kyung was like, "Oh, you want my name tag," and delivered a punch of epic proportions that knocked the tattooed guy out cold on the floor. Lee Kyung grabbed his name tag and headed to the monitoring office. The guard sitting outside was dozing off, not caring who came or went. Lee Kyung walked right in and saw Ji-hyun sitting slumped in a chair. She called out her name. Ji-hyun looked up, saw that Lee Kyung had come to save her, and burst into tears. "Captain, this isn't a dream, is it? Turns out one day while scouting, Ji-hyun had been caught and thrown in here. She had to work herself to the bone just to survive and somehow ended up as a monitor." Lee Kyung twitched her mouth. Regardless, today was the day they were all getting out of here. Ji-hyun started crying harder because there was no way to escape. Back in cell number 7, Ji-seon came up with an idea to bridge the gap between everyone. She gave everyone a piece of paper to write down their own wishes. Hyung supported it excitedly, waving both hands.
Kiho couldn't understand how they could be so harmonious in this situation, but maybe this was a chance to understand more about Meyer. Okay, Mir wants to join too. Meyer sat there thinking, what the hell? Who asked you to speak up? So all 5 of them sat there scribbling away. Meyer asked Kiho what he should write. He suggested that he just write down whatever he wished for. Is this an order too? Meyer asked naively, then hunched over to write something, leaving Kiho quite curious. A while later, everyone started sharing. The oldest man's wish was to see his grandchildren again. Since the world had changed, he hadn't seen them even once. More importantly, he hoped his whole family was safe. Jiseon rested her chin on her hand, nodding in sympathy and understanding. Then it was her turn. Jiseon's wish was to be able to cook again, whether it was shao for zombies or humans. A few years ago, she hadn't found anyone she could trust, so she hoped that one day she could cook a truly delicious meal for people who deserved it. Wow, you guys are absolute angels. I have to help them get out of here at any cost, Kiho thought to himself, tearing up with emotion, which made Meyer stare at him with a judgmental look before it was their turn. The girl wanted to get close to someone, then glanced at Meyer and blushed. Her instability was written all over her face, making Kiho feel embarrassed for her. And then it was Kiho's turn, but he couldn't think of anything yet, so he deferred to Meyer. Speak first, he said, noticing that every inch of the boy's notebook was filled with writing. It must be a big wish. I want to die, Meyer said. You want to die because of your mother? Many years ago, when Meyer was still a child and his mother was alive, he was a child who always had a happy smile on his lips. Every time school ended, his mother would come to pick him up. On the way home, there were always silly stories that Meyer would tell, and his mother would always tease him until Meyer pouted, which looked very cute. But that day, there were abnormal signs regarding his mother's health. That day, for some reason, many people were coughing strangely, making Meyer unable to help but feel worried and have a bad premonition. A feeling told him he would never see his mother again. So when his mother prepared to go to work, Meyer followed her the whole time, and Meyer kept his eyes glued to her. Watching his mother made her feel that he was even cuter. Only worried that he would get bored sitting and waiting, she decided to work hard so she could leave early. That day, Meyer already felt very tired of the strange guests. The noise all around had lulled him to sleep at some point. However, that was the time he felt happiest. Even though he was exhausted, being with his mother made him always feel at peace. Meyer had hoped this moment would last forever, until his mother had a severe coughing fit and collapsed. Meyer worriedly rushed over to support her. His mother felt very unwell, so she decided to close the shop early. There was no need to call an ambulance. That night, they returned home. His mother still cooked and hummed the tune she loved. Seeing her still acting normal made Meyer breathe a sigh of relief. Today, he got to eat the delicious dishes his mom made again. It felt like he was the happiest kid in the world, even without a father by his side. Just then, his mother said there was a gift she wanted to give Meyer. It was a brand new uniform. Mom saw that his clothes were all worn out and wanted to surprise him. Meyer eagerly tried it on immediately, but the outfit seemed a bit big for him. Meyer even wore the new clothes to sleep. Because it was a gift from Mom, he cherished it very much. That night at 1 a.m, the news broadcast an emergency alert about a virus spreading at a terrifying speed. The sound of the TV woke Meyer up. He sat up to look for his mother. She was standing in the kitchen coughing violently. The mattress was covered in blood. Meyer rushed to his mother. She slowly turned her face, her features distorted and dried up, leaving Meyer stunned. She lunged, grabbed Meyer, and bit his shoulder, making him scream in pain. "Mom, what are you doing?" 5 minutes passed, and Meyer woke up with a start, his whole body drenched in sweat. Seeing his body intact, he thought it was just a dream. Thank goodness, how terrifying. Right, it was just a dream. There's no way Mom turned into a monster. Surely Mom is just outside. Just as he thought that, his mother's jaws, wide open, lunged again, making Meyer's face go deathly pale. He raised his arms to defend himself, so terrified that tears streamed down. This wasn't a dream. "Mom, wait a minute." Suddenly, Meyer pushed his mother away from him. Even Meyer felt confused. Since when had he become so strong? Seeing his mother unconscious, Meyer immediately ran outside to call for help. If this wasn't a dream, how was he supposed to survive? At this moment, the scene before Meyer's eyes was even more horrifying. The town was in ruins. From an alley, a group of zombies stumbled out. Meyer immediately crawled under a car to hide. 2 young men who luckily hadn't caught the virus were Googling what on earth those things were. It seemed like getting bitten turned you into a zombie, but he had been bitten and was still perfectly fine. "So hungry?" Just then, 2 zombies lunged like hungry tigers. Meyer covered his mouth to keep from screaming, but a zombie found him. Meyer immediately took off running. The zombie from behind took a step and pounced, biting Meyer's arm, causing him painful agony. Let go right now! Meyer screamed, using all his strength to run away. His arm was even torn off from his body. In the end, he returned home. The arm slowly grew back, but Meyer still felt the pain. He looked at his mother, who had also turned into a zombie and was sitting in a corner. "Mom, I'm in pain." Hearing his call, his mother stared blankly. She stood up and lunged toward Meyer. Meyer, terrified, waved his hands. "No, stop, don't come here, Mom." His mother groaned as she approached, making Meyer unable to suppress his fear, screaming, "Get lost, you monster!" Sharp bones shot out, piercing through his mother's body. Meyer didn't realize it and was still holding his face, trembling. "Stop it, please! Mire!" His mother groaned. She used her last breath to hug him. "Mom is sorry." Meyer burst into tears, calling for his mom, but she had collapsed, her body bent and riddled with holes. Meyer quickly moved away, shocked. No way. No! He still remembered clearly at that moment his mother's voice growing smaller and weaker, and he had personally killed his own mother. Just then, the young guy named Risuru kicked the door open after hearing the sound. Meyer screaming. Seeing him, he pulled him out for the two guys with him. "Guess what's for dinner tonight?" the dark-skinned guy said, wanting to see his face before eating. But Meyer's face was deathly pale. He was still shocked after experiencing such a horror. "Hey, he's probably scared because he saw us." "Ha ha ha!" The three guys laughed together. Meyer muttered, telling them to kill him, because he had committed a heinous crime. "Okay, kid, if you like it, we'll oblige." A few seconds ago, they were just mindless zombies, but suddenly their memories rushed back and they felt a crazy surge of power, flooding their bodies. Ordinary zombies couldn't even utter a proper sentence, could they? While he was having fun, he would send Meyer to the afterlife, directly ripping out his hot, still-beating heart. So impatient, bro. You look like those killers in movies. They were excited to experience the thrill. Suddenly, Meyer spoke up, his face full of rage. "I already told you people to kill me. Why are you still just standing there? What the hell?" The dark-skinned guy didn't understand what was going on. Seeing he wasn't dead yet, he continued to torment Meyer. They kicked him like a football, sending him flying far away. Just as they were about to leave, Meyer slowly stood up, making the whole group tremble. Meyer's body was small, but he exuded terrifying power, slowly advancing toward them, his eyes tear-filled. "I told you people to kill me, didn't I?" In a flash, Meyer leaped toward the dark-skinned guy, grabbed his head, and yanked it clean off. "Do it like this." "Kill me. Do it like this." As he said that, Meyer's tears streamed down uncontrollably. In an instant, he slaughtered the dark-skinned guy mercilessly. The other two quickly ran away before they became the next victims. After that, Meyer was left all alone. He felt a deep, agonizing pain, even though he was the one who pulled the trigger. If he felt like this, his mother must have been hurting 1,000 times more. From that moment on, Meyer just started wandering. He drifted aimlessly, carrying the heavy burden of his guilt. He was wandering just to find his own death. After hearing his story, the whole room fell silent, not out of fear or pity, but because they didn't know what to say to comfort him. He looked so pathetic. Dui Shuyen suddenly spoke up. "Why do you want to die? Do you really not understand what your mother wanted, Meyer?" Hearing someone say that to him for the first time, he couldn't help but be confused. He had killed his own mother with his bare hands, so it was only natural that he wanted to die. Was there anything wrong with that? "You're wrong. If I were your mother, I wouldn't want to see my child like this." Mir stood up annoyed and growled at Jisun. "Don't act like you know everything." Jisun remained firm. "Do you even understand why your mother apologized back then? Why did she have to do that? Was it because the uniform didn't fit or the food wasn't good?" "Shut up." Meyer frowned. Suddenly, the whole room shook as if there were an earthquake, making everyone afraid. Kiho now had only one thought: he had to stop Meyer before something terrible happened. Jiam, even though he saw the severity of the situation, remained determined. "I always thought you were heartless, but I was wrong, because of the things you just said about your mother. You're just a normal person who can feel outrage. You loved your mother so much, so why are you so hell-bent on dying? Do you think your mother would be happy if you died? Back then, would she say, 'Oh, my son died so well'?" Meyer warned her not to keep rambling as if she were lecturing him. Jisun continued. "If your mother knew you would end up like this, that's why she apologized to you back then. Because from then on, you had to live without a father or a mother." Meyer, please let go of the mother you've always kept locked in your heart. That was the only apology he could give his mother. Those words, which no one had ever said to him before, combined with a face that resembled his mother's, made Meyer go quiet. At that moment, the shadows of the two seemed to overlap, as if his mother were standing right there talking to him. Suddenly, the earthquake stopped. Meyer went to a corner and sat in silence. The old man still didn't understand what was happening. So was the earthquake created by him alone. Back to June and the escape plan, which seemed hopeless, because if they wanted to get out of here, they had to take down the leader, Risuru. What the laws here were, they didn't know, but outside. This camp had a barrier that you could enter freely, but could never leave. It was definitely that coward Risuru playing dirty tricks. In short, they had no other choice but to fight Risuru. They didn't even know who would win, or what the casualties would be. They weren't familiar with the terrain, so it was hard to come up with a plan. You got it right. Lee Kyung nodded, leaving June surprised. Before coming here, Nuri had said that they wouldn't be able to escape, because it was highly likely that the farm was controlled by the leaders, so coming and going freely wouldn't be easy. Furthermore, June likely didn't know the layout of the floors, or even think of a way to escape. They might as well share the hardships together. June, hearing Lee Kyung relay Nuri's words, couldn't help but be impressed. Just then, June's alarm went off the bellally. That sticker had made could temporarily erase memories and also had an alarm function. Since it was shift change time, the alarm went off. Just then, someone opened the door and walked in. Back when they were in Busan, Lee Kyung had asked about the escape plan, but Nuri said it wasn't just them. In a world as vast and chaotic as this one, surely there were still people out there willing to risk their lives like them, and there would be people like that here too. The person who walked in was a normal guy named Ho Dong. He threw a stack of A4 papers onto the table. He sketched something, then sighed. What am I supposed to do with this? It shouldn't be this hard to escape. Lee Kyung went over to look at his farm draft and suggested Ho Dong come with them when they leave. Ho Dong hadn't even finished speaking, but Lee Kyung picked up the drawing to look at it further. He shouted, "Hey, hey! Once you're done cleaning, get lost. Don't joke around." "I'm not joking," Lee Kyung said seriously. Ho Dong was left speechless. What the hell was wrong with this woman? Give it back. What if we get caught by the zombies, huh? Ho Dong snatched the sketch back, seeing that Lee Kyung grabbed the guard and demonstrated by tossing him to the ground. The two onlookers were terrified. "What the hell are you doing?" The guard stood up, clutching his aching back. "What the hell is this dog doing?" "Get him," Lee Kyung said, then punched him, sending him flying backward and knocking out a few teeth. The 2-meter-tall zombie lay flat on the floor. Ho Dong's eyes and mouth were wide open, thinking, "Holy crap, how did she handle a zombie like it was nothing?" After that, Lee Kyung used the bellally to erase his memory. "These weaklings, I could take on 100 of them. Besides, we have the monster Meyer in our group, so we can take them all on. Do you believe me now?" Lee Kyung asked Ho Dong. Thinking he still didn't believe her, Ho Dong nodded, even though she was a stranger. But the escape plan was already set. Adding more allies wasn't a bad thing. Besides, Lee Kyung wanted to get straight to the point they would escape and free everyone. Of course, Ho Dong didn't agree. They didn't even know how many people were there. But this time, they had to take everyone with them. Without them, everything would be meaningless. Ho Dong is feeling anxious, but after seeing Lee Kyung take out a zombie just now, he's about 70% convinced. Her plan is to head straight for the main gate. Since the zombies think of them as nothing more than insignificant flies, security is lax, so escaping isn't the problem. The real problem is the people here. They are so terrified of the zombie horde that they probably wouldn't even dream of escaping. It's clear that if they tried to fight those monsters, they'd be dead as a doornail, and the root cause is that guy, Risuru. If he's the problem, Lee Kyung plans to kidnap him and use him as a free pass to get out of this place. At this point, Ho Dong really thinks Lee Kyung has lost her mind. Where on earth is her future heading? The next morning, the whole group is summoned for a meeting. Last night, there was an official announcement about finding the one who killed the Guardian, so both humans and zombies have to show up, including him. Risuru will be there too, even though he hates doing any work. A meeting with both humans and zombies present. There's no better place than this to start breaking the humans' fear. Everyone is waiting for this exact moment. Now is the time to really stir things up. Lee Kyung suddenly stops, leaving everyone confused. She signals to her companion to get going. Just then, Lee Kyung takes a deep breath and shouts, "Geram, can you hear me? The ship is at the main gate, right where we arrived. We're going to break out right there, Garam. Together with Hodong Garam, who was eating noodles, is stunned when he hears her voice and rushes to move the ship to prepare for the escape before Lee Kyung blows her vocal cords out. What the hell is she doing? My eardrums are about to burst. People start whispering among themselves. A zombie guard steps in front of her to confront her, but he's just being stupid. Why would you rush in like that? Lee Kyung slams his head against the wall with one hand and he's done for. Risuru sees this and has no clue what's going on. Lee Kyung, looking cool as ever, declares that escaping through the gate is the easiest way to get out of here. Everything that's happened is the result of your arrogance. Starting today, your era is coming to an end. Risuru finds her voice annoying and jumps down from above. He is certain that Lee Kyung is the one who killed the seventh guardian. Lee Kyung thinks his imagination is quite vivid. But today she is here to reclaim freedom for humanity. Though the people around her don't dare to believe it yet, seeing her take down, a zombie with one hand gives them a glimmer of hope. Shut your mouth. Why are you barking like a bunch of dogs? Risuru isn't just speaking out of anger. He unleashes a powerful energy field that affects everyone. As the one who spreads fear, he steps toward Lee Kyung and says, "So you killed the weakest guardian, and you're already confident enough to play the hero. There's a reason for the hierarchy among the guardians in the management council. I'm curious too, but you've picked the wrong person to punish." "I'm not the one who killed that guardian," Lee Kyung says with a smirk. Behind her, Marie lunges like a gust of wind. He punches Risuru straight in the face, pushing him away to go solo, while Lee Kyung stays behind to signal everyone to run, while everyone is still paralyzed by Risuru's aura of fear. Kiho shouts, "Everyone run for your lives. If you don't run, I'm leaving on my own." Following his lead, everyone escapes the prison camp. The zombie guards immediately order the gates to be shut to prevent them from getting out. The gate slams shut, but Lee Kyung stays behind. Hodong follows her instructions but is worried about her fighting them alone. Lee Kyung tells him, "Just go, sir. I've got this." Hodong and another supervisor run away as well, though he remains skeptical about this escape attempt. Even though Hodong can't fully believe it yet, Lee Kyung's firm voice and confident attitude persuade him in a strange way, truly as if a new era is about to begin. And either way, they had to escape from here eventually. Might as well start the plan now. "Are you high a human like you dares to fight us?" There are at least 10 zombie guards. Lee Kyung activates her ability. They might win on numbers, but she has many lives behind her, so she refuses to let a single one of them pass over her dead body. "I can do this." Meanwhile, Risuru is having a chat with Miri. He realizes the kid is the rookie from the suspicious ship, and he's been assigned to fight him, so he's definitely just toast. Miri replies concisely. Risuru is totally confused by the whole situation. Suddenly, a few others jump out and say, "A new era sounds great, but it's not certain you can actually pull it off." "I don't care, so I'm not really sure either," Miri replies with an "I don't give a damn" attitude. Risuru gets annoyed. "Why do you look so sluggish? If you're not sure, get lost, you little runt." Miri's response drives Risuru insane. He hates being talked back to. He screams and charges in a grand fashion, only to have Miri slap him away. Then Miri dashes forward and swings a vein-covered arm in a horizontal arc. Risuru dodges in a hurry, but one of his eyes is slashed open. He sits down, clutching his left eye in pain. Suddenly, he feels like something is wrong. He's clearly the villain, so why does he feel like he's being pressured, as if he's certain to lose? He's felt this sensation before. Back then, he had felt something familiar about Marie. He remembers way back when he was just a cocky kid, he had grabbed Miri by the collar like a piece of food. Then the kid went berserk and slaughtered someone right in front of him. Turns out his intuition wasn't wrong. The two of them had met before, and it was actually him who ran away in fear of Miri. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Risuru laughs like a madman, unable to contain his excitement. "Finally, you've arrived, my master." Miri doesn't understand what's happened to him. To recount Risuru's life, it could be summed up in 2 words: lazy. That's been his life until now. On the day the zombie outbreak first erupted, he had to face this very fear. He realized that to survive, he had to become stronger. To preserve his own life, he would do anything. Become stronger, until he was finally capable of it. Since when did you get promoted to Guardian? He felt he had become so powerful that he no longer knew fear or terror. Life had become dreadfully boring, so he turned to extravagance and obsessed over everything expensive. He thought life would just drift on like that. Until today, when Meyer appeared right before his eyes. Meyer is the reason he realized he had to become stronger, and the only one who makes him feel fear. Please teach me again. Make my life as exciting as it used to be. Risuru lunged, wanting to hug Mire, only to get whipped in the face by the kid's small intestine. He was sent flying, but he excitedly launched himself back into the fray as if he hadn't just gotten his butt kicked. This is amazing. A massive hunk of brain tissue flew into his gut. Meyer jumped up, whipping his gut tentacles at Risuru repeatedly, leaving him no time to breathe. Risuru realized he was on a whole other level. At this rate, he was actually going to die. But Risuru loved this feeling more than anything. He soared upward, breaking out of the encirclement. Among humans, there are those with superpowers, and then there are also zombies. These zombies are called Fredians. Risuru activated his power, spreading his wings and firing feathers at Meyer, piercing through his body like he was made of cheese. "Oh, is that so?" Meyer said, then launched bones toward him. Risuru laughed, flying and dodging the attacks. "Master, this is nothing. Look, I can fly too. You look like a clown." "Master." Mir thought for a moment, then planted his hands on the ground, channeled blood pressure into his legs, and shot into the sky, kicking Risuru's laughing face square on before grabbing his head. "Master, can you fly too?" Mir didn't answer, throwing him down to the ground before diving down and whipping him relentlessly with his green veins. Risuru flew back up. "Damn, you really are beyond my imagination now." He was still busy praising Meyer when the kid suddenly appeared right behind him. He used his vein whip to knock him back to the ground. To an outsider, it looked like Meyer was flying, but according to Likyung's analysis, the pressure in Meyer's legs was so high that blood was spraying out, essentially acting like jet propulsion. June was surprised to see Lee Kyung appear faster than they expected. In truth, while Lee Kyung might lack in numbers, her skills were insanely good. While Mirei was busy fighting Risuru, she ordered June to evacuate everyone to the ship, but they forgot there were still 2 guards at the gate. The guards lunged at them with machetes, but suddenly someone appeared behind Garam. He used Taekwondo to kick each of them in the head. "Captain, is everyone all right?" "Yeah, but there are so many people." Hodong felt like something about this world was just wrong. How can there be people who can take care of zombies as easily as eating cake? Everyone was ordered to board the ship. Dui Chuyen called for the old man, but he couldn't find Haedong anywhere. Jason immediately rushed off to find the girl while Mir was still battling Risuru. He sliced off the kid's arm. Mir didn't even flinch. From that stump of an arm, a barrage of bones shot straight at Risuru's face, then he threw him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Just then Jisun ran over. Mirei didn't understand why she was here, but since it was dangerous, he told her to leave immediately. "What is this, Master?" Risuru grimaced, flicking a feather toward Jisun. "What's with that pathetic look?" Jisun was about to get wrecked right in front of Meyer. As it happened, she had the same face as his mother, and it felt like his mother was about to die all over again right before his eyes. Mirei blocked the feather meant for Jisun. He caught Risuru's feather with his hand, leaving him stunned. He questioned him with a jealous tone. "Master, who is that woman?" Mir carried him away to talk privately. Just then, Haedong brought the bald guy Azushi over. The girl had run off to find him since he hadn't been evacuated yet. Jisun went pale. They said they were making an exception for Jesse, but looking at the outfit he was wearing, she had no idea what the hell he had been through. Back to Risuru, he felt that Mir's attacks were even stronger than before. Or had he done something to provoke him? Meyer attacked continuously from front to back, giving him no time to dodge. His life went from being a guardian to being Meyer's punching bag. Finally, Meyer severed all 4 of his limbs, choking him until his eyes rolled back and he started to groan. Risuru's body fell freely. It was ridiculous. Was he going to die today? To die at the hands of the one he loved? Risuru laughed like a madman. "It's an honor to fight you to the very end. It's thanks to you that I am who I am today. Even if I die, it won't be in vain. Please decorate these final moments of my boring life. Make it a brilliant masterpiece." "I'm not going to kill you." Mir's answer left him disappointed. Meanwhile, Lee Kyung shouted for Mir to leave quickly. Everything was ready. Meyer delivered the final blow, a piece of bone that sliced the water in 2. "This is who I am." He beat his opponent within an inch of his life, leaving him unconscious. Risuru spat out blood, thinking to himself, "Master. If you beat them this hard, they're going to die." Garam announced that the barrier had vanished. It must have been because Risuru was knocked out. Kiho went to control the crowd while Garam and she went to deal with the remaining zombies. The sunset fell. Everything had been cleared up. Everyone never expected there would be a day they'd be freed. Just then, Mirei dragged Risuru past and handed him over to Lee Kyung. At that moment, he saw Jisun, but he had no intention of talking. She thanked him for saving her life. Mirei recalled what she said. He had let go of his mother in his heart. If so, how was he supposed to live from now on? Well, what else are we supposed to do? We look for them. Jason said that after the zombies took over the world, no one could live a normal life. They just struggle to survive, searching for loved ones or fighting to stay alive to pray for a brighter tomorrow. They don't live because they still have hope, but to find hope. Meyer might be the same way. Now that Lee Kyung knows Meyer's story, she wants to tell him the truth. All this time, he's just been their tool to get what they want. But if Meyer wants, they'll treat him like a member of Liso. But first, they need to know if he still wants to die. Meyer nods. Lee Kyung bows, signaling she understands. That's enough for today. Time to head home. On the boat, Risuru slowly opens his eyes. Just when he thought he was a goner, Lee Kyung's face pops up. Hey, talk to us, she says. Lee Kyung demands he spill everything he knows. Risuru realizes he's only alive to be a useful source of information for them. He glances over at Meyer, his dream girl. Even if he gives them the info, what does it matter? There's nothing in it for him, and it doesn't guarantee any deal between them. There seems to be a misunderstanding here. We aren't looking to negotiate with you, Lee Kyung says, signaling Kiho. He casts a hypnotic spell on him. Kiho tells him to laugh. Risuru starts laughing uncontrollably, his expression looking incredibly pathetic. Lee Kyung holds his life in her hands now, so once they squeeze every bit of info out of him, they'll send him to the afterlife. Understood. Now let me go, Risuru says while laughing, which makes Ji-hyun unable to hold it in. But she immediately composes herself. She's in front of the enemy. She has to be serious. Whatever I said, let me go. Risuru's words after the spell takes effect make Lee Kyung jump. She has to ask him again. Turns out the reason Risuru didn't talk before wasn't to cover for the zombies. It's because he wanted something from them too. Those zombies were useless to him. More importantly, they didn't have Risuru's dream girl, so he couldn't care less about them. Remembering the intense physical action with Meyer makes him feel even better than getting high. Quit beating around the bush and just spit it out. What do you want? Lee Kyung asks, annoyed. He just laughs and says something nobody can believe. Let me join your side. He begs Lee Kyung, saying he'll do anything she orders. He just wants to follow her and be by Meyer's side. What the hell are you talking about? I guess when you're trying to save your own skin, you'll say anything. Kiho wants to splash acid in Risuru's face to keep him away from Meyer, but Lee Kyung doesn't think so. She wants to get all the intel out of him, though his offer doesn't mean much to her. Risuru looks at them with disdain. He might act dumb, but he's got a brain. He knows full well that once they evacuate the people from the camp, they don't have a plan. If they just wander, the ocean in this boat, they'll get caught sooner or later when the fuel runs out. Even if the suicide squad can survive the civilians, they've got nothing. Lee Kyung is speechless because he's absolutely right. Did she underestimate his intelligence that much? Risuru reveals there's an island nearby to hide people, and he's the only one who knows about it. Kiho still reacts aggressively toward the third wheel. Even if he's telling the truth, Kiho objects, certain he'll just end up killing more people. But Lee Kyung agrees to the trade. In exchange, Risuru cannot eat humans and will be under 24/7 surveillance. Risuru couldn't be happier. Besides, high-level zombies don't really need to eat anyway. Lee Kyung orders him to take them to the hidden island. She apologizes to Kiho, but this is the only and best option. From now on, he'll have to get used to living with Meyer and Risuru under the same roof. Kiho can only silently agree. Her decisions have never been wrong, but sometimes he wonders what exactly Lee Kyung is searching for. After Lee Kyung leaves, Ji-hyun finally gets the chance to ask about the long-standing mystery regarding the defensive shield at the breeding camp. Risuru says the answer is the island they are headed to. A tiny little island with one coconut tree on it. This place couldn't even hide a mouse, let alone hundreds of their people. Everyone is skeptical, wondering if Risuru is playing some kind of trick. Lee Kyung speaks up first. Are you lying to us? Risuru suddenly feels a chill. He doesn't know why, but he feels like he's standing in front of Meyer. Has she been hiding her power all this time? First, he has to clear his name. The lady has a short temper. He tells her to press the stone on the island. After Lee Kyung pushes it, the island suddenly sinks to the bottom of the ocean, where there's an entire secret base. Risuru smirks. See? I wasn't lying. This place is more than enough to hold all your people. I found it by accident. You can tell it was built a long, long time ago. Whenever I wanted to slack off, I'd come here. Lee Kyung nods. This place is more than enough. At this moment, Risuru honestly asks why she has to hide her power when she has that kind of ability. She's more than capable of fighting the other Guardians. But Lee Kyung has her own reasons, and she's not as strong as he says. Oh, is that so? Risuru is suspicious. He feels she's at least on par with Meyer, but the important thing is, where did this terrifying group of people come from to be so strong? After pressing the button initially, they return to the surface and bring everyone down to everyone's amazement and awe. Lee Kyung asked Ho Rong to help everyone move their luggage. Her polite attitude was so unexpected that it made him question reality, but he still followed her lead. Afterward, Lee Kyung gathered the suicide squad. She dragged Risuru along to a new house. Nuri popped out from somewhere, judging that she didn't know where this place was, but it wouldn't be bad as a new headquarters. Turns out just a moment ago, Mir had transformed into a plane to fly her here. Just thinking about that, Nuri couldn't help but bop Lee Kyung on the head a few times. As soon as she saw Lee Kyung, Nuri playfully gnawed on her head, complaining that she already knew she was afraid of heights. And she still forced her to go on a plane with a pilot. Anyway, since the plan was a complete success, Nuri let it slide for now and had Risuru escort Ji-eun back safely. When Ji-eun saw her leader worrying about her, she teared up. Who could have known she was so touched? Deep down, Nuri was thanking her ancestors for helping them find this massive, supersized base. Lee Kyung didn't forget to acknowledge Meyer's contribution. Speaking of that giant yacht, Mir had already ditched it. Before grouping up, Lee Kyung let everyone rest and tour their new home for a bit. After that, Nuri summoned everyone to discuss a new battle plan. They had just achieved an unexpected victory, and from now on, this base deep under the sea would be their new headquarters. Even though everyone wanted to enjoy the moment a bit longer, work couldn't stagnate. According to Risuru, the hideout of the leader Resan was still a mystery. That guy had never appeared before the Guardians. So Nuri decided there was only one thing they could do: destroy Resan's infrastructure based on information from Risuru. Rank 5, Zia, Rank 4, Netfest, Rank 3, Arrow, Rank 2, Speedos, and Rank 1, Tourette. The campaign titled Hunting the Leaders of the Suicide Squad officially begins. The first targets were Rank 5 Zia and Rank 4 Netfest at Changworld, a training farm for zombies with extremely tight security and a stockpile of military weapons. This mission won't be easy, but if they pull it off, they'll have a massive, incredible military base in their hands. So the first major goal is to infiltrate Changworld. More importantly, they need to expand their forces. They can't just keep relying on Meyer to come to the rescue, and Meyer, given the chance, would just rush headlong into the afterlife. Ji-eun raised her hand to speak. Assuming our mission of the century succeeds, how do we handle the aftermath? What if we get caught while infiltrating? The zombies will drag their whole gang to swarm us. Nuri, looking intense, explained that was exactly why she chose Changworld. What she was aiming for were the insanely powerful defensive weapons. Changworld even had high fences and gates. Basically, the defense was super strict, so this city wouldn't be easy to breach. Risuru nodded because this was a strictly defended zone created by the Rank 1 Tourette himself. Even zombies couldn't get in, let alone them. Nuri still didn't have a specific plan, but she wasn't too worried about this. In short, just thinking about the future. Conquering Changworld and turning it into a territory for humanity would be like reaching the peak. What if that guy is lying? Kiho was still suspicious of Risuru. He feared that if they went to Changworld and the whole horde of zombies was waiting there, they'd all be buried if they were lucky enough to even have a grave. Risuru provided all the information, but only asked to stay by Meyer's side. It sounded completely unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about that? Do you think I don't dare to betray the zombies? Why do you keep dismissing the loyalty I hold for my master? Risuru defended himself, but then he thought about it and realized Kiho was right. He didn't just want to stay by Meyer's side. He wanted to get active with him, but now that he didn't have limbs, what was there to even do? It was all his fault. He was so happy to reunite with Meyer that he forgot to plan for the long term. Lee Kyung said Kiho wasn't wrong, but they would scout the situation first to verify. She wasn't asking them to follow blindly. She was just looking for the most suitable plan. Nuri cleared her throat, breaking the tense atmosphere. This mission would take a few months. First off, she wanted to ask them for a favor among those who returned from Oreo Island. Select those with potential to expand their forces. This was the original reason she ordered everyone to be rescued. After the meeting ended, Ji-eun ran to the surveillance room. The advanced technology kept her eyes glued to the screens. It was clear they were under the sea, yet the computers still worked. They even had electricity. Most importantly, how did this facility exist at the bottom of the ocean, and where did these inventions come from? It seemed like they used the same kind of technology, as the barrier on Oreo Island developed 100 times over, even before the catastrophe. A world that seemingly no one discovered yet possessed such peak technology. Who on earth created it? Just then, Lee Kyung brought Meyer over to talk to Ji-eun, handing her the knife that Ji-eun had invented which could delay Mir's recovery process. Lee Kyung asked Ji-eun to use this technology to create a weapon that could end Myri's life. "Sister, are you telling me to create a weapon to kill people?" Ji-eun asked, confused. Lee Kyung knew it sounded cruel, but this was why Mira came to them. And it was also Mira's own wish. Ji-eun wasn't creating a murder weapon, but simply crafting something to fulfill Meyer's wish and set him free. "That's right." Lee Kyung nodded. After examining the knife in her hand, Ji-eun suddenly remembered the material she used to make it was something she happened to find by chance, so she didn't know its name either. But just a moment ago, Ji-eun saw an image on the screen. It was the Renji flower, a species discovered after the catastrophe. If they extract the essence from the flower and combine it with metal, it would make it dozens of times stronger than regular metal, and you could forge an alloy with that special power. That's what the machine implies, which means all we need is the Renji flower. They could craft weapons capable of killing Meyer and many others. It's a good thing the computer already had the location of this flower stored. Now the problem is, who's going to go find and retrieve it? After thinking it over, Lee Kyung made a decision. So the next morning on the plane, the pilot used an engine powered by Mir's fresh blood. Garam and Dongho were escorted to find the Renji flower. While Garam was squinting to find the marked location on the map, Dongho collapsed in pain right beside her, because he's terrified of heights. Eventually, the group reached the mountain specifically designated for the Renji flower search. As soon as they landed, Dongho started retching from altitude sickness. Garam checked on him, but also wondered why Lee Kyung sent the three of them. Heck, Meyer could probably handle this all by himself. After Dongho was done, Garam led the team to scout the area. Since they had no idea where it was, they just had to search every single nook and cranny. Right at that moment, Dongho had another bout of morning sickness. He hurried off somewhere else to avoid the camera while he handled his business. Just then, a zombie's face caught Dongho's eye, making him freeze before he shrieked, "Save me! The zombie is gonna eat her!" Garam rushed over in a panic, but it was just a dried-up corpse from who knows when. However, it was covered in splattered paint. Dongho boldly guessed that a superpowered person must be living nearby and taking out these zombies, so they decided to look around to see if anyone was actually living there, and maybe convince them to join their suicide squad while they were at it. Just then, Meyer spotted another body, but this time it was a child. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Garam's mind. The nameless paint splatters on both bodies suggest a perpetrator did this. Just kidding, if someone with superpowers actually lives here, that person must be extremely dangerous. Right then, Dongho remembered a rumor he heard somewhere about a mad scientist trying to merge humans and zombies, and lately there have been human and zombie corpses appearing. Could they be used as lab rats? "I think your imagination is running a bit wild. I don't see the connection," Garam said, though she was feeling a bit spooked herself. She decided to head back to headquarters to report it. Her logic immediately shut that down. She couldn't just turn back. She was the mission commander after all. Hearing the news, Garam was just as shocked as the audience, but Lee Kyung persuaded her with such sweet talk that she couldn't say no, especially the part where she said, "I trust you." That made Garam decide to continue scouting the mountain. "Everyone is waiting for us back home. So let's hurry up and find the Renji flower so we can go back." Garam declared it like a true commander. Who would have thought that by late evening they still hadn't found anything? Not a single petal. Could the Renji flower be extinct? Garam couldn't accept that reality. Was she really only good for eating and sleeping? "Tomorrow I'm definitely going to tear this mountain apart until I find at least one." After grumbling, Garam crawled into her sleeping bag to knock out. She needed a good nap to get her brain working again. Meyer volunteered for night watch. Garam just then realized she had never seen Meyer sleep, and he never seemed tired or sleepy either, so Dongho got to sleep the whole night through without having to wake up for guard duty. Garam sighed. Why is the world so unfair? Meyer is already basically overpowered, and he doesn't even get tired or sleepy. Before, when I ran into that Guardian number 7, I was scared out of my mind just sitting there waiting to die. Back on Oreo Island, I just ran errands. I didn't contribute anything. Now I'm a commander and I'm getting lost. I'm so incredibly clumsy. Garam once had a dream of being a hero, all starting from one night. She was trapped in a burning school. While that's a dream for many students, Garam was at risk of losing her life there. Just then the door opened and a super cool firefighter saved her. Even without superpowers to Garam, that person was a hero. Since that day, what day Garam's dream of becoming a hero to save the world was born. But reality was like a slap in the face. Garam wasn't as strong and decisive as Lee Kyung, didn't have a giant brain like Nuri, and wasn't an inventive genius like June. In short, she was pathetic. Just then, a shrill cry rang out. A little girl was screaming for help while facing a zombie. "I haven't eaten in a month. Gotta get some protein to hit the gym, man." Right then, Garam jumped out and smacked him in the head to wake him up. He rubbed his face and muttered, "I knew it. There's no way a kid was wandering around here alone." "Are you one of those trap setters?" Garam didn't quite get what trap setter the hell meant. Meanwhile, on the cliff above, a figure was watching the fight. The zombie jumped to attack. Garam pulled out a book to read. Whenever she reads a book, she gains its power. This time it was Muay Thai. She hit him repeatedly to give him a taste, but Garam's speed was slow, so he blocked the attacks. She tried to follow up with an elbow to his stomach, but he stood firm after all those hits. "As expected, you're not a normal person, just like they said." Just then, Dong-ho and Myra showed up. "Why split up when you're supposed to be winning battles?" Garam told the little girl to go over to the other two. The zombie, not wanting his meal to run away, threw a huge rock at the girl. Garam screamed for Meyer to save the girl, but Meyer stood still like a statue, pretending to be deaf. Garam gritted her teeth. She used all her speed to rush over and shield the girl. "Heh, what the hell was that, trying to plug a hole in a dam with your own body? You aren't even that strong, are you?" Then he turned to Dong-ho. "If you've got accomplices, I gotta take them out one by one." Dong-ho hurriedly urged Mirai to quickly help Garam, but Mirai couldn't intervene because he was under orders. The zombie was demanding that Garam take him to the human shelter, but she didn't know if such a place existed. A pallet opened, and a flash of yellow light swept across the zombie's neck, separating his bald head from his body, leaving Garam released and slumping to the ground. Not knowing which god had answered her prayers, the little girl was overjoyed when she saw the man and cried out, "A hero has come to save us!" An artist who looked even prettier than Garam stepped forward holding his pallet, his weapon, and the little girl ran up to hug him tightly, telling him that Garam and the others had saved her. The artist flashed a smile brighter than the stars in the sky and said, "Thank you all for saving this little one. I'm Kim Min-sung, a hero." Garam was skeptical upon hearing his introduction. Normally, nobody goes around calling themselves a hero. Min-sung saw she was injured and made an offer. He suggested they go back to the village for treatment. Dong-ho heard this and told Garam to go with him to find some rest. But Garam, tense as a tightrope, refused. They still had other things to take care of after all. Min-sung didn't force the issue. After wishing them luck, he led the little girl back home. Dong-ho watched them leave, not daring to follow. "Garam, you need to get bandaged up. Why aren't you going with them?" Garam wasn't refusing because she didn't want to, but because she had noticed the streak of color on the zombie's neck earlier. It looked exactly like the corpse they had found that morning. According to Garam's great detective deduction, Min-sung was the #1 suspect. Now returning to Mir, Garam didn't understand why he wouldn't help her, but Meyer was just following Lee Kyung's orders. Even so, Garam was deeply frustrated. How could he just stand there and watch when someone was about to die? Suddenly, an image of Meyer looking terrifying when he was angry flashed through her mind, and so she didn't bother arguing and turned to walk away. Garam told herself that even without Meyer's help, she could handle it on her own. After Min-sung returned to the village with the rescued girl, the villagers hailed and praised him. The child's parents, seeing their daughter return with Min-sung, were overjoyed, calling him a hero, over and over. Watching everything from a tree, Garam found it strange. The whole village treated him like a genuine hero. Why would there be a human village here? Garam radioed Dong-ho to see if he had observed anything else. But Garam had taken the only binoculars they had. So much for that. Just then, Garam saw Min-sung walking alone and seized the chance to follow him because a person's true nature is revealed when they are by themselves. He just wandered around the village like a guard. Suddenly, Min-sung stopped and muttered, "Merge, huh." At that moment, he was watching the little girl and her puppy playing together. Through Garam's eyes, Min-sung's look was as greedy as someone starving for days. Should I merge them? Garam hurriedly held her breath and hid behind a wall as he walked away. Remembering the story Dong-ho told about the human-zombie merging experiments, she grew even more curious and was determined to follow him to the end. If he really was a mad scientist, she had to stop him. Inside Min-sung's house, he was talking to a bluebird named Freddy, saying in broken words, "Do it. You won't regret it." Garam stood outside the door, straining to eavesdrop, only knowing Min-sung was with someone. She couldn't hear clearly, "Haha, I almost got caught, but let's try merging them and see." Min-sung laughed wildly, and hearing the word merge again, Garam was 100% sure he was a mad scientist. She kicked the door open and lunged in with a flying kick. "You madman, I won't let you get away with it!" Min-sung laughed happily, bowing his head in thanks to the heavens. Because of that, he avoided Garam's attack. "Found you, you're strong and kind too." Min-sung's words left Garam confused. After a while, he explained that he was being mistaken for a hero. Although Min-sung had superpowers, he wasn't exactly strong. On a beautiful day, while he was wandering around looking for scenery to paint, he accidentally took down a zombie. After that, the villagers started hailing him as a hero. At first, Min-sung felt awkward because winning against that zombie was just pure luck. But the problem was that the villagers kept praising him so much that Min-sung became complacent before he even realized it. His whole life he had only stayed in his room painting, but nowadays he was being lauded like this, stealing the entire spotlight of the mountain. Even though he didn't want to keep pretending to be a hero and wanted to end it all, and he missed the chance. "Besides, everyone here trusts you," Garam shouted. "I clearly heard you say merge or something like that." "Oh, that I just wanted to cooperate with everyone as a hero." Min-sung innocently explained that he had just used the wrong word. Garam asked again what he was doing wandering around the village. "It's because I was afraid you'd reject me." "And what about that sinister laugh?" "Oh, that I have a habit of laughing when I'm nervous, that's all." Garam couldn't believe it. But there was one thing he definitely couldn't justify: the zombie corpses lying all over the mountain, including the body of a child. Min-sung became depressed when mentioning that. It was a child he couldn't protect. This place was very secluded, so it was rare for zombies to pass by. Even though they had been discovered a few times, Min-sung had set traps everywhere, and any zombie that dared to get close was killed. But because of that, rumors about the deadly traps spread and the zombies started avoiding the village. Still, the villagers couldn't escape being caught in the crossfire Min-sung. Min-sung had thought about getting the villagers out of there. But zombies were everywhere, so there was nothing else he could do. Besides, Min-sung had a request for Garam. A while back, some zombies mentioned they were coming to the camp to find him, and he knew he couldn't face them. Just then, a loud noise erupted, followed by a zombie's voice. "Where are you? Come out right now, you trap-setting bastard, I'm here." "Here I am." A red-haired zombie arrived with its triplet sisters to wreak havoc. The villagers saw them and started screaming and running for their lives. Garam hadn't even finished her sentence when Min-sung dashed outside. What was going to happen now that a half-zombie had appeared in the village, sitting there just to keep venting to her? What was the point of that? Good grief, he was terrified out of his mind just seconds ago. Garam was confused but followed Min-sung immediately, not forgetting to call Jong-ho. "Senior, get over here quick." Beep. Jong-ho was annoyed. "Get where to heaven?" "Get." Meanwhile, the red-haired half-zombie was slaughtering the villagers looking for the predator trap Min-sung. It was a bit disappointed not to find him, but having the chance to take out these weak, puny humans got it excited again. "Ah ha ha, this is too fun. Can't believe Rhea ordered a normal half-zombie like me to handle something this entertaining." It danced amidst the blood spraying from the villagers. A streak of blue light flashed across its face. Min-sung had arrived, but the villagers were already almost all dead. He knelt down and apologized. "I'm sorry I didn't get here in time." "Ah, hi. You're the predator trap, right? Why'd you take so long? I've almost finished killing everyone already." Min-sung's blood boiled. He instantly pulled up his color palette, unleashing every single trap and color he had. "You son of a bitch, you're going to pay for this!" he screamed. But just then, a foot planted itself on Min-sung's head. The zombie had leaped over in an instant, leaving Min-sung dazed. All the traps he'd spent months setting just vanished without hitting the target. The zombie jumped up and fired 4 meteor swords toward Min-sung. He stood there like a statue, apologizing to the villagers and his heart ready to take the hit. "Huh, what the hell? Don't tell me that's all you've got," it barked angrily. "If that's the case, this isn't fun anymore. Let's just end it right here." Right then, Garam leapt out and kicked it square in the spine, making a cracking sound. Seeing Min-sung hurt and the piles of villager corpses on the ground left Garam pale. Luckily, a few people were still alive, but only a handful. Garam hurriedly turned to him. "Can you explain this later? Make it quick." Suddenly, Cherry appeared behind her, excitedly asking, "Who's this big sister here?" She swung her blade horizontally, but luckily Garam ducked just in time. She clenched her fist and threw a punch, but for a split second Garam froze and then backed away, panting heavily. She was terrified for a moment, thinking, if I had reached out even a little further, she would have cut it off. Cherry clasped her hands together and mocked, "You're pretty quick on your feet, aren't you? Don't tell me you're the real predator trap." Garam realized right then this is bad. "I can't win. Running away is the best option." She turned to Jong-ho. "Get everyone out of here now, I'll follow." Jong-ho agreed. "Got it. Cherry squinted excitedly. Jong-ho shouted, "Is there anyone left who can move? Help the unconscious ones and get out of here fast!" Suddenly, something flew toward him, accompanied by Cherry's voice. "Hold on a second." The object whizzed past Meyer and the others, finally circling back to Garam, who stood frozen like a statue. Cherry grabbed it. "Don't move. Anyone who moves dies." She introduced herself. "Captain of the 3rd Defense Squad, Trang World Cherry. Me and my beloved sisters share the same body." The others chimed in. "The same body. Our thoughts and actions are one and the same. We get 4 times the benefit from a single attack." She leaned into Garam's face and proposed, "Let's have some fun together, shall we? Let's hack each other to pieces until one of us is dead." Garam was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Cherry gave a twisted grin. "Silence means you agree." Meyer stood there, frozen. She remembered asking, "So I don't need to do anything?" Kyung nodded. "But if something happens, leave it to Garam alone." Meyer, "For example, what if she's about to die?" She had replied, "If it comes to that." "Garam's journey ends here," Cherry announced. "Let's begin." She was absolutely certain that this trip for Garam wasn't the end. Back to the fight. Cherry smirked, her face twisted with pure arrogance and contempt. "Not bad at all. First time I've seen someone dodge my attack." Returning to the fight, a sneer crept across her face, twisted with absolute arrogance and disdain, the first time she'd ever seen anyone dodge her attack. Ah, look at her. She's moving as fast as lightning. Every step she takes leaves behind a trail of shadows. She's surrounded Garam from 4 corners, forming a tight trap. I bet she thinks she can dodge this right. Simultaneous attacks strike from all 4 sides. Garam's eyes narrow, and she suddenly leaps high into the air. She lands lightly, but despite trying to stay calm, sweat beads continuously on her forehead. It's so intense. Why is she just playing with me? Why is she so obsessed with targeting only me? She turns to look at Trez, who is still smiling brightly. Her eyes are squinted, full of intent, like a predator that just spotted its prey. Can I actually beat this girl? Cherry is like a violent whirlwind, unleashing relentless attacks. After just a few short seconds, Garam is covered in injuries, her breathing ragged, nearly losing the ability to fight back. She thinks to herself, every hit is fast, clean, and precise. Watching Cherry strike repeatedly, she realizes every move is aimed right at her. She puts her hands up to guard her chest and stands her ground. Her face is filled with confusion and bewilderment. My God, how am I supposed to fight back against this? Unbeknownst to them, someone is watching the scene. The boy is trembling uncontrollably, his face deathly pale. Jang-ho! He gasps in surprise. He's terrified, tears streaming down his face. He quickly turns to run. I'm out of here, I'm running! The cold, razor-sharp gaze seems to pierce right through her, the murderous intent barely concealed. She unleashes a move, and in front of Jang-ho's horrified eyes, a body is sliced in 2. I told you to stand still! Garam gasps, unable to believe what she just saw. Meanwhile, Sheze is preparing her next move. Pathetic. Humans really are just stupid creatures. Garam's eyes harden, her gaze sharp and decisive. Now is not the time to lower her guard. If she wants to save everyone, she must fight back. She immediately thinks of the martial arts books. She has 3 martial arts manuals in her possession. She definitely needs to make the most of them. Nervous, she quickly flips through the pages to find a way to defeat her. Treese's smile is full of mockery. Look at that confused girl. Are you going to show me your skills now? She continues to pose full of confidence in her own power. Garam tries to charge in for an attack. So exciting! She lunges forward at extreme speed, fist ready, aiming straight for her face. In an instant, the distance between them vanishes. A fierce flame of determination burns in her eyes as if nothing could stand in her way. Okay, the distance has been closed. She can't hold her sword. The chance to turn the tide is here. Trees leans to the side, tightening her fist, then suddenly unleashes a right hook to Garam's chin, snapping her head back. Get lost. It's all because of you that I can't hold my sword. By momentum, Garam leans backward. She's still thinking, just surround her, then make her lower her guard. Her eyes become strangely resolute. I will definitely land this hit. She taps firmly on the backpack she's wearing. She has the ability to absorb knowledge through her whole body. The more she reads, the more she understands. She stays determined, absorbing the information. With just one touch, using the knowledge she just absorbed, Garam unleashes a quick, precise knee strike to Trees like a professional fighter. Seizing the moment she leaves an opening, she immediately pivots her hips, channeling power into her legs and shoulders, and throws a powerful punch. Trees screams in pain. It hurts! Garam realizes this is my chance. She unleashes punches like crashing waves, straight hits and cross hooks one after another, leaving her almost no chance to counterattack. Chez's eyes flash with steady confidence without a hint of hesitation or fear. All right, let's get serious. Not bad, this is getting a bit difficult for me. Garam grits her teeth. She's letting her guard down. It's going to open up eventually. Cherry steps back. What is this? Garam's fighting spirit has reached its peak. She launches herself off the ground, leaping into the air. In that split second of vulnerability, she rotates her body in a perfect spin. Each movement is decisive and fluid like a dance in midair. If I can just utilize that millisecond, then I can defeat her. Trez calmly and effortlessly swings a punch so strong it feels like it could pierce right through Garam's body. It's not how you imagined it, kid. See? The blow is so powerful she can't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly paling. Cherry looks at her with sarcasm. You look so cute when you're like this. She radiates an air of composure and calm. Playing with me requires using your full offensive power, okay? That was a pretty good attempt. Garam painfully collapses, clutching her wounds. Her hands are stained with fresh blood-red streaks, following her fingers and slowly dripping onto the ground. Her eyes show clear fear as Trez steps closer. What game should we play next? Garam is terrified to the point of turning pale. Her hands braced against the ground, instinctively dragging herself backward little by little. Stay away! She cries, watching Jerry aggressively approach with a weapon. Garam thinks involuntarily, no, absolutely not. What do I do? She urges herself, think Kim Garam, use your brain. You said you would save everyone. Stand up and fight, find a way to win. She sits on the ground, her eyes filled with fear tears streaming down. I wish I could actually say those words, but I'm afraid. Suddenly, Garam leans back against a sturdy pair of legs. A gentle voice speaks up, need a helping hand. No matter the situation. Her face remained calm and stoic, even as the woman told her, I can help you at the critical moment. Garam looked down in silence, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. For someone like Meyer, this would be easy. She probably wouldn't even be scared. Then everyone would be saved, right? In Meyer's eyes, she saw only a timid Garam, and for that moment, that was all that mattered. I don't need to be a hero. But her mind flashed back to her childhood, to the memory of a strong firefighter carrying her out of a blaze. I will be a hero. Back then, tears of happiness had streamed down her face. One day, I'll become a hero just like him. Garam clawed her hands into the dirt, sitting alone in the corner, her face slumped, her eyes heavy with a burden she couldn't name. It was hard to even say thank you. As her face darkened, I realized something she'd grown up. That image of the firefighter returned. Children and adults aren't so different after all. Garam stood frozen, realizing she had been terrified just moments ago. I bet that firefighter was scared too, she thought, bracing her hands against the ground. Taking on such a high-risk job, the chance that I might not be saved. As she spiraled, she realized this is what saving people is all about. Chezi cut her train of thought short. Garam erupted in a surge of power. Her eyes glowed a vibrant blue. Lightning crackled around her body and fierce energy pulsed from her hands. Instead of overthinking, she just acted. She lunged forward as her power flared, completely overwhelming the calm, collected Cheze. A new skill! What is that? Are you trying to knock us out again? Jongho shouted. Garam's eyes were filled with resolve. This thought had just flashed through her mind. She recalled the books on her abilities, knowledge she had absorbed. What if I take in knowledge that defies logic, she wondered. Garam shot forward like a lightning bolt, channeling that knowledge. She unleashed a massive shockwave that made Cheze gasp in surprise. Suddenly, Cheze leaped high into the air and the energy blast pivoted 90 degrees, firing off in another direction. A thunderous boom shook the entire area. Cheze dropped to the ground, body stiff, momentarily stunned and speechless, panic rising in her chest. What the hell was that? If that had hit me, I'd be done for. Where did she even pull that kind of power from? Gotta get out of here before things get messy. After the strike, Garam suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, gritting her teeth against the agony. My body feels like it's about to explode. I can only sustain this for a minute or two. Garam glanced at her opponent, calculating, I need to finish this fast. Sensing the murderous intent in her eyes, Chezi jumped to her feet and shouted, All right, playtime's over, I'm heading home now. Consider this your lucky day. See you later, pretty girl. Garam quickly unleashed a palm strike and roared, Where do you think you're going? The energy hit Chez's back, sending her crashing face first into the dirt with a thud. She then spoke sternly, This game should end here, don't you think? Chez roared, My beautiful face. She scrambled up, screaming curses. You think you're so tough now? You think I'm running because I'm scared? I'm just being generous, that's all. As she spoke, Cheze lunged to counterattack. But as she closed in, she heard a strange sound accompanied by a massive 5-pointed star. What's that sound? Before she could find the answer, she was blown backward by an incredibly terrifying force radiating from Garam's body. Garam shouted, "Who asked for your generosity?" Cheze struggled to regain her footing. She shrieked, "Now you've really pissed me off!" Reaching into her side pouch, she pulled out a cluster of hidden weapons and threatened, "Now I'm playing for real." The weapons rained down with unpredictable trajectories, glowing as brightly as a meteor shower. Garam didn't flinch. She focused, searching for a strategy. The Mountain Wave, a detective novel based on a real person, Major General Izensai. In the original, the general used combat waves as a tactical maneuver, employing all 3 of his signature strategies. All of them were written in the novel, and one of them was the first strategy Jansagen. Garam immediately unleashed a powerful strike, a surge of terrifying energy. It was enough to scatter Cheze's weapons, sending them clattering to the ground in a beautiful display. The copies mimicking Cheze's pose shouted out, "Whoa, look at that. Are you gonna go pick them up again? Shut up, stop copying me, just pick them up." As soon as Garam finished her attack, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She covered her mouth, thinking, I can feel myself reaching my limit. I have to land the final blow. Chez, still trying to gather her weapons, stared in shock, stammering, "No! No way!" Garam had unleashed the second strategy. 2 massive waves of energy were launched. But Cheze quickly noticed something unusual. She laughed triumphantly. "I see it now. You're pushing yourself way past your limit, aren't you?" Even though that was exactly the truth, Garam still wouldn't give up. She screamed, "Hong-aeon Jin!" and struck out at her opponent. Cherry dodged it with ease and mocked, "I guess I was right, huh? Your attack was way too obvious. If you keep doing that, who's ever gonna get hit?" Cherry leaped behind her. Enemy, grinning wickedly as she rushed forward, screamed and muttered, "What a waste of a good move. You're literally leaving your back wide open." At that moment, Garam was standing with her back to Cherry, but then a voice rang out, "Not necessarily." Cherry realized something wasn't right. Garam turned, glared at Cherry, and said coldly, "I did that on purpose, just for you to see." With that, Garam suddenly spread her arms wide, a burst of immense power ripping through the air. Hong-aeon Jin is a tactic of using retreat as a disguise. The truth is, Major General Izensai used Hong-aeon Jin to feign a retreat to deceive the enemy, then immediately doubled back. That was the tactic he used. Once the opponent took the bait, Garam unleashed her third tactic, 2 streams of energy converging in a pincer movement, suddenly striking at Cherry. That was Haki Jin. Cherry really hadn't expected to fall into a trap that had been set from the start. She couldn't react in time. Heroism. What does that even mean? The sheer power of Garam's strike hit Cherry, sending her flying backward. Meyer stood there watching silently, his face showing no emotion at all. He thought, overwhelming power, sky-high reputation, those might be characteristics of a hero. But that is absolutely not what a hero is. Sometimes being a hero is a very simple, even foolish conclusion. And sometimes that conclusion means knowing when to risk yourself. After executing the move, Garam stood in silence, panting, unable to speak. Hit by such a powerful blow, Cherry had no strength to resist. She just let out a shrill scream. That power was so intense it felt like everything about her was being blown away. Her body shook from the impact, and a long, deep trench had appeared in the ground from Garam's attack, as she had decided to risk everything on that final blow. In that moment, Garam, everyone watching the scene, everyone was stunned, mouths agape. In the eyes of a little girl, there was even a sense of admiration mixed in. At that moment, Garam had truly become someone's hero. Dong-ho, standing behind, saw this and shouted loudly, "Garam, are you okay?" Seeing her sway, his voice was filled with panic. Garam's legs could no longer hold her up. She felt as light as a flower petal. Garam whispered faintly, "It's fun, isn't it? If it were you, you wouldn't have gone this far." She collapsed to the ground, completely drained of all strength. Seeing this, everyone shouted her name in worry. From beneath the ground, a rose sprouted, and then countless other flowers bloomed, leaving everyone incredibly surprised. Some couldn't help but gasp, "Flowers." Garam lay on the carpet of flowers, her consciousness drifting into a void. In that hazy moment of her life, she saw Meyer standing before her and asked, "I look pretty pathetic, right?" He was silent for a moment, thinking, then replied softly, "No." Garam lay still on the flowers. Suddenly, she made a request. "Could you help me? Just this once, okay?" Meyer asked bluntly. "With what?" The sky was beginning to brighten, the morning sun peeking through, bringing a touch of warmth. She said, "Help me stand up." Meyer stood there, his face expressionless. He held out his hand and replied, "Sure." Garam gripped his hand tightly. She smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." In that moment, the rose that had sprouted from the ground finally bloomed in the new sunlight. Meyer then helped Garam up from the carpet of flowers as she couldn't move on her own. Mir supported her as she moved with some difficulty. "Hey, slow down. I'm gonna die here, really." Meyer just replied, "All right." Minsung, having narrowly escaped death, ran toward them in a disheveled state, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Seeing him able to run so fast, Garam said, "What the? You look better than I thought, huh?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Minsung coughed up a large mouthful of blood. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he sobbed, "Just lie down, please." Garam, seeing his pathetic state, was startled and said, "You're the one who should be lying down." But Minsung acted as if it were completely normal. He kept crying and moving toward Garam, saying, "If it weren't for you guys, I don't know what would have happened." Garam saw him coughing up blood continuously. She seemed disgusted, dodging backward and saying, "Get away." But Minsung didn't seem to notice. He kept frantically thanking her, thank you for saving us." Garam kept dodging, repeating, "Get away from me!" Dongho, watching from afar, observed in silence, saying nothing. He bowed his head, thinking to himself that Garam had been through so much. "What the hell am I even doing? I'm so useless!" The scene shifted to a place filled with glowing flowers appearing below, leaving everyone astonished. They exclaimed and someone asked, "Are you looking for this kind of flower?" She let out a cry and someone asked, "Are you looking for this kind of flower?" It's Meyer's group. They're inside a cave filled with glowing flowers. Garam can't help but mutter, "They're more abundant than I thought." Jongho turns to look at the girl beside him. "Is it really okay for us to take all of them?" The girl who led them there. Hearing this, she asks, "Are these flowers really that valuable? They don't smell like anything." Garam, being supported by Meyer, is shaking and tearing up with joy. Snot and tears are streaming down her face, and she doesn't care about her image at all. In her head, she's just thinking, "Captain, I did it. Commander Jin Garam actually did it." They quickly head deeper into the flower field. Garam speaks up again. "Senior, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up and put them in your bag." Jongho listens and quickly squats down to pick the flowers. Seeing them like this, the girl just mumbles, "I'm just glad they're actually useful." Scene transition. Outside, it's still daytime and clouds are drifting across the sky. Shovels dig quickly into the earth as the villagers bury the deceased in a common plot of land. Minjung, Mire, and Garam stand quietly behind them, mourning the departed. Looking at the graves lined up side by side, Minjung can't hide the sadness on his face. In his mind, he's remembering his childhood when kids would cheer for him, thinking, "The hero, a hero has appeared." Recalling that very moment, Minjung can't help but let tears well up, but in the end he holds them back and lets out a long sigh. Garam seems to notice the shift in his mood. Just then, one of the villagers steps forward and tells everyone, "All right, let's clean up the village." Garam takes the initiative and approaches them, asking, "Excuse me, could you and everyone else find some other place to take shelter?" Garam lets it slip, thinking to herself, "Getting there on our own is hard enough as it is." Minjung is a bit surprised. He turns to look at Garam and asks, "Find a shelter." Garam, still struggling to speak while panting for air, says, "There's a place not too far from here. It's very safe. We'll rescue everyone as soon as possible, so please just stay there for now." Everyone standing there? When they hear Garam say that, they all stop and turn to look at her. Jongho, confused, steps forward and asks, "But why?" That's just going to waste more time. Hearing his question, Garam turns and replies, "That doesn't sound like a good idea." She explains, "If we try to move everyone at once, we'll face too many risks. If the zombies happen to spot us, it'll be a huge mess. We should head back to base first, then figure out a way to get you all there. We need to report back to the captain first." Jongho nods as he listens to her explanation, replying, "I guess you're right." Garam notices Jongho acting a bit unnatural in front of her and wonders, what's with him? Why is he acting so shy all of a sudden? Before she can think too much about it, a villager asks, "Garam, is there really a safe place outside of this one? You will come back to get us right." Garam is caught off guard, unsure of how to respond. She quickly regains her composure, clenches her fist, and promises firmly, "Don't worry, we will definitely come back." Then Garam walks over to Minjung. She says, "Minjung, take this." Garam pulls out a walkie-talkie, hands it to him, and adds, "We'll be in contact, so for now, please take care of everyone." Seeing Garam putting the responsibility on his shoulders, Minjung frantically waves his hand, saying, "I can't do it!" Garam's eyes widen in shock. Minjung, with a sad expression and sweat pouring down from the tension, says, "I don't know why so many people had to die. It's because I'm not a hero. I just kept up that lie because I was scared. In reality, I'm just an ordinary person. I was only thinking about running away." Garam stays silent. When Minjung sees her not saying anything, he tries to bolt from the spot. Garam speaks up. "Who was the one who ran toward the danger immediately? When you heard the screaming, you just ran right out?" Minjung freezes and mutters, "That was..." Garam continues, "It must have been you." Even though he was terrified, he didn't run away. Garam steps forward and places the walkie-talkie in Minjung's hand, not letting him refuse, and says, "Protect everyone until I return. You are still the hero of this village." Taking the radio and hearing Garam's words, Minjung's eyes flicker with a mix of complex emotions. The villagers also start to encourage him. One says, "He's right. Every day you protected this village. It's because of you that we're even alive." Upon hearing the villagers say that Minjung, his voice drops as he says, "Everyone, please wait just a moment." With that, Minjung turns and walks away. Garam watches him and asks, "Where are you going? Still feeling down?" After a while, the sun is fully up and the sky has turned clear blue. Minjung returns. As soon as Garam sees him, she asks, "Back already? Where did you go?" Minjung walks up and unexpectedly grabs Garam's hand. His eyes shining, he says, "I, Kim Minjung. No, the hero of this village will protect the people." Garam is caught off guard by his sudden action. Startled, she exclaims, "What?" Minjung doesn't think twice. He happily runs toward the cheering villagers and shouts, "Everyone, let's think about where we can live." Garam watched him change so rapidly. She just thought to herself, what is he even thinking? Where is he running off to? Is he suffering from multiple personality disorder? Minsung's eyes were sparkling with anticipation for a bright future, seeing that some said it was better than watching him in utter despair. All right, at this point, Garam had already left. Minsung and the villagers happily waved goodbye to their group, and Garam didn't forget to look back and smile at the people there as she left. Minsung smiled back at her as a farewell, the warm sunlight filtering through the hair of the person standing beneath the blooming trees. There, a child missing an arm and a leg was sitting quietly. The scene shifts to the sky, moving to the signal where Kyung was standing. She crossed her arms, looking somewhat surprised at the sight Marie and Jongho had brought Garam back safely, and she was holding a glowing flower. Garam smiled at Kyung, who felt a burden lift, breathing a sigh of relief and smiling back as she watched the three of them approach. She thought to herself that from the moment they found the Renzi flower, the Suicide Squad had undergone many changes. They discovered numerous resources along with basic necessities like clothing. Among the people rescued from the farm, they also received help from a professor at the institute to produce, build, and improve defensive weapons. Everyone started training to use weapons for combat, and people began military drills to effectively utilize remaining resources while dividing up labor and economic activities, and so on. They had established a department to make important decisions, and very soon. Time passed quickly. The scene shifts to someone wearing a hat bowing their head and saying, "Over the past, while everyone has done a great job," in front of a courtyard packed with countless people. Mirigaram, Jongho, and Kyuho were called to step forward. Kyung then spoke, saying, "The efforts everyone has made over these past few months will surely not leave you disappointed. From today and for the next 7 days, we will occupy Changwon." The sky that day was clear, but filled with many clouds, and the scene shifts. On Oryukdo Island, a ship was stuck on a large rock in the middle of the sea. Below, Zera was squatting, picking up half of a broken mask from the ground. Then she muttered, "Time to go catch some slaves." Now, Oryukdo Island was gradually disappearing. What on earth happened there? The scene shifts again. A notice came through a walkie-talkie. "Oryukdo Island has been destroyed," a voice spoke up. "What? And what about Risuru?" "Ah, I am the fourth guardian." Natov responded over the walkie-talkie. Heaven only knows Jerry, while looking at the broken half-mask in her hand. "Now Oryukdo Island has turned out like this. He didn't die along with it, did he?" Natov replied, "We've got a big problem." Natov, currently in a lab, looked at the bodies inside the test chambers and said, "Do we need to attend the leaders' meeting? Regardless, I still want to continue my experiments." Jerry immediately replied with one word, "No." Jerry then warned Natov not to report this to Torrid. Surprised, she exclaimed, "What Torrid will be furious if he finds out. Can you handle the consequences?" Jerry stood up. She threw the half-mask away and replied, "Like that. If I kill off the humans, that would be a big deal." As she spoke, she threw out red rectangular bars, and as these X-marked bars fell to the ground, Jerry shouted with excitement.
She then slammed her blade into the ground and said, 4 years have passed since this paradise world appeared. It's been a long time since the first sunrise, since the moment I awakened in this state. This is the perfect opportunity for me to show off this dusty hidden talent. As soon as she finished, massive pillars immediately shot up, piercing through the ground. Nadov replied, I don't have an opinion on that, but don't target me with that fireworks show. She added that Jae-so Che had returned. She was attacked by humans. Hearing that, Jerry was slightly surprised, then replied with sarcasm, Is that so? A captain of a defense team, and that happens. Where is she now? As she spoke, Jerry stepped onto a boat. Hearing her question, Nathan replied, They say she's at Tron Songsan Mountain in Yongsan. Jerry then blew up the rock ledge. Surrounded by a sea of flames, she sat on the boat and left saying, Yongsan. Which way is that anyway? I hope I won't be disappointed. The scene shifts to another place where the sky is dark and gloomy. Inside the city's protective shield, someone's voice rings out. All right, let's go. There are 2 ions, both with big, sparkling round eyes holding microphones and cheerfully shouting, Let's start the 3rd joint training session. Let the flag-snatching battle begin. The rules are the same as always. There are 2 teams, blue and red, Team Marie and Team Risuru. Whichever team grabs the flag first wins. Miri and another person are leading one of the teams. On the other side is Risuru. He's blushing with excitement thinking about how he gets to battle his master today. Meanwhile, the voices of the 2 ions keep echoing, who will win this round? The prize for the winners will be a bag of shrimp crackers from Oryukto Island, and this is the very last box. Now let's introduce the esteemed captains of each team. Captain of Team Marie Kyuho, Captain of Team Risuru Park Hojang, let us know when you're ready. Hojang steps forward, adjusting his glasses. His sharp gaze scans the opposition as he thinks to himself, Park Hojang used to be a full-time elementary school teacher. Even though I couldn't fulfill that dream back then, and I will chase my new dream to the very end right here. After hours of analysis, he has the ultimate strategy and tactics in his pocket. Hojang is holding a folder looking at his team members. Hojang tells himself that his final mission is to ignite their confidence, including Marie's. Thinking this, Hojang is brimming with confidence. He clenches his fist and shouts encouragingly, We can do this! Because all of you are brilliant, shining talents. Let's go. Those shrimp crackers will be ours. The team members cheer in response. The captain is the best. Kyuho, watching this from the side, sees the whole scene. He immediately turns back to boost his own team's morale. We will be the winning team because we shine even brighter than them. Everyone cheers enthusiastically. Only Mairi remains expressionless. Seeing this, Hojang walks up and calls out loudly, Hey, competing with Kyuho. He says, Choi Kyuho. Are you just going to keep copying me like a coward? The only reason you win every time is just because Marie is on your team. Kyuho, hearing this, doesn't back down and pushes back. There's no cowardice in competition, and stop obsessing over those shrimp crackers, they're ours. The 2 ions are now looking on, happily raising a hand to declare, All right, it looks like everyone is ready, so let the battle begin. See above, merged with previous dialogue for natural flow. As soon as they finish, Risuru's group charges toward Marie's group, weapons in hand, shouting loudly. Hemi, standing next to the girl, speaks up and asks Miri, Master, what should we do? Marie only replies with 2 words, Who cares? The girl with red eyes is Kim Hemi, Marie's obsessed superfan. She says coldly, I understand. I'll take care of this myself. As she speaks, she draws her sword and dashes forward like a bullet, leaving Marie standing there. Marie just has a big question mark in her head. Who is that? Hemi quickly overcomes many members of Risuru's group, her attacks striking true in all the right places. It makes everyone scream, but suddenly a voice comes from behind, Hey you! Hemi immediately goes on guard and glances at Risuru. He looks furious. He charges forward with a bone, attacking Hemi with rage in his eyes. Who gave you permission to call him master? He is my master, don't you dare get in the way! Hemi retorts with a cold, sharp gaze. The master isn't an object. You should watch your mouth, you disgusting, slimy green cocoon. Hearing this, Risuru swings his arm, which is just a bone, and shouts, You foolish human! Arrogant brat, you're dead. He unleashes an attack, and a pulse of purple light immediately binds Hemi's body. She grips her sword tightly and says, You might still think you're the leader, Risuru, but you can't do anything to me with that body. Risuru attacks again, his bone clashing against Hemi's blade. It creates a loud metallic sound as he growls, You say that body. You don't understand the value of this form. The master made it especially for me. Mentioning the body made of his own yarn, Risuru seems overjoyed. He blushes, grinning wildly as he continues, A part of the master is always inside me.
Even if I tried to describe this feeling, a peasant like you wouldn't understand. Seeing his expression, Hemi says with utter disgust, "Gross." At this moment, Kyung arrives. She stands above them, arms crossed, looking down, and asks blankly, "What is going on here?" June, standing next to her, replies, "You've been so busy lately, so you probably don't know about this. Do you remember the Renji sword that was made recently? I'm not sure about the side effects, but after distributing the Renji swords, everyone's physical strength has increased significantly." She emphasizes these words. Watching those below, June smiles and continues. "They've become much stronger than normal people. The best news is that people who have awakened as superhumans have appeared." The people she is referring to are Hemi and Junha. June blushes, looking excited as she continues, "I think we need more manpower. It will help with our plan. Even so, they still aren't enough to stand side by side with you or Marie." Hearing this, she puts her hand to her chin, lost in thought. Everyone has improved so much compared to the beginning. With her teaching them more, people will surely fight alongside them on the front lines, and there might be better strategies too. Kyung looked over at Risuru and Hemi. Watching the two of them fighting intensely, she thought to herself, "Honestly, Risuru is more useful than I expected. I thought everyone would be terrified of him, or perhaps that's just because of his current state." During the training, Jongho gripped his sword tightly, filled with determination, thinking, "I will catch up. I don't want to be a burden anymore." Just as he thought that, something hit him square in the head, making Jongho let out a cry, and then the others were also hit in the head by something and had to stop. Just then, someone snatched the green flag and held it up. Jian saw this and said with a sigh of disappointment, "No way." Meyer snatched the flag in just a few seconds. Another day of overwhelming victory. "Meyer, you're so cool!" Seeing Meyer had grabbed the flag, Kyuho couldn't help but cheer with joy. "Go Mir!" Hojang saw this and, unable to hide his despair, shouted aloud, "Are you kidding me? Isn't Meyer himself basically a cheat code? Why is he even participating in specialized human training?" Hemi was blushing, looking at Myra with eyes full of admiration, and said, "Master is so cool." Risuru heard this and immediately yelled back, "Where are you looking? I already told you he's my master. Don't you dare look at him, you hear me?" Everyone in the team rushed over to cheer for Meyer. Someone spoke up to encourage the others. As always, the training ends with a victory for Meyer's team. Risuru's team try harder to keep up. Kyung stood above, not really caring. She just asked, "How are the test sessions going?" Jun replied, "About that. I've tried performing the experiments and testing various methods, but it's still very difficult to find the root cause." She looked at Meyer and continued, "And the perfect death method still remains a mystery." Kyung asked, "Today I'll join you." June was a bit surprised, but replied, "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, but is something going on?" Kyung simply replied, "I have a special mission. I need Meyer's help." Scene change. After the training, Mir is in the lab with June. He is lying on a chair. June carefully injects the medication into Meyer and says, "MF250, estimated mortality rate 0.00025%. I hope you have a nice dream tonight." June smiled at Meyer. His vision gradually blurred, and Meyer just quietly replied, "Yes," while wondering to himself, "A dream." Meyer sank into the darkness. In this space, he was all alone. Meyer was still thinking, "What does it feel like to have a dream?" Back to reality. At this moment, Meyer's vitals were still showing as stable on the monitor. Kyung stood behind the glass observing Meyer. If the experiment fails again, it will be very difficult for Meyer to trust us ever again. Kyung stood there observing, thinking, but she needed Meyer's help for upcoming missions in the future. The only way to get Mir to cooperate is to awaken the humanity within him. Jiun looked at the computer screen in silence. Seeing him open his eyes, she asked, "Mir, do you feel anything different?" He replied, "No." Hearing that, June answered, "I understand." She typed as she recorded, "MF250 results show no abnormal signs of life. Physical reactions are also normal. The results of the 250th experiment are a failure." Scene change. A knock at the door from outside. A gentle voice echoed, "Who could that be?" Hearing the noise, Jian walked over to open the door and exclaimed in surprise when she saw Meyer standing silently. She asked, "What's wrong, Meyer? Did Lee Kyung tell you to come and help me for the whole day?" "That's right." Hearing that, Jian cheered happily. "That means we can spend the whole day together, right?" However, Jian was lost in thought. "I haven't planned anything for today yet." Suddenly, her face brightened up. "Oh, that's right. Let's make curry together," Meyer asked suspiciously. "Curry?" Then Jian slowly recounted, "Do you remember the wish I mentioned back at the camp?" I said I wanted to cook a meal for you, so I thought we could cook together today. Let's go get the ingredients for the curry. Scene change. Outside, the little girl was checking what ingredients they needed. First, we need carrots. Where could we find them? Meyer, have you ever seen carrots in the village? At that question, he just stared blankly and replied, carrots. At the same time, in another house, a voice echoed, hello, can you hear me? On the other end, someone replied, yes, I can hear you. Garam, while reading the book, continued, when the Trang World plan ends, we will probably come and take everyone away. The person on the other end asked, the Trang World plan. That's right. I think it will be carried out next week. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Oh, wait for a second. Min Seong opened the door, and before he could finish saying, who is it? Jian had already chirped, hello, excuse me, do you have any carrots in the house? Seeing the uninvited guest, Garam looked bewildered and asked, carrots? Why are you looking for them here? The little girl timidly clarified, you don't have any. Why on earth did Myra come here? Mir just kept her usual cold expression, and when she asked again, Mir really did that. She snapped irritably. Hey, Meyer, why are you asking me about carrots, huh? Suddenly seeing the carrot as a braid of Garam's hair, he calmly pointed his finger straight at her and said, carrots, leaving her frozen for a beat. What? Without another word. Garam kicked the two of them out and shouted, go play somewhere else, I'm busy. A while later, Tu Ion hugged the notebook to her chest, eyes staring blankly ahead, sighing sadly. We got kicked out. Where can we get carrots now? Suddenly, she turned and asked, Mister, do you know where there are any carrots? Hearing the unexpected call, Jussie jumped and turned around. Oh, it's Tu Ion. You're talking about carrots. Scene shift to a carrot farm. Tu Ion's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, wow, a whole patch of fresh carrots right before our eyes. Look, carrots. She was still in shock. The little girl turned back and asked happily, have you been growing these carrots all this time? He nodded honestly. That's right. Since I also need to contribute to the community, I've been reflecting a lot on what I should do right now. So I thought of growing carrots. It's quite hard to grow anything else around here. That's why only baby carrots can grow. If you want, you can have them. Hearing that, Tu Ion replied happily. Really? Jussie scratched his head shyly and said, of course you kids are my saviors. The little girl cheered excitedly, thanking him for the carrots. Then, as if remembering something important, Tu Ion held up her notebook and asked, oh, right. Do you have any potatoes? Potatoes. Mr. didn't grow those, did he? Suddenly remembering something, he held up a finger and smiled mysteriously. But I heard that there's something like a potato swimming in the sea. Hearing this wild story, Tu Ion was startled in the sea. Jussie winked and continued. Why don't you go check it out? A moment later, the girl looked up and exclaimed in amazement. Going to the sea. This is a research base. Deep under the ocean, Ji-hun asked worriedly, do you have scuba gear? The little girl immediately answered, yes, I do. She seemed to be looking for something. Then continued, I think there are a few things that need to be taken care of. Do you have a specific destination? Tu Ion spoke up happily. The potatoes are swimming in the sea, so we want to go get some. Ji-hun froze potatoes in the sea. Suddenly, Kyu-ho poked his head through the door curiously. What's going on here? Why does it smell like Meyer in here? Tu Ion greeted him cheerfully. Hello, mister. Hello, Meyer is actually here. He asked about the situation. What are you two doing here? The little girl quickly replied, oh, we're going to get some potatoes from the sea. Tiny air bubbles fizzed and slowly rose toward the surface of the water. Deep in the vast, deep blue sea, full of schools of small fish swimming around, Tu Ion exclaimed in delight, wow, the sea is so beautiful. I've never seen these things before. Kyu-ho swam beside her, thinking to himself, this is my chance to make memories with Meyer. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened. Look over there? He asked curiously. What? Tu Ion stared eyes wide at the brown object floating in the water, her expression full of surprise as she blurted out, there really is a fish that looks like a potato? He froze and replied, what on earth is that? Did it get mutated by the zombie outbreak? Then the little girl continued, Meyer, let's go catch it ahead. A giant creature suddenly lunged out with its mouth wide open, causing everyone to scream in panic. What the heck is that? Seeing its mouth close right in front of them, Tu Ion screamed, no, that thing ate our potato fish? Kyu-ho shouted to everyone, hey, look at that! That fish is missing a fin. That must be a scar from a previous battle. I'm sure this monster is the ruler of these waters. Just as the group was observing, the monster suddenly lunged straight at them with terrifying speed. It's coming right for us. A large, sharp yellow eye. Moving as if it had just discovered something unusual in the deep blue water, Meyer looked up startled by a sudden impact. The monster opened its eyes wide in terror and immediately let out a roar that echoed through the hazy, dreamlike space. Old memories suddenly came flooding back. The big fish remembered a peaceful afternoon swimming around smugly among the smaller fish. "I'm so happy because I am the ruler of this ocean." Suddenly, a powerful white light slashed down from nowhere, leaving it only enough time to gasp in shock. A giant lightning bolt struck the surface of the sea, creating a horrific scene. Amidst the spiderweb-like cracks on the wall, it seemed to be staggering. That day I felt that the fear of death was closing in, and because of that, the fish could not overcome its fear. She even fainted. Kyuho, standing right next to her, dropped his jaw in total shock. Like what just happened? He immediately started cheering and applauding. "Meyer beat it! That's our Meyer for you!" After the chaotic hunting trip, the group happily headed back. Then, "Oh, you're all back. Did Kyuho come along too?" Mir's team returned with all the necessary ingredients plus a massive fish that grabbed everyone's attention. They all pitched in to help haul the fish onto the shore. Jiseon, watching from afar, was stunned. "Wait, why are there so many people here?" So Jiseon had to whip up a giant pot of curry. She frantically threw in veggies and carrots, stirring the huge pot while sobbing, "Somebody help me!" Finally, this rushed meal ended up being the worst dish ever. "Thanks for the meal," they said, staring at the bizarre food in front of them. The three people at the table all turned pale, trembling, and whispered, "Ew, this is awful." Another person, covering their mouth with one hand while shakily holding a spoon, asked skeptically, "Is this even curry?" Everyone started whispering, openly complaining throughout the dining room. "Maybe I shouldn't have come. Jiseon said she was supposed to be a good cook, right?" She could only bury her face in her hands, crying in frustration before turning back and shouting, "What do you want me to do?" Kyuho turned and offered, "Just try it, Meyer. It's not that bad. I think..." "Right. Meyer, you're not eating anything, are you?" He just kept his head down and didn't answer. Suddenly, the question brought back memories for Meyer. Remember Meyer. In the warm kitchen, your mom kindly warned you, no matter what happens, you must never skip a meal. Mom is always watching over you. Clack. A spoon. Suddenly, the image of him alone in the ruins flashed back, little Meyer shivering and sobbing while clutching a chocolate bar. Time slowly passed. The boy from back then is older now. He sat quietly on the bed frame, his face expressionless. He kept chewing on the chocolate bar. Meyer sat blankly motionless in the gloomy space. His hands holding the chocolate seemed to have no strength left. Suddenly, he let the chocolate bar slip from his fingers, watching it fall freely into the empty void. Returning to reality after a moment of hesitation, Meyer swallowed a spoonful of the food. To the shock of everyone around him, "Oh my God!" The crowd behind them all stared, jaws dropped, stunned to witness such a rare moment. "I've never seen Meyer eat before. How is it, Meyer?" After trying the dish, he remained silent for a long time. Then Meyer muttered, "It's terrible." Jason buried his face in his hands, weeping in the corner of the kitchen. Someone standing outside rushed over, calling out, "Jason." Mir said it tastes terrible. Being teased relentlessly, she felt both embarrassed and angry, snapping back, "I know, shut up." Mir sat alone with the plate of food on the table, quietly lost in his own thoughts. On the other side, Kyuho tilted his head, watching his reaction. With a knowing look, hoping this day meant something to him. Right after she took a spoonful, put it in her mouth, immediately winced, broke into a cold sweat, and thought to herself, "What is this?" Scene changed to a bright blue sky with fluffy white clouds. "Minseong, are you there? Are you and the villagers in the shelter okay? About that Trang World plan I mentioned earlier. We're planning to infiltrate Trang World very soon, so please just wait for us a little longer." Garam was lying in bed reading a book when she was suddenly startled, her eyes darting toward the walkie-talkie that was making noise. "Getting pretty bold, aren't you?" she muttered. Who is this?" The mysterious voice coolly declared from the other end, "I'm going to disable all the barriers, so come and meet me." Hearing that, Garam jumped up and grabbed the walkie-talkie while the voice continued, "Both you and I were trained in martial arts, so let's not be rude, shall we?" She was stunned, guessing, "Could it be? You're Jerry." "I'm waiting for you." Garam screamed in anger, "What did you do to Minseong?" As soon as she asked, Jerry crushed the walkie-talkie on the ground. The other end went completely dead. She trembled, clutching the device in her hands, her face deathly pale with fear. Garam remembered the image of herself appearing covered in bandages, but her eyes were incredibly determined, accompanied by a bright smile. "Don't worry, we will definitely come back." Her eyes widened to the max, showing clear shock. Garam could only scream in despair. No! Garam went to report to everyone, it's definitely Jerry. Risuru stood by making a sarcastic remark. That girl is always obsessed with becoming stronger, huh? Even though her obsession is different from mine, she's the only one who specializes in martial arts. Kyung spoke up gravely. We're in trouble. Our plan is going to fail. Suddenly, Garam turned and walked away silently. I'll go first. Worried, she asked, Garam, are you okay? Yes. He watched Garam's back as she left skeptical. Oh, that's surprising. She must be deeply hurt by the deaths of the villagers, right? But Kyung immediately asserted, Garam isn't that weak. She knows how to take revenge wisely. As Garam walked, she muttered to herself, annoyed, crushing the walkie-talkie into tiny pieces. Scene change. A voice spoke up decisively. All right. Nuri stared intently at the battle plan drawn on the board and said with concern, the original plan is too likely to fail. Because of food shortages and limited space, I had to execute the plan as fast as possible, but it wasn't exactly a high success rate strategy. It's because we lack information. Even with a few recent discoveries, the only thing we know about the monster stronghold is, well, that those massive walls were erected in a wasteland. If there's no way to know their numbers, every plan is just a waste of time. But what if the gate here unlocks and we don't have to worry about lacking information? Suddenly, Kyung turns and asks, could Jerry be lying? Risuru speaks up in a protest. I don't think so, that would be insane, don't you think? Then Nuri continues, there will be a battle of strength, our loss rate is 0%, and she will have to open the gate. There will be no reason left to refuse that request. He gasps, excited, with flushed cheeks, thinking to himself, so intense, I wonder how thrilling this time will be. Ah, but I need to stay by the master's side, don't I? He pauses, and Nuri asks back, where is Mireille? Kyung immediately replies, I don't know, I haven't seen him today, let me go look for him, thanks. Cutting to behind an old tree, a voice suddenly rings out, breaking the silence. Oh, is that Meyer? Jason carries a bucket over, looks at him, and asks, what are you doing here? Mir just glances away, silent, not answering a word. She walks up to him and continues, oh, I came here to dump this curry, the stuff you ate yesterday, remember? Jason chokes up as she explains, I researched so much before making it, but they said it tasted bad. If I'd known, I wouldn't have made so much. That's why I've been running around looking for a place to toss it. She looks down at Meyer and wonders, wait, isn't that a uniform? By the way, why aren't you wearing it? I see everyone else wearing one. Mir turns his face away and replies in a low voice, I don't like wearing it. His blunt response leaves her just blinking in confusion. Huh? Watching his lonely silhouette, Ji-sun asks curiously, then why did you bring it with you? Seeing Meyer still sitting like a statue, she calls out to him worriedly, Meyer, is something wrong? A moment later, he lets out a vague answer, I don't know about anything. Until now, I've always felt empty, but yesterday. Mir's face grows sad. I don't know why I feel scared when there are so many people around. Jisun slowly analyzes, it's just that you don't want to think that you're always searching for hope. That's why you feel scared. Meyer, you don't need to worry about those things anymore. He turns his face away slowly, whispering a word full of melancholy. She tilts her head, looking at him, and kindly advises, try creating memories like you're talking to your mother. If you only tell her about fighting zombies, your mother will get bored. Where you've been, the things you've done, the people you've met, the conversations, and the affection you've received. Instead of painful days, tell her about the days you felt happy. If I were your mother, I would be very happy. Under the shade of the tree, Meyer stands silently, head bowed with a face tinged with sadness. Then he turns and walks away. Suddenly, Myra stops and says, that isn't too bad. Jisun turns her head toward him, surprised. Suddenly, a strange trail of blue smoke appears. Then it gently floats through the air. It turns out Kyung had been listening from afar. Then the ash begins to burn like a firework, a small step for mankind, leading them on a special journey. A week later, a foot firmly stomps down on the dusty, barren ground. Changwon runs training the half-zombies. In front of the giant, partially opened gate, someone suddenly points and shouts, look there! Huh! Kyung stands at the head of the chaotic crowd. Finally, the humans have arrived. Someone standing behind asks, where is Meyer? The master is flying here. She concludes, if we rush in all at once, he will arrive in 12 seconds. Do you guys know how long we've had to wait? I've had to wait for 1 whole week. Charge shred them to pieces. Jerry says, we don't need to leave any for him. Cutting to the control center of the stronghold, a voice comes from a radio device. Master Jerry, the humans have appeared at the main gate. Hearing that unexpected notification, A voice immediately replies, "Is that so?" In the middle of the green bamboo forest, she is hanging upside down, balancing on the hilt of a blade. How long until the humans get through the main gate? I wonder. I've already sent the commanders. So it should take at least 3 hours. Get lost, you lowly half-zombies, you mongrels. There are a few rituals before mealtime. Captain of the 2nd Defense Squad of the Stronghold, you'll get a stomachache if you eat too fast. Team 1, once you're done warming up, move out. Captain of the Iron Trampoline Defense Team, listen up. Which one of you bastards took down Jaso Chije? I'm going to crush that son of a bitch. Standing before the captain of the Chemical Story Defense Team, Ki-ung stood tall and cold, waiting as a bizarre black circle appeared hovering in the sky. It radiated waves of energy. Suddenly, a massive beam of white light slammed down from the heavens, creating a violent explosion. Ki-ung stood silent in the fog and spoke softly. "Good, you're right on time. Good luck." Meyer turned and replied curtly, "Understood." On the other side of the building, where a green bamboo forest grew, Jerry wondered, confused. 6 hours? 7 hours? No way could they have gotten past the main gate, huh? She kept doing handstands, but no one answered the captain of the World Defense Team and the pack of low-level semi-zombies. A total of 336 of them were defeated by Meyer in the blink of an eye. The distance from here to Jerry's control center is 3.2 kilometers. In total, 678 semi-zombies died while moving. The time it took to complete the entire process was... But suddenly Meyer appeared out of nowhere and lunged toward her. "Huh!" Jerry's eyes widened, instantly shocked. "Huh! 3 seconds," she thought to herself. Who the hell is this guy? Since when did he even show up? A direct punch flew straight at her face with wind-tearing speed, creating a sonic boom. Taking the full force of the brutal blow, Jerry was sent flying into the air, spinning. After skidding a long way across the ground, she clutched her chest and spat out bitterly. "An ambush, huh? Are you the one who's been causing all this commotion lately? You've come this far, have you? That's impressive. But an ambush that's really unacceptable. Do you know that's rude to a martial artist? Did you get here by bypassing the semi-zombies at the main gate?" "It's so impolite to ignore my hospitality like that," Mia replied nonchalantly. "They're all dead." Startled, she asked, "What?" "But those were the elite of the World Squad, and I was only just informed of a human's presence a few seconds ago. Is this guy really that strong? Lying through your teeth, aren't you?" Suddenly, his figure blurred and appeared behind Jerry. Meyer closed the distance and landed a heavy punch. What the hell, I didn't even know I'd been hit. By the time she was hit the second time, she hadn't seen a thing. She slowly picked up her blade and said, "Right at this point, everything is clear. You're the one who killed the managers, aren't you?" Jerry asked back unexpectedly. "Take a guess. Do you know why I didn't blockade the world site?" Meyer replied calmly. "What are you talking about?" She raised a hand holding glowing floating bone fragments. "To prepare for the day. I met someone stronger than me. If I could dedicate everything to martial arts, maybe I could forget all my past memories. I wanted to forget it all. That's what I told myself." A blazing golden pillar of fire erupted, engulfing his body. He unleashed the flame of Yut skill. He stood amidst the flickering flames. Meyer blinked slowly with an incredibly calm expression. "May I ask you something?" Hearing this, she looked up. "Huh? What the hell am I looking at?" He stared at his opponent and asked indifferently, "Do you know where Jerry is?" She replied, stunned. "What?" Jerry was horrified, thinking to herself, this lunatic. He didn't come here because he knew I was here. It was just a random break-in. She gritted her teeth and screamed in anger. "Damn you! I don't know what kind of power you have, but it definitely has limits." "I am Jerry," Meyer answered dismissively. "Oh, is that so? Then sorry for intruding." No sooner had he finished speaking than he kicked Jerry hard. And I couldn't care less. Her body flew far away, shattering the surrounding bamboo stalks. Collapsing on the ground with a dirt-stained face, Jerry spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene shifted. The entire squad simultaneously drew their weapons and charged forward according to orders. Charge, follow the path. Meyer opened and break inside. Kyung ran frantically while shouting, determined, "We will rescue the humans as planned. We'll go around towards the east from the main gate and rescue everyone being held as slaves." She turned to speak loudly. "I'm putting you in command, Garam." Garam immediately acknowledged, understood. Suddenly, Kyung stopped and said coldly, "All right, then I'll move on." The scene shifted to the guard pillar at the front, the top-tier defense system. 2 men began to gossip. "Hey, what the hell is going on? Should we go check it out?" "I think we should wait. We haven't received any orders yet." Suddenly, a streak of light zipped past. One of them exclaimed, What was that? What just flew past? Kyung looked down from above, looking majestic. Good. So this is the super defense system. It's right in the center of the world site, just like Rasuru said. Within a 50-kilometer radius of the world site at this level, they would be paralyzed for 3 months. But that doesn't matter anymore. I think it's perfectly feasible to let Meyer handle it. Then she knelt on one knee, focused energy around her body, and deployed the enhanced vision skill. That's what everyone thinks my ability is. After that, she dropped to one knee, focusing energy around her body to activate her enhanced vision skill, or at least that's what everyone thinks my ability is. Actually, it's a bit different. My abilities include heightened sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, along with super strength, gravity manipulation, stamina, agility, and so much more. It's an ability that enhances all human senses and physical capabilities. I've just focused more on my vision since it has the fewest risks. Behold the ultimate senses. 580% of the territory is now under control. My aura is exploding violently around my body, spreading across the entire space. From now on, no attack will escape my radar. Across the way, they suddenly swung their clubs and lunged down. How dare you ruin this place? The teenager was terrified and screamed. Suddenly, a flash of light intercepted the strike right in front of him, leaving the attacker stunned. How did you block my attack? Kyung immediately split into clones, scattering in all directions. Don't worry, everyone. Today, not a single human will die on my watch. The scene shifts to Natov's lab. She wonders, who's calling while I'm in the middle of an experiment? The system alerts her, report 2 errors detected in the energy stored in the machine. The second one is being transferred. She stands by, surprised. What are the errors I've been looking for? Those 2? Transfer it. Suddenly, a subordinate speaks up from behind. Lord Natov. She shouts back. What is it? Report immediately. Humans are infiltrating the Trang World headquarters, ma'am. Please give us your orders. Upon hearing the unexpected report, Natov repeats in shock, Humans! She suddenly falls into deep thought. Damn it! Jerry, I told you not to cause any more trouble. Wait, if that's the case, could the errors be related to the humans? Maybe this is an opportunity. As a scholar, I can't lose this chance. Defensive tactics begin now. Natov immediately focuses intensely, activating the pinset system. Then she gives the order, mobilize more defensive troops. It will take a while to finish the activation. The subordinate promptly replies, Understood. Natov raises a hand to control the BC cube. Send an emergency notification. The small device asks, To whom, ma'am? Tourette. The scene shifts. An attack suddenly slams down from above. One of them screams in agony. Garam looks at the one who was just... She takes them down and complains, why are there so many of them? Glancing to the side with a worried expression, she thinks to herself, I have to save everyone quickly. Just as she is saving them, a guy holding a club lunges from behind, growling viciously, Die, you filthy humans! When she looks back, she is startled in terror. Oh no! Suddenly, Gussie charges in and lands a powerful direct punch on them. The bald uncle grins and winks. No need to thank me. Just remember to buy me some carrots next time you're back. She watches the figure running away. Garam barely stammers out a thank you. Jussie cheers out loud. Come on, you half-zombies. She smiles awkwardly and hesitates. Just a few days ago. Humans were still terrified of this operation. No matter how much they were trained, thinking back on what they had to endure, it's really hard to think about defeating the half-zombies. Honestly, I thought I couldn't turn things around, but I was wrong. Here they come, the half-zombies. Amidst the chaotic battle, one of them gasps in shock. How can these humans be this strong? That's right, humans are the honorable warriors of the Suicide Squad. Garam brings her hands up to hold her cheeks, calming herself down. Stay sharp. Jin Garam, stay calm and go save everyone. The scene shifts. A person in a protective suit stands with their arms crossed in the street, loudly announcing, The 88th Squad will support the 102nd Squad, 3rd Prison Security Unit. The man yells, urging them on. Stop standing there. Hurry up. Jugan wipes his face and slowly instructs Hanzo and Juna. I'm leaving the kids to you two. Hearing the instruction, one immediately replies, Yes, sir. Good luck, uncle. I'll keep an eye on them. He stands from afar and calls out loudly, Jongseok Jangun, I've come to visit you two. Jugan walks closer and loudly asks, Hey, kids. Jangun turns his head in surprise, greeting uncle. He asks further, Aren't you going to say hello to me? What are you two working on so intently? The boy looks up timidly and whispers, It's nothing, sir. Since they always call us by our code names, we didn't know it was you calling. Maybe we've even forgotten our own names. Jugun leans down low and gently expresses, Jongsok Janggun. I told you both already, didn't I? You must have forgotten. I will always call you by your real names. Janggun looks down at the ground, his voice sad. Nothing will change. The half-zombies will call us by our code names for the rest of our lives. It's like we're just machines. So what meaning does life even have? Wouldn't it be better to just die then? Seeing the boy's despair, he continues to explain, Do you know why they call you by code names? Janggun wonders and replies, Why is that, sir? Jugun slowly continues, They cannot age or get sick. They just live on like that forever. On the contrary, as time goes by, humans have to go through so many things and gradually evolve. We never stop improving and developing. Janggun, you said they treat you like machines, right? That is exactly what they want to destroy our real names. It makes us lose our human instincts and treat us like mere animals. However, they are always intimidated by our power. Don't waste your lives like this anymore. Keep pushing until that power is fully awakened. Jugun gently pulled the two boys into his arms to comfort them. The day will come, just wait. The two kids burst into tears, clinging to his broad back. Suddenly, Garam stepped forward and shouted, Everyone come over here! The kids stared at her, confused and suspicious. Who's that? What's she talking about? I've never seen her before. She gripped the head of the zombie wearing the protective gear from earlier and yelled, Come with us! Watching the terrifying scene, everyone started trembling and whispering, What's happening? Did she just kill him? She killed a half-zombie. Hearing the commotion, Jugun turned his head. I know you all have a lot of questions, but please just follow me. We're here to save you. The group looked at each other hesitantly, wondering if they should go. What if it's a trap? Suddenly, the old man rushed off. Sir! Jugun poked his head out to observe the battle. Garam hurried to warn him. Hey, it's dangerous here, don't get too close. Amidst the chaos, zombies kept swinging their weapons in a fierce battle. Jugun turned back and screamed, Everyone, humans are fighting the half-zombies, they're here to save us! Hearing the news, the crowd scrambled in one direction, cheering, Is it true? Let's go, hurry! We don't want to be slaves anymore, the old man shouted to urge them on. Jongsok Janggun, hurry up! The two boys ran as fast as they could, shouting back, Yes, sir! Afterward, he turned to Garam and instructed, Please look after the kids and the others. She asked, puzzled, What do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, Jugun turned on his heel and took off running. Run as fast as you can to somewhere else, I'm going to grab a few things. Garam thought to herself with admiration. I don't know who that is, but he's so brave. Thanks to him, I can save everyone without any trouble. Leave it to me, but you have to be fast. Inside the room, he focused on flipping through the pages of the notebook in his hands, whispering, Finally, the day has come when I can read this. Suddenly, Jugun grabbed the file, looking dazed. He looked up at the ceiling. Huh! Suddenly, a notification popped up. Defense system activated. Target humans. From behind, rubble and debris flew everywhere. She screamed in horror. What is that? Inside the room where Jugun was standing, the place started to collapse. Sweat streamed down his face. Suddenly, Kyung appeared on the other side. A massive, fiery explosion went off with a deafening sound. Strange objects appeared out of nowhere. Explosions happened one after another. One team member was nearly wiped out by the strange energy. Thankfully, Kyung pulled him to safety just in time. He stammered, Thanks, Captain. She looked at the objects with suspicion. What are those things flying around? Are they targeting humans? The energy source is coming from the Nathan Research Building. We have to go. Run, she said, trying to navigate inside the building. Understood. She thought to herself, even though I really want to get to the Nachu F, I need to protect everyone. There's no other way. Kyung approached and asked Garam, who turned her head. Captain, I think the Nachu F has been activated. Can you handle things over there? Receiving the sudden order, Garam's eyes widened in panic. She asked back, You want me to take command? Hearing that, Kyung reassured her, Don't worry, I'll support you. Knowing the situation was extremely dire, Garam moved forward. There's no other choice. We're running out of time. I'll do my best, thank you. The Nachu F's location should be at the research zone. Garam was rushing through. Suddenly, a sharp beam of light slashed across her path, making her gasp and look back. Where are you going, girl? Trees swung her weapon and blocked her way, declaring provocatively, We aren't finished yet, are we? Garam opened her eyes wide in shock. It's you! One of the creature's eyes glowed with a bewitching, eerie red light. Remember me now. Of course you must remember. Immediately, Trees shrieked, Because of you, I lost everything. My beautiful face and my friends. I'll make you just like me." As soon as she finished speaking, she kept swinging sharp blades in a frenzied attack, forcing her to struggle to dodge. "Where do you think you can run?" Garam gritted her teeth and thought, "I need to get to the research headquarters quickly." Then Garam whipped her head around and shouted, "Captain, can you hear me?" An unexpected thing had happened. "Help me." Kyung was startled to hear the plea for help. Something unexpected. But then she suddenly lunged at her and roared, "Who are you talking to, huh?" "Don't get distracted." In the middle of life and death, Kyung suddenly appeared to reassure her, "I don't know what's happening, but I think you need some backup." Seeing that familiar figure, Garam cried out, "Captain!" The face of Trez, covered in stitches, roared in anger, "Who the hell are you? Get lost." As soon as she finished, she delivered a powerful slash. Kyung leaped into the air, gathered her strength, and kicked down with a thunderous blow. She turned to her and said, "Don't worry, I'll send a reinforcement signal to Hemi." Garam looked at her, tilting her head, and asked, "Are you not going to fight me?" Without missing a beat, Kyung turned his back and slung his rifle over his shoulder, cold and detached. "I have to protect the humans, so I don't have time to waste here. Reinforcements will be here soon, so hurry to the research facility." Garam replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing about reinforcements, she scratched her cheek, confused. "We have reinforcements. I thought everyone here was already accounted for." In the distance, knocked back by the sheer force of the blow, she threw her head back and screamed in fury. Suddenly, Chise lunged forward at blinding speed, barking insults. "Who the hell was that just now? Bring them to me, I'll kill both of you." Garam looked up at the sky, praying for a savior. "Damn it, I need those reinforcements right now." Amidst a brilliant flash of light, a massive bone fragment appeared. Risuru wore a crazed, echoing grin. Garam stared at him with a deadpan expression. "Oh, master, I'm here." He danced and twisted his grotesque body in the middle of the road. Chese stared in bewilderment. "Risuru!" Suddenly he spoke with a sneer. "Wait, you're Jisoo Chese, right? If not, you look absolutely disgusting." Mocking him back, she snapped, "That's my line. Why the hell do you look like that?" Risuru and Kyuho hurried over. Kyuho asked, "Garam, are you okay?" She replied warily, "I'm fine, but are you two the reinforcements?" "That's right." Risuru was wearing a device around his neck and he could use it to control him. He had promised to follow orders, and so, "We're here as support." Garam asked, visibly skeptical, "Really? Can that stick figure really get anything done?" She quickly looked away, though she added, "Well, I guess I'll put my trust in you two. I need to head somewhere else." "Fine, leave this to me. I won't let her get away." Chese suddenly leaped up and roared, "Where do you think you're going, girl? I told you you're going to pay." "For what you've done, remember." Suddenly, a giant bone blade tore through the air, parrying her attack. He stood there urging her, "Go, I'll handle this." Garam wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, "All right, don't go acting all high and mighty with that body of yours." Helpless, she shouted, "What is this?" He replied nonchalantly, "What?" Chese's face twisted in rage. "Are you really helping the humans?" Risuru replied with a solid, firm voice. "Yeah, that's right. Don't feel too bad about it." Chese was absolutely livid, a black aura swirling around her body. "I was told you were dead. Who would have thought?" "Turns out you've become a loyal dog to the humans. Get out of my way, scum." He spoke slowly. "Ejisu Chese. Do you know the difference between a high-level and mid-level half-zombie?" She answered defiantly. "High-level half-zombies are much stronger than mid-levels. So which one are you?" "Mid-level, and I'm high-level. Even knowing that you still dare to stand against me. Even if you do this, I can still." Chese attacked while yelling, "You talk way too much." A massive explosion echoed out. Kyuho scratched his cheek with his index finger, his face breaking into a nervous sweat. He thought to himself, "It'll be fine, right?" Risuru lay sprawled on the rocky ground, lamenting, "Since when did I get so weak? I never thought I'd become this pathetic. Just fighting humans?" Suddenly, she bolted away. He panicked and shouted, "She's chasing Garam!" He immediately grabbed the remote, mashed the button, and screamed, "Risuru, grab her!" Sparks of electricity surged across his entire body. He shrieked in agony, "The remote, turn it off!" Kyuho hurriedly hid the remote behind his back, putting on an innocent face. "Sorry, I didn't know that's what it did." Risuru had to fly over quickly. "See that? I had no other choice." Chese spun him around like a windmill. "I told you to get lost." Kyuho panicked and yelled, "Do something!" Risuru, still being spun around, thought to himself, "This isn't good. This is too much for this weak body. Human, activate the drug." Hearing that, he was shocked. "What?" Kyuho snapped back, refusing firmly. Absolutely not. Jun said to use it only in life or death situations. Before he could finish, Risuru was slammed hard into the ground. Hey, he argued, we are in a life or death situation. If you don't give me that stuff, both of us are going to die. Kyuho hunched over, stuttering in protest. You should be using everything you've got to stop her. You think I'm just going to let you use that? Lying motionless on the ground, Risuru asked slowly, You want everything over quickly so you can go see our master, right? Hearing that unexpected offer, Kyuho flinched. What? Suddenly, Risuru's eyes narrowed, intense and serious. If I get that drug and take care of her, can I go meet the master? Even just 1 second sooner would be worth it. Aren't the humans in desperate need of our help right now? What happens if all the humans die while we're off chasing her? Hearing this, Kyuho stood frozen, deep in thought. Then he pulled out the vial and said, You're right. Use it to save the humans. I'm not giving it to you because I want to. Meeting Miredo and tossing the vial into Risuru's mouth was just a matter of time. As soon as he swallowed it, his face flushed a deep red. Kyuho stood by watching in bewilderment as Risuru transformed. He returned to his original form, looking thrilled. Oh la la! Seeing this, Kyuho clenched his fists in joy. You really got your body back, now go after her! Risuru just shot him a glance without a word, then suddenly started clowning around in front of him. First, I need to take care of this. Kyuho's eyes widened. Is he planning to betray us? I knew it. Can't ever trust these half-zombies. Risuru grabbed the person in front of him and grinned slyly. Thanks, Naku. I knew you'd listen. As expected, the master's underlings are very useful. Hearing that, Kyuho was left stunned. Huh. Without explanation, he just turned back. All right, now let's go crush that girl. Kyuho was completely baffled. Wait, what? He's much better than I thought. Maybe I misunderstood him. Elsewhere, Cheze was running when a shout rang out from behind. Hey, you! Risuru lunged forward, missing her by an inch. The high-grade half-zombie is here. A sharp, piercing gaze glinted in the darkness. Activating ability Crimson Runway. He didn't give Cheze a chance to fight back, launching a relentless barrage of swirling razor-sharp thorns. Risuru felt a rush of joy seeing his opponent helpless. That scientist was right. Flashback to earlier, even while restrained, he had asked, You're going to help me recover my body? Yoon didn't hesitate to confirm. Yes, the captain said so. Drink this and you'll get your old body back, but it only lasts for 1 hour max. Kyuho couldn't help but be skeptical. What kind of mixture can actually do that? She explained with complete seriousness, Myers' blood. I discovered that Myers' blood contains regenerative cells. Using this parts of your body can be regenerated. Since it's Myers' blood, even your clothes might be reconstructed. Of course, not everything can be restored. First, this has no effect on humans or any living thing. The only subjects for this research are the living half-zombies themselves. Even so, it's not exactly perfect. With this vial, Risuru will be a significant help. Back in the present, he had already sent Cheze flying, and he didn't stop there. They continued to clash, leaving Kyuho to just watch. Speaking of help, he looks truly powerful right now. Is that guy Risuru stronger than her? I know I'm supposed to have faith, but I'm really worried. Can Risuru actually beat her? She wiped her mouth, her words as brazen as ever. Don't get in my way. Get lost. You're blocking my path. Risuru just silently dodged everything. Kyuho had been partly right. All this time, Risuru's behavior had been comical. However, Kyuho's perception was completely wrong. He twisted his body into an arc, leaning the other way to perfectly evade an attack. Risuru suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly cold. I'm the one causing the trouble here. As he finished speaking, Cheze was sent slamming into the wall. He stepped on her head. You're the one in my way. I need to reach the master. Even 1 second is precious. Kyuho didn't know a truth that Jisoo and Cheze had forgotten. Years ago, when half-zombies dominated everything, Risuru was a legend with physical and mental capabilities that were unparalleled. He was a Fredion. To explain, a Fredion is a half-zombie possessing transcendent power. He was the one who reached a managerial position the fastest a legendary super rookie, and that was Risuru. Of course, that legend didn't last long because he lacked the will and motivation. Before long, Risuru disappeared, and that was how he was forgotten by everyone. And right here, right now, that legend has returned, standing alongside humanity. Cheze scrambled to her feet, her voice screaming, What is wrong with you? How the hell are you working with humans, huh? Do you even see what you've done to my hair? These were stitched together from the hair of my sisters. And this dress, it's also made from my sister's clothes sewn together. I lost everything because of those humans. My sisters, my appearance. Everything, I've lost it all. But why aren't you comforting me? Why are you fighting for the humans? You're a half-zombie just like me.
Kyuho sees this scene and is startled.
What is this? Why did he stop attacking?
Could he have been persuaded by her? He still sticks to his old conclusion, indeed you can't trust a half-zombie. Kyuho, get ready to move, grab your weapon, hurry up, let's go. Risuru's gaze is sharp, like a blade just unsheathed. His hand tightens around her, his strength increasing significantly. So what, I don't care about the things you've lost. Risuru leans down, crossing his arms over his chest. Thousands of foreign objects appear out of thin air, pinning Chezi down. This time she completely loses the ability to fight and collapses. He raises his head, arrogance and raw power radiating from him.
Everyone has their own story. Have you ever listened to the stories of all the people you've killed? Of course not, because the stories of the weak aren't worth your time. Same for me, I don't care. That slender hand grips the opponent's head, and with a gentle squeeze, Cheze's life comes to an end. Risuru looks up and quietly finishes his sentence. Because they aren't worth me caring about. Kyuho is frozen in shock, not knowing what to say. He coldly urges him, "Let's go, kid." He looks dazed, finally coming back to his senses.
Huh?
The terrifying face suddenly changes expression. "Let's go meet the master." Just like that, Risuru keeps laughing heartily all the way without the slightest bit of respect. Kyuho watches that unusual silhouette. Scary. For a second, I thought he was about to kill me. For a moment, I thought he might be kind. Half-zombies are definitely terrifying and dangerous. They're probably all the same. He killed her so decisively just now. Just how strong is he? Suddenly, Kyuho wonders, just how strong is Mirei really? To be able to turn Risuru into a toy? Jerry is crushed by the pressure from Meyer to the point where she can't breathe. He doesn't pay attention to her, just swings his sword, thinking to himself, heavy, isn't it? Jerry is sweating profusely. Her whole body is trembling. The Seventh Guardian and Risuru. How could they fight a monster like him? It's like a massive mountain. It's like I'm climbing a mountain peak that I can't reach. Suddenly, Meyer throws her down. She hangs her head low. I don't know if you're being lenient, or if you think I'm just a joke to you. I really can't figure it out. A sword swing comes like a giant hammer, shaking everything. He puts his hand behind his back, his gaze unchanging. A moment later, Meyer retrieves his specialized weapon. He tilts his body, the whip in his hand, ready to strike. A stream of dark energy appears from nowhere and embraces it. When attacking, the whip turns into a stream of black smoke. Jerry quickly understands this technique. You're raising your body temperature and boiling your own blood, then using it like fire, you bastard. Are you copying me? Before she can prepare, Meyer closes in. She hurriedly strikes back, but still talks tough. Your fighting style is so annoying. His body seems to separate into individual parts. His arm stretches out to wrap around Jerry's head. She is bewildered, not expecting this move. What the hell is that? In a flash, Meyer uses the recoil to kick back. He grabs the whip again and advances, his eyes bottomless and slightly hazy. Jerry suddenly lets out a cry as if realizing something. She struggles to prop herself up. I've been wondering this whole time. Why didn't you kill me? Are you waiting for orders from someone? Meyer answers firmly no. Meyer received orders to kill the managers, and that is the most important mission. But at this moment, Meyer feels a strong connection. He suddenly asks an unrelated question. That past? What is it that you want to forget? Have you forgotten that past yet? Jerry doesn't answer immediately, just asks, why are you asking that? Are you pitying me? Just like before, Meyer answers very decisively, no, I also have a past I want to forget. This statement makes her freeze for a moment. Even so, Meyer says nothing more. Could it be that we've all been through this? When we were kids, we got into fights for some reason, and after a few punches, we made up as if the fight never happened. This is because we understood each other better. Through the process of exchanging emotions while fighting, in some cases, that process allows both people to understand each other's feelings. Jerry gives up, closing her eyes and saying, a martial artist needs to train their body. I've realized this, because lately I've been practicing with my sense of smell. This world contains more scents than I imagined. The smell of rain, the smell of autumn approaching. There's still so much more to life. To explore beyond what we see with our naked eyes. Scent not only helps us feel things more naturally, but it also helps us realize so much more. You and I were forgetting those familiar scents. Let me tell you a story from a few years back before the Paradise Era began. It all started in Seoul with the Red Team, an organization born out of failure. People who had suffered losses or injuries gathered in Seoul, where the battles between half-zombies reached their peak. I fled Seoul because I lost my father there. That pathetic man named Jerry.
He was my true family. But back then, all she did was cry and cry. Father? Then I met the red team, and I thought we had become a family. But in the end, it was just a name. Why did it have to be that way? Because half zombies have a broken circuit somewhere in their brains. They only see their own kind as stepping stones. They're incapable of sharing anything at all. A fake family that I should have forgotten. Ironically, it just reminds me of my real family. It doesn't hurt, but it leaves a wound. It's not empty, but it creates a void that can never be filled. In the end, I could never forget it. That's why I became more and more obsessed with martial arts. I just wanted to escape these unnecessary thoughts. Maya remained silent as always, but who knows how she had changed deep down inside. She took the mask off her shoulder. That's enough talk. Thanks to you, I've finally finished it. My power needs time to develop. Thank you for pitying me. It's funny to be telling you this, but regardless, I'm glad I could show you my true skills. Thanks for listening to my story. I've never shared my past with an opponent before. A flame erupted as if to swallow everything. Deployment of skill Redwood Layer 29 complete. Jerry spoke words of appreciation, but his actions were the complete opposite. I will show you all the respect I have for you. Meyer caught a glimpse of her own past through Jerry. He wanted to send all his respect to express his gratitude. The greatest respect Meyer could offer was to completely let go and exchange martial arts at this very moment. He was letting go of his past. From the flames, sharp eyes emerged. The person opposite him was swallowed up in just a few short seconds. Meyer swung her arm, shattering the fire that was consuming her. You didn't stop for a single second. Without hesitation, you charged in. Two forces collided, neither able to gain the upper hand. No way. Since when are you mimicking me? Suddenly she realized, no, he wasn't mimicking her. He had completely mastered her technique. But that only made Jerry more excited. All right then. At all costs, I will climb to the top of this mountain. Let's see if you can keep up with me. My power doesn't stop there. Watch this. For the fourth time to end a Redwood match, you must master the tactics. That means capturing all 4 pieces. When the first strike hits the opponent, they gain 1 piece, and conversely, when they endure an opponent's attack, they lose 1 piece. The process repeats over and over. Until they capture all 4 pieces, the first evolution occurs. The fire, already hot, grew even larger. The first evolution, a dragon made of fire, appeared. The Azure Dragon of the East. Meyer was a little surprised, but not much. The sword in her hand transformed miraculously into a large black dragon. Jerry couldn't help but curse, "Damn, no way." But in that unguarded moment, one of her arms was bitten. The eyes on the mask seemed to merge as one with Jerry, making the expression clear. She screamed, not accepting this fate. The flames erupted even more violently than before. The second evolution, this time a tiger forged from fire, the white tiger of the West. Yet it hadn't appeared long before it was slashed by a blade. Compared to the beasts Jerry summoned, Meyer was a level above. She remained stubborn, still wanting to turn the tables. Fine, I still have plenty of tactics. This time, the flames seemed to be dancing on their own territory, burning fiercely. The vermilion bird of the south, the vermilion bird from high in the sky. It didn't stop there. Come down here, the black tortoise of the north. Let's see how much you can take. The raging fire was suddenly cut off by another force. Clearly, Jerry had seen it all. In front of her, it didn't seem like Meyer anymore, but a terrifying monster. Jerry was so stunned he couldn't recover. My 4 divine beasts! How could you take them down so easily? Suddenly, she fell into panic. How do I beat him? What do I do now? Jerry suddenly let out a breath. Everything seemed to be getting out of control, but his voice didn't sound tense at all. Geez, things are getting serious. It's like I'm actually enjoying this. It's been a long time since I felt this relieved. This battle had something truly special about it. On the outside, it looked like a bloody fight, but deep down, Jerry felt strangely comfortable. Even Meyer felt the same way. It felt more like a conversation than a battle, regardless of the sport. At the make-or-break moment, from the way they study each other's gaze habits and even the rhythm of their breathing, everything resonates deeply, both striving to seize victory, understanding each other, focused on one another as if they were having a conversation. Even in silence, it is a profound dialogue. As blood splatters from the body, Jerry looks back at all the useless things from before. Perhaps I have been waiting for this very moment all along. That's right, this is more than enough. At this point, my desire to live is gone. Mireille is confused, her head filled with question marks as a ring of fire suddenly appears in the center, and the beast remains silent. It has awakened the final evolution, the Fairy King. She softly explains that a fairy is a creature that defies the laws of existence even if its body is immortal. But that doesn't mean its soul is the same. It is an honor to fight you.
Let's leave this place together, my friend. Space seems to freeze. A chilling breath escapes Meyer's lips, small yet unaffected by the flames. Cracks gradually appear on your mask. Only now does Jerry realize too late the dark energy suddenly pouring from Meyer's eyes and mouth, wrapping around whatever just escaped from within you. The scene changes so rapidly it throws her into a panic. What is this? What the hell is happening? The whole building is shaking. No, the entire front line is shaking. On the other side, Garam also feels the earth-shattering tremor. What was that? Hemi's group looks around in confusion. Kyung also gazes in another direction. Marina Toff is deeply startled by the sight before her eyes. What are these numbers? I've never seen anything like this before. What kind of monster are you fighting? Jerry returns to this side. That dark mist keeps clinging to the white smoke. Suddenly an explosion erupts, my fairy, an attack that transcends life and death. Is it having no effect? After the dust settles, Meyer blankly rubs his chin, still not understanding what just happened, while Jerry seems to lose his mind. How cruel. Can you not even make friends and leave with me? Very well, this is the final verdict because we have gone too far. I will see this through to the end. What is happening? Why won't you fight back? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your opponent? Yet Meyer just steps to the side, dodging with ease. He says softly, as if it has nothing to do with him, that fairy is dying. Just as Meyer said, it is slowly fading. She feels a pain beyond anything she expected. Jerry suddenly stops, giving himself a brief moment of silence. What have I been waiting for all this time? Natoff once asked. Do you want me to save the bamboo? Do you want to plant it in my building? What did she say back then? I remember now. That's right, my father loves bamboo, so I want to plant some. She turned away without expressing an opinion very well. I'll bring them over later. Jerry hesitated, cutting in. Also, are you free this weekend? Natoff immediately gave her answer, only asking, what for? Do you want to organize a leaders' meeting? She denied it, shaking her head. No, it's not like that. I want to go on a trip with you and the other leaders. A bit dismissive, mocking. What kind of ridiculous thing is that? Don't contact me if it's not about work. Jerry bowed his head, unable to hide his disappointment. Okay, I'm sorry. When she was left alone, she thought, maybe one day, I will have a friend to talk to. I can't just keep thinking about my father forever. Let's create a new family. Jerry kept following Rasuru with a smile. The lonely bamboo stood amidst all things. She had been rejected by others. Jerry tried with all his might for a bleak future, but the result was still rejection. Her gaze gradually turned cold. Sweat dripped down more and more. The bamboo had become a forest. Wait a little longer, Jerry whispered to the bamboo as she used to soon. Our family will have a new member, a half-zombie. Having a new family member is something that shouldn't exist. Can you become that person? Meyer looked up in confusion. What the roaring flames caused the opponent's body to gradually deform. If I were a human, could we become friends? Your answer was very brief, yes. But that single word ignited hope. Really, I understand now. Someday, someone who can comfort you will appear, and they will become your new family. Her words mingled with the wind, vanishing into the vast emptiness. I envy you so much. Suddenly, Meyer was alone again. His eyes didn't change, yet they were stirring. A poetic image appeared out of place with the situation. Marie's eyes narrowed. Everything felt close, yet far away. He stood there murmuring as if in response, I envy you too. A bright red notification appeared. Jerry is dead. Natoff seemed to go insane, overturning everything. Which monster is causing these errors? Show yourself, come on. In the blink of an eye, the towering building exploded. The bright red warnings didn't stop her from feeling that strange sensation that just brushed past. Nathan spun around, startled. What the hell? The only reply was a cold, chilling voice. Found you. Garam was on edge, calling out to Nathan. Stray thoughts kept racing through her mind. After all her deep research into the Void Mine, she had finally mastered it completely. The activation cycle for the Void Mine had dropped to 2 minutes. Unless Natoff died or Miri arrived after killing Jerry just as planned, she would die if she couldn't hold out. Kyung was also racing against the clock. Good, we're rescuing the civilians just like the plan. Everything was on track, yet a sudden sense of unease crept in. Am I missing something? It felt like something terrible that shouldn't have happened was already unfolding. Natoff stood there silent, not saying a word. The atmosphere turned terrifying. Suddenly she asked, Who is Meyer? Garam was stunned, her voice trembling uncontrollably. How do you know? Before she could finish, Natoff struck. You look like you might be useful, a glint in her eyes. I need to turn you into a semi-zombie. Garam collapsed, exhausted. Everything in her vision started spinning and turning upside down. Her gaze began to shift into something Garam didn't want to see. Elsewhere, Hemi swung her sword at her opponent. She used her weapon to steady herself. So tired. I've used too much of my energy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You shouldn't let your guard down like that. Before he could even touch her, he was struck back. Yunha appeared arrogant and carefree, landing a kick that pierced through his opponent's fastball. The boy scoffed his words sharp. You failure? If you can't even breathe, just step aside. People like you only meet a pathetic, useless end. And me, that will never happen. But Hemi just said kneel. Junha yelled back, frustrated. What, you're not satisfied? I just saved you, you brute. She pressed his head down, lecturing him. If you don't want to die for nothing. She spun around and kicked. I said kneel. Yunha was furious, even though he knew she was right. Are you crazy? Who gave you permission to touch my head? Hemi threw his own words back at him. I just saved you, remember? What an ungrateful brat. When are you ever going to grow up? The boy started squirming the moment he heard that saying something back. You useless hag. Who do you think you are to stick your nose into my business? The girl, having no time for politeness, spoke bluntly. I'm your twin sister. Are you blind or something? Junha couldn't argue back, just stiffened his neck. Just get lost. I'm not going to bother saving you again. Seeing this, Jessie quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Hemi, if you're tired, you should rest. We're here now. Hemi started to reply with a stiff thanks, but was cut off by the boy. Baldy, get lost and play somewhere else. He clutched his chest, pretending to be frail. But I was just worried. Yunha, annoyed, shifted his target. Who are you to worry about my sister? The girl sighed, listening to them bicker. Children, honestly. Hemi turned to look in another direction. That's right. Where did the black-haired senior go? I saw him here just a few minutes ago. Oh, well, whatever. He probably went somewhere else. At the same time, Kyung was firing continuously ahead. The strange objects were being blasted to pieces without mercy. But she suddenly realized, damn it. Why does it feel like there are more of them? It was getting harder and harder to handle. The biggest problem right now was, right in the center of the city, a massive machine appeared, a level 2 defense mechanism, the washer supply system. The moment Kyung saw it, she panicked. These things are being fired at fixed intervals. Just as she said, they were constantly being spawned. A bolt of red lightning tore through the strange object. Kyung ran while mapping out the best plan. Helping others is fine, but I can't help Garam. My best bet is to wait for Meyer. I'm sorry, but please hang in there, Garam. Unseen by her, Garam was clutching her head in agony. A flash of light streaked through her mind as if trying to sever her soul. Garam's eyes widened, and her expression changed over time. From Nothing 001, a book silently opened. A blue power radiated out, embracing her entire body. Void Mind Circulate Energy Cleanse. Natov stood calmly, observing everything. After all, she was the one who caused this. Garam's eyes suddenly turned black, and that pattern appeared, but just a second later, it faded away. As if nothing had happened, she collapsed on the spot. Damn it. Garam could only gasp for air, feeling a secret sense of relief. She didn't know what Nadov had been planning to do, but just a moment later, things would have gotten big. She screamed in fury, What the hell did you do to me? Natov seemed extremely disappointed. How can that be? Do you have superpowers? I don't know how you did that. Such a shame. If you had fully turned into a semi-zombie, everything would have gone much smoother. Garam felt like she had just heard something terrifying. What, she was trying to turn me into a semi-zombie? The mad scientist, the one who wanted to merge zombies and humans, it was her. Even as she thought this, she maintained her composure. What transformation? She didn't just do it to Jerry. She really sees humans as nothing more than insects. A familiar power surged through every cell. Void Mind full activation. Now I can strike without feeling any guilt. Truly, it was good, but she only had 2 minutes at most. She had to end this at any cost. She rubbed her face, looking intrigued. A mad scientist, are you? So that's how you see me. That flash of green light tore through the air like a physical entity, but everything just stops right here, opening up your powers. Are you wondering what's going on, Garam? The attack she just unleashed is fading away, dissolving into thin air, and instead, a bunch of chains appear above Garam's head, binding her. She quickly realizes what this is. What is this? My body, I can't move. It feels like I'm being crushed. No, it's more like my brain is being paralyzed. Just then, a notification box catches Garam's attention and it says, "This is a sign that your brain is gradually deteriorating. Right now, I am the one controlling your body and mind." But she still refuses to believe it. "What is this?" "It looks just like a hallucination." Nathan smiles, shattering her small glimmer of hope. "No. You and I are talking inside your own mind. It would be better if you stopped resisting me because your body is worth studying, so I have to keep the damage to an absolute minimum." Garam is dazed, only able to stare at the other person. A wave of memories rushes back. People with such immense power could only be the team leaders. I thought I could at least put up a fight against them, but I can't. I don't have even the slightest chance. Kyung seems to sense something. She looks in another direction, panicked, her words becoming jumbled. No, this can't be happening." That last move was unstoppable. Blood splattered everywhere. Garam bowed her head, bracing for the pain, but after a long moment she felt nothing. She looked up, her face covered in blood. Garam trembled as she finally choked out a word, "Senior." Her eyes constricted. "Senior! Why is he here?" Natov says nothing, but inside he's in a panic. Who the hell is this guy? How long has he been here? Dongho falls, struggling to speak. "Run, Garam, you can't die here." In another development, Junha is losing his patience. "What is this? This is driving me insane. Is every zombie in the world gathered here or something? Get out of my way, you bastards!" Risuru laughs like a maniac. "Master, where are you?" But before she can finish, she gets hit spinning like a top. He startles and screams at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is this?" Has the medicine worn off already? The next second, Risuru is sent flying by the small fry. Luckily, Kyung is still able to ask, "Are you all right?" Risuru and Kyung move flexibly, turning the battlefield into their stage, running everywhere. Suddenly, she is hit by a surprise attack. An explosion occurs right in midair. Kyung turns, trying to lessen the impact. And on the other side, Hemi is getting tired. If this keeps dragging on, of course Gucci realizes the problem. Everyone is going to be exhausted soon. The strange machine that suddenly appeared is still firing attacks, unleashing them in rapid succession from catching everyone off guard. A system message pops up. Level 3 defensive protocol system providing shield. Kyung forces herself to stand firm, trying to hold out just a little longer. Even though we're no longer the ones with the advantage, I won't back down. The moment to turn the tide is coming. Blood pools on the ground, reflecting Dongho's face. How absurd. To suddenly appear only to end up lying here waiting to die. A death like this really suits you. It's pathetic, isn't it? His vision starts to blur. That's right. Maybe it's better for you to die this way. Rewinding to the past, Lee Dongho, 23 years old. The girl next to him leaves without a second thought. Sungun, remember to give it to me tomorrow, okay? Dongho replies, annoyed. What do you mean? Who is Sungun? Hey, take it back. I'm Dongho, Lee Dongho. I already gave it back, didn't I? Dongho was a nameless kid. Another time when the teacher asked, has anyone not finished the assessment yet? He raised his hand quickly and answered, me, sir. But the teacher acted as if he didn't hear anything. No one else, right? He didn't give up, still trying to respond, I'm here, sir. Even during training, it was the same. Has anyone not received their cookies? Trainee Lee Dongho, number 203. The other person acted as if they heard nothing. Everyone's received theirs, right? Dongho stubbornly repeated, Trainee Lee Dongho, number 203 hasn't received them yet. A life where no one remembers you and no one notices you is no different from living in hell. Until Garam appeared. Senior, where should I put this? He was startled, feeling unaccustomed to it. Even so, Dongho replied indifferently, put it wherever you like. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. Thank you, Senior Dongho. And just like that, Garam walked off with the pile of stuff. He just stood there, dazed, watching. Until the moment Jongho met Garam, he was openly happy, showing off. I bought some new books. You said you wanted to read some new ones, right? While I was exploring the Jinhee, she excitedly ran over and asked, can I read these right here? Jongho blankly repeated, right here. A moment later, Garam patted his shoulder and said, this book is incredibly good. The author's writing is amazing. The descriptions are so vivid and detailed. Jongho laughed like a total idiot and asked, what do you think? Do you like it? But hey, why do you always read right here by me? She lowered her head without answering immediately. Why did you suddenly ask that? He rubbed his bruised face, avoiding the question. I mean, there are plenty of other places to choose from, so why do you always pick this spot? Garam replied very calmly, because it's comfortable. Jongho was a bit surprised by that answer. Comfortable? She didn't look at him, but she understood what the person beside her was wondering. Sitting here makes me feel like we're together because I feel so lonely, for some reason. Sitting next to you makes me feel comforted. Plus, don't you think this place is too vast? Why are you asking that? Do you hate me sitting here? Jongho brushed off the strange feeling and teased back. Do you think I like you sitting here? Garam wasn't pleased at all. What was that? Can't you say something better than that? He laughed, but his antics didn't stop. See, like this, who could ever like you? She was so angry she felt like she might burst. Then go ahead and hate me. But deep down inside, Jongho whispered to himself, because it's comfortable, huh, I see. Being treated as if she didn't exist was more convenient than he thought. He poked his head out of the car and shouted, "Everyone be careful!" But Garam didn't turn back. Because they didn't realize her kindness, she couldn't feel much pressure when conveying this to them. Garam's existence was always just ahead of them. When you reach out to touch it, it has already vanished. I will always support you from afar. That will never change. You just need to move forward with pride and full confidence. Kyung suddenly appeared behind her. Garam, I think all of this is because of Naitov. Can you handle her? The moment she heard that, she jumped. You want me to go and deal with the manager? In the end, for some reason, Garam still replied, I guess there's no other way. I'll go. Jongho kept watching her retreating figure, and suddenly her whole body leaned to one side. He bit his lip, choked with emotion. Whenever you think of the past. If I can at least exist in those easily forgotten memories of yours, that's enough for me. Returning to reality, Jongho had passed out, and Garam's tears streamed down like rain. Veins on her forehead became visible, as if accusing her of useless resistance. The chain rattled, flashing a green light, and Garam's expression grew a few shades fiercer. Her hands clenched tightly, refusing to let go. Though they trembled, she moved forward with some unknown strength. Her legs kept walking. She widened her eyes, struggling as she stepped in front of Naitov, bowing her head without a hint of praise. What are you doing? Don't drain your energy and stand still for me. What are you waiting for? Kill it. Garam seemed to sense something. She turned back to look at the stern face, now expressionless. A small, helpless voice rang out, Senior. But she was only met with a slash from Naitov. Naitov grabbed her by the throat, threatening, You'd better be obedient and behave, got it? Direct fighting isn't my hobby. Tears poured out like a broken dam, never ending. At the same time, Mira suddenly remembered the main task. That's right. I should kill Naitov. Back on this side, strange objects were still flying all over the sky. Kyung raised her gun to aim carefully. Then suddenly she looked up, full of suspicion. Huh! A handsome young man jumped out from the explosion. Kyung could finally smile. Hey, those skills are pretty unusual. Looking at the situation, you probably know by now. We don't have much time left. We must hurry and eliminate all of them. Mira had nothing to refuse. Understood. To fill Mira's gap, the ideal defensive technique that Lycium chose was to maintain a defensive stance. However, it didn't bring about direct results. Because this technique didn't eliminate the root cause of the problem, this decision put them at a disadvantage afterward. But now that Mira had joined, the strength on the human side increased rapidly. The chess game had been turned around, switching from defense to offense the moment the purpose of maintaining the best defensive technique changed, and it became the moment of truth that Lee Kyung had always been waiting for. Mira silently glided past in the middle of the air like it was her home. Kyung was no less capable, continuously attacking and eliminating the root cause, successfully awakening human strength. She turned her head and called out, Thank you for the help. I'll leave Naitov to you. I've finally pinned down the location of the energy source. Just follow the trajectory of the bullet. It'll lead you straight to where Naturf is hiding this time. You agreed so quickly, wait. Kyung felt a bit distracted, wondering if he was just imagining things. Ever since that moment, there's been something different about his aura, but whatever. That's not what I need to focus on right now. Let's wrap up the rest of this, Junha shouted as if she'd just been saved. The captain stood up and got into position. Sorry I'm late. How's the strategy coming along? The kid's eyes sparkled like he'd just seen his idol. I'm not entirely sure, but most of the humans have managed to escape. I'd say we've completed about 45% of the strategy. Hemi couldn't help but judge how his attitude flipped 180 degrees. As soon as he finished talking, Junha changed his tone entirely, but then again, that's just how he is. Didn't you know? The captain is incredibly strong. She's on a completely different level compared to a loser like you. The girl remained calm, saying, Get your hands off me. Kyung didn't pay them any mind. 45%, huh? We've still got a long way to go. Everyone follow me. From now on, I'm leading this directly. The scale of balance is tipping back and forth, and the odds are starting to lean in favor of the humans. It's already starting to tilt in one direction. Risuru refused to stay quiet. I told you I was going to see my master. Let me go right now. Kyuho just wanted to shut him up. Why bother worrying about that? The effects of the drug have already worn off. Stay calm and use this. The brass bullet whistled through the air. Nathan looked over with a hint of interest, then a spark of doubt memories flickered a bullet. Nathan didn't have time to play around and raised a hand, but before she could deflect the shot, a shadow blurred past. In the blink of an eye, her arm was severed clean off, and Garam was cast aside without a shred of mercy. Nathan trembled, her eyes filled with sheer disbelief. What just happened? How? But she still hadn't grasped the situation, barking out, "Get it! Get him for me!" Miri calmly raised a hand, then suddenly spotted something and looked up slightly. It turned out Dong-ho was crying. Even so, Mirai didn't hold back. A massive boom echoed, becoming the only sound in that moment. Only now did Natuf realize, far too late, so it's you. You're that human named Mirai. I never expected you to show up yourself. Perfect timing. You'll make a great test subject for me. She was just about to unleash a move when she suddenly stopped bound. Before she could finish her sentence, she was attacked from the right. Where did he go? Natuf couldn't react in time and was struck dazed. Mirai launched another series of attacks. His form seemed to turn into a phantom, striking everywhere at once. She raised her arms, stammering, trying to speak, but her words were cut short. Bound again! I can't keep up with his speed! Nathan had no choice but to change tactics. Her target was Garam, but before she could reach her, Mirai appeared, bound. She gasped for air, thinking she had finally succeeded. Gotcha! Who would have thought he'd fall into the trap so easily? Even if you fight back, you won't be able to move, so could you just stay still for me? But his next action sent Nathan into a panic. What, he was hit by the move, so why can he still move? Lee Kyung's intuition was right at this very moment. Mirai was different from his usual self. Witnessing Jerry's death had triggered a kind of baseless, anxious feeling, and seeing Nathan still alive like this made him incredibly uncomfortable. A feeling of pressure, of being threatened, danger, regret, despair, and sheer terror all at this exact moment. It's no wonder he was feeling all of that. However, Nathan couldn't sense it. She had lived her whole life as a scientist because she knew exactly where her own limits lay. No matter how dangerous the situation was, she would always find a way to overcome it. Natalie suddenly thought, so that's how it is. After being controlled at the spinal cord, he immediately created another one for himself. So my technique didn't work. Even though her move failed, she could still adapt and learn about Miri's strength and abilities through what was called mind sharing. She refused to give up and lunged again. How about this? Her sharp, slender hand was just an inch from Miri's face. Suddenly, Nathan felt the bones in her hand shatter. The pain surged to her brain. She was like a mad scientist using herself as the experiment. As expected, it didn't work. I don't have the aptitude for combat. How could a human body be as hard as stone? In science, authenticity is vital, so Natuf had to try it once to be certain, even though she knew beforehand it wouldn't work. Unfortunately, it had no effect. It seemed he had lost his patience and launched another attack. Nathan raised her hands to create a defensive shield, still trying to think clearly. Usually in cases like this, there have to be at least some mental flaws. I'll find the deepest weakness in his consciousness. As she spoke, Nathan suddenly shifted her attack toward Miri's stomach. You spun around to cut it down, but in the blink of an eye, a barrage of other attacks came flying, all fired from Meyer's third eye. She didn't panic. She remained incredibly calm. You quickly cleared out the crowd, then leapt up. Meyer suddenly stopped panicking. Found you! A woman suddenly appeared behind Meyer. Meyer, dear, she said, reaching out with a gentle, tender smile. Come here to Mommy. In that moment, you froze. Kyung suddenly heard a faint voice. Help me! She didn't hesitate and ran toward the sound. Wait, this voice sounds a little familiar. As soon as she saw them, Lee Kyung was shocked. Jisun Eon, why are you two here? Clearly only those who had been trained were supposed to come here. Lee Kyung, the two of them lunged forward, hugging her tightly. How are you here too? This place is so dangerous. Let's run away. Kyung was flustered, trying to pull back, but couldn't. I'm the one who should be asking how you two got here. Jisun looked around, acting clueless. Where are we? Kyung was confused, but answered, we're at the Janggun base. As soon as Jisun heard that, her eyes widened. Janggun, you mean the site of that campaign? Ayan started sobbing, holding up the things in her hands. This is a bloodbath. She seemed to snap out of it, terrified. Why are we even here? Kyung didn't know what to do with these two. I should be the one saying that. Jisun began wailing and carrying on. What am I gonna do? Oh my God, I'm gonna die. In the future, I'm gonna miss you so much. Caught in the middle, she was about to lose her mind. You two calm down, let's talk about this slowly. Finally, they managed to explain. It all started on a morning just like any other. Ion had excitedly pointed to the side. "Hey, look over there!" Jisun followed her gaze blankly. "Huh?" She was shocked the moment she saw it. "Isn't that Hemi? I heard there's a combat plan today. Are you not going to join us?" "Perfect timing. I just made some curry, have a few bites." But Hemi's hair was a tangled mess like she'd lost her soul. "I have to pinpoint its exact location or it's going to shatter into pieces." Jisun smiled, not paying attention to what she said. "What are you talking about?" While she was smiling, the scenery just blurred away. The moment they opened their eyes, both of them were on the battlefield. What on earth happened here? As soon as she turned back, she saw Hemi zooming away. "Wait, Hemi, don't leave us behind!" Both of them sensed something serious had just happened. Jisun couldn't stop sobbing. "After that, we just tried to run away." Ion was thinking even deeper. "I thought we were done for, honestly." Kyung scratched her head. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. How did they manage to get out of there safely? Maybe they have a talent for this too. Anyway, what are you two doing? She suddenly remembered what was important. Right. What about the person inside? I heard someone calling for help earlier. She looked at the person suspiciously. Kyung gently lifted the rock. She was right. Judging by the uniform, they were definitely a slave from the Jonggun base. The two sisters chimed in again. "Oh my God, is he dead?" She reached out to check. "I can still feel his pulse. If we take him away and treat him right now, there might still be a chance." But suddenly a weak voice spoke up along with a pile of papers. "It's too late." Jugan struggled to speak. "You must be the one fighting against the semi-zombies. I can't hold on any longer. So please save the others who still have a chance to survive instead. Please read this after the battle is over." Kyung looked suspiciously at the items in the other's hand. "This is..." He mustered his remaining strength to explain, "This is a list of names for everyone at the Janggun base written by me. Most of them have forgotten their own names, but we must absolutely never forget who we are. We are not animals, we are not semi-zombies. We are free human beings." His internal organs were failing, his joints dislocating his spine. Spasming, Jugan was in so much pain he arched his back. "What are you doing? Wait, my body!" Kyung said with the utmost seriousness. "Read the names on the list to me. Just like how you need us. We need people like you to stand up and join us." Let's call their names together. No matter where we are, there will always be people seeking justice. You're right, Nuri. Heroes always exist in many different forms. Jugan smiled and took her hand. What a fierce team. Let's give it our all. But how did you do that? Did you study medicine? Kyung calmly explained that it was just basic first aid. Jason awkwardly remarked that it was an amazing show of support between a strong man and a woman, and the two men could only nod in agreement. Elsewhere, Mir stood silently in place. Ever since his mother passed away, he couldn't stop thinking about her. The strands of her hair, every breath she took before she spoke, the look on her face when she watched him, and how she looked when she lied. That's how he knew. This wasn't his mother, but he didn't do anything. He just stood there listening to Meyer whispering to himself, knowing even without looking back that it was a fake. I'm certain of it, but I want to keep it this way without turning around. Nathan was overjoyed, thinking he had succeeded. Just as I thought, the answer is mental control. I can tear it to shreds. He found the emotions hidden deep within the woman's voice. Meyer, I'll push it deep into the abyss and shatter its mind. Frame by frame, dusty memories flooded back. Meyer! Footsteps grew closer, but then that horrific image returned. Meyer clutched his body, burying himself in a corner where no one could see. The woman called out softly, Meyer! But a shout rang out, Enough! He broke free from the chains and lunged in a heartbeat. She gasped, unable to believe she had failed. Damn it. This doesn't work either. If that's the case, I have to dig deeper into his subconscious. This method might affect my own mind, but I have no other choice. The blue light above Mir grew brighter, then suddenly flared up. Natov seemed to have just experienced something terrifying, yet also as if nothing had happened. Before her sat a young boy huddled on a chair. Nathan stared confused at the only person in the room. What is this? I've never seen anything like this. Suddenly, a giant red shadow erupted from Meyer. She wondered in disbelief. Is that me? Why am I inside his subconscious? It stopped. The colors shifted constantly. Images blurred, became unclear, then festered, looking absolutely terrifying. Natov's body turned black and white as she stared back at the boy. Meyer suddenly raised his head. Even without seeing his expression, you knew he was smiling. His hands intertwined, gripping Natov's neck. As consciousness returned to reality, she had fallen into a trap. She fell like a ball, her voice trembling violently. "What? Why are you pretending to be human?" Natov stammered in fear. "Dad." She rarely felt fear regarding human science, but in that moment, Natov was filled with overwhelming terror. It was the moment she faced this limitless power. You wouldn't be able to understand. Natov had witnessed what he had done. She had completely lost the will to fight. As Natov whispered, a foot was raised. "Dad." Mir didn't hesitate to end his opponent's life. "Dad." That was the final word she could say before dying. He was silent, his eyes filled with darkness. Mir stomped again, a massive sound echoed throughout the building. Garam struggled to get up, seeing the familiar silhouette of Mireille before her. In another development, Jugan shouted, "We can't just keep running away. Let's join forces and contribute." As soon as he finished, everyone cheered as if energized by a surge of adrenaline. Kyung couldn't help but marvel at the miracle. Just one man had boosted the spirits of everyone in Changwon. Just what kind of person is he? The battle plan was 60% complete. Thanks to the locals' help, things went more smoothly, and they began to use the terrain to their advantage, causing Changwon to fall quickly. The battle plan was 75% complete. Without the strong ones to hold them back, the semi-zombies became disorganized and lost their will. The operation seemed to be proceeding easily, but dealing with the scattered semi-zombies was truly difficult. Naturally, the problem was solved immediately. Both Hemi and Junha were giving it their all, 80%. Juicy was tense but didn't run, 85%. Risuru was electrocuted and cried out, 90%. Garam sobbed, hugging Rong, 92%. The steady back that always waited ahead, 95%. The progress slowly climbed, 99%. Jugan read each name seriously. Kim Jezin Lee Yong Rim, and the last one is Kim Sang Rock. Below were 426 people from Changwon. All 52 members of the Suicide Squad, you've worked hard. He held up the paper. We won. The battle plan was 100% complete. The total time was 13 hours and 23 minutes. All semi-zombies were dead, 0 human casualties. Lee Kyung's promise that not a single person would be sacrificed had become reality. The Changwon battle plan ended with a victory for the humans. It was then that Kyung asked, puzzled, "Now that I think of it, what was your name?" Jugan didn't hesitate. "I'm Jin Jugan." Right then, Garam's voice rang out. "Captain, I have something to say." Her voice was trembling. "Jin? Garam? Could it really be Garam?" She looked up and called out, "Dad!" Jugan asked, stunned. "How are you here?" Garam didn't answer immediately, but asked, "Dad, why are you here?" In truth, the two had met by chance before, but the situation had been so intense back then, and so many years had passed, that neither had had the time to fully recognize the other. Garam trembled as emotions flooded back. "Is it really you, Dad?" "It's really you, isn't it?" He couldn't hold back his emotions either. "Garam?" She rushed over and threw her arms around him. "Dad!" Jugan was so moved he could only repeat, "My Garam." Kyung didn't say anything, but his mind had drifted far away. Dad. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "So that's it." He asked seriously, "Little one, are you okay?" "Dad, stop joking." Jugan laughed, his eyes full of affection. All right, I'm sorry." "Thanks to you, I feel a lot less stressed now, don't I?" She had finally remembered. This was the hero Garam had heard stories about in the past. Is destiny really real? There would be plenty of chances to see moments like this later. Kyung couldn't bear it, but he had to interrupt. "By the way, what was it you wanted to tell me?" As the sunset faded below the horizon, Kyung asked, suspicious, "You said this is Dong-ho?" Garam nodded firmly. "Yes." Kyung's expression hardened, frowning at the sudden abnormal turn of events. Of course, there was no need for everyone to worry too much, as these weren't fatal wounds. What was more concerning was not knowing what to do once Dong-ho turned into a semi-zombie like this. Kyung bowed his head, his expression unreadable. "First, get him treated. We'll figure out what to do later." "How many more people are injured?" Kyuho reported. "I'm still checking the situation. Once I confirm, I'll take him to the hospital." She nodded slightly and said, "All right." "Thank you, Kyuho." Under his hat, Kyung bit his lip. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Dong-ho. It's because I'm incompetent that you ended up like this." Footsteps echoed through the bustling atmosphere, so no one noticed. Looking to the right, people were gathered, chatting as if nothing had happened. Turning to the left, the atmosphere was much the same. Mir's eyes shimmered with a lonely glint that was hard to spot. He suddenly wondered to himself, what is a family?
Just then a hand tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, are you okay?" Jason cupped his face, panicking and fussing. "Oh my God, look at this. Your dark circles are even worse now. Are you hurt anywhere?" Mir was slow to react, finally asking, "What?" She shook him back and forth, rambling non-stop. "What else could be wrong? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? I know you can't die, but I'm still incredibly worried about you." The two old men beside them chimed in, "Exactly. I've missed you so much." Jason started tearing up, rambling on about how they almost died too. "Well, at least you're safe now. I really missed you." He suddenly asked flatly, Why would you miss me?" She looked skeptical. She truly couldn't grasp such a question. "What do you mean, why do you need a reason to miss someone?" Mir sank into thought as distant memories came rushing back. "Meyer, you must always remember to take care of everyone around you, okay?" He asked naively, "But why?" The woman smiled so tenderly and replied, "That's how you'll become president, kiddo." But Meyer insisted firmly, "I'm not so easily fooled anymore," with her face full of determination. "You don't know it yet, but I'm going to get every last bit of those congratulatory funds and subsidies. Until I've collected every penny of that money, Mom can't afford to die." He sighed, helpless. "Mom, you're so greedy." She made a face, scolding him. "Meyer, you shouldn't talk to your mother like that. Everything I do is for you." He could only offer a weak protest. "Mom, let go." The woman just squealed with excitement. "You're so cute." "Anyway, Mir, one day there will be people by your side who don't need a reason to be there. You must treat them well, because they are all important people." He felt a spark of interest. "Is that so?" "You're the only important person to me, Mom." She turned serious, her smile warm like sunlight. "That's true, but the people who stay by our side without any reason, they are just as important as Mom." Mir suddenly said, "Thank you." The words shocked Jisun. "Did you just say, thank you?" The two old men took it upon themselves to correct him. "Did you say you love me?" She didn't forget to scold the girl. "Hey, why are you making him say things like that?" Then Jisun turned her head and shouted, "Hey, everyone! Meyer just said thank you! Can you believe it?" The two old men jumped up. "I love you too." A grand journey was beginning to unfold, a spark that would ignite and spread into a raging fire. The history of this new world would be recorded on pages that had already been scorched. But just when everything seemed to have come to an end, the girl trembled, her voice cracking, "Ma'am!" Meyer's complexion turned foul in an instant. The green orb beside Tourette spoke, "Target reached. Guidance complete." He stood there in silence. It felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. Meyer looked up coldly. Tourette asked quietly, looking at what was beside Jerry and Natoff, "Did they give it everything they had?" It confirmed quickly, yes. He showed no emotion, simply muttering, "I see. All right. While I was on my way here, I heard about it." "You're the human named Meyer, right?" Everyone watched warily. "What's going on over there? Is that a half-zombie? Looks like there's one left. Kill it." Tourette lifted his sword, annoyed. How noisy. A blade emerged from his scabbard. One quick swipe and he took the heads of those nearby. Tourette's voice remained as calm as if nothing had happened. "When I heard about the human riot, I didn't think it was much of a big deal, but I didn't think the riot would be this massive. Of course, finding an opponent as capable as you is certainly my lucky day, but I'm curious. Will you be able to give me a death? That is truly glorious." Meyer suddenly stooped down, leaving him puzzled, but a split second later he grabbed Geisen and took off. Tourette tilted his head, sizing him up. "I didn't expect you to run away." Running away was useless, though. Kyung turned back around, her attention shifting to that side as well. What on earth? Meyer's upper body had been severed, yet he still clutched her tight. He spun around and black vein-like tendrils erupted from his lower half, knitting his entire body back together as if nothing had happened. Mir caught the falling woman. Seeing this, Tourette couldn't help but admire the display. "Your ability is truly something else. Fine then, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Let's see how far you can run." At that moment, she noticed the figure standing behind him. Risuru's words echoed in her ears if anyone asked what kind of person the #1 Tourette really was. He's the type who wears a super weird outfit regardless of the weather, keeps his hair in a ponytail, and carries a long sword. He thinks he's being cool, but to me, he's just a total freak. That doesn't really matter. We Guardians don't actually know each other's abilities because we don't need to exchange info or tear each other apart. Honestly, I don't have much to tell you. But there is one thing I am sure of: our leader has vanished. So the most solid pillar of the red team right now is Tourette. Do you know what that means if I say it out loud? As long as you catch Tourette, you don't need to go hunting for the other Guardians. What I mean is the red team will fall apart if you manage to do that. Everyone's still capable of fighting. Follow me. If we do this right then, today, in this very place,
We might just put an end to everything. Tourette looked slightly surprised at what was in front of him. Everyone was standing there, blocking his path. He stopped and couldn't help but ask, "What's this? Are you guys the subordinates of that human named Meyer?" Kyung stood alert, probing his intentions. "How did you know we attacked the barracks? Did you get in touch with Risuru?" Tourette didn't answer, simply addressing Risuru. "Did you kill all the other guardians except for that one? Your hobbies are strange, aren't they? How do you think I knew to come here? Why should I tell you, oh, I remember you could lunge at any moment. I didn't expect you to ask that. But you probably have no reason to listen anyway. Today is the day you die. The era of you half-zombie freaks ends right here." Tourette found it amusing. "Quite confident, aren't you? All right then, bring it on, all of you." Someone's voice trembled. "Where did he disappear to?" He was much colder than before. "At first, I only came here to meet the human named Meyer. If I achieve my goal, fighting anyone else is all the same to me. Show me what you've got." Kyung stepped back, bracing for impact. "I can't see anything. Isn't that teleportation? Where the hell did he suddenly vanish to?" Suddenly, she recoiled, making Garam nervous. "Captain, what's wrong?" Kyung was in pain, her whole body feeling like it was being tortured. Her legs began to go numb, the side effects of the skill she'd used were kicking in. Why now, of all times? Just then, Tourette reappeared. "First, let's start with the weakest one. You couldn't even dodge a simple attack like that. Seems like you're even weaker than I thought." Junha was startled and rushed forward to catch the girl. "Hey, are you serious right now? Are you okay?" She clutched her chest, thinking, "The faster I run, the less sign there is of him appearing. He has abilities that defy the laws of physics. How is this even possible? His power is on a completely different level compared to the other Guardians. Damn it, I have to get back up. I have to protect my team!" Garam shouted in worry. "Captain!" The boy beside him also panicked, calling out, "Hey, don't mess around!" "Snap out of it, are you okay? Hey." Junha's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stood up and screamed into the empty air. "Where are you? Stop hiding and come out. Come out and fight me, you son of a bitch!" "You!" Tourette reappeared from that direction. "If that's what you want?" A slash landed right on Junha's shoulder, but the boy gripped his opponent's weapon tightly. Junha leaned in close, hissing each word. "Don't you mess with me, you bastard! Are you hiding behind me? You dirty player!" Tourette offered a bit of praise, but not much. "Your spirit is pretty tough, at least. But that's as far as it goes. Pride alone isn't enough to kill your opponent. Only when you have enough skill do you have the right to show off your pride. But you've got potential. Rusi couldn't hold back and lunged forward. "How dare you touch the kids? I won't allow it!" But all he got in return was a severed arm and a mocking remark. "Commendable effort trying to overcome your fear, but you're just pathetic trash, incapable of any real growth." "Then there's no point in keeping you around!" Garam shouted. As she raised her foot to strike, she was suddenly cut off. "Stop it, you!" Kyung grabbed her firmly, holding her back. Suspiciously, she called out to the captain. Her eyes glowed with a blue light as she surged forward, pushing Tourette back. "Move!" Then she turned back and screamed, "Garam, it was a mistake to attack. Please, I'm begging you, take everyone and run." Garam felt helpless, only able to scream for the captain. She stood amidst her comrades, agonizing, muttering to herself, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do?" Before long, Kyung was knocked back. She tried to steady herself, but Tourette crouched down, taunting her. "I didn't expect your speed to be this impressive." Turns out there's someone actually worth using. Kyo gritted his teeth, his eyes full of determination. "I don't know where you rushed off to Meyer, but if you're coming, get here fast. I don't know how much longer I can hold out." On the other side, Meyer whispered softly, "Hey." Kyo turned his head in confusion. "Huh," he asked quietly. "Can you save this person?" Inside the hospital, it was packed with patients. It was chaotic. Kyuhoon pushed the stretcher, worrying, "What on earth is going on? Are there still some of those half-zombies left out there?" Mir had left immediately, so he hadn't gotten any answers. No, it's useless to ask right now. Back then, he had asked, "Hey, Meyer, what exactly is happening out there?" But Meyer only asked one thing, "You can save them, right?" Mir didn't wait for an answer, almost like he was trying to deceive himself. "Tell me you can save them. Promise me." Kyuhoon was a bit startled, but nodded. "I'll do my best." The boy looked so angry in that state it would be a long time before he'd answer. Just then someone ran up with news. "Dr. Kyuho, I think you need to get over here quick." "There are so many patients at the door," he asked skeptically. "Many patients." The person stammered, describing the scene. As soon as Kyuho arrived, he was horrified. "Garam." What happened? She only managed to say one thing before passing out. "Senior, please save everyone." Garam, wake up." Someone behind him hesitated and asked, "Doctor, What should we do about those other patients? He hadn't even recovered from the shock of the situation yet. First, get everyone to the operating room, hurry. They responded quickly. Yes. A moment later, the wounded were loaded onto stretchers and moved. Kyuho rubbed his head in distress. Suddenly, there are so many patients needing surgery. I'm the only doctor here right now. Who should I treat first? I can't save everyone. Damn it! Is doing this even the right thing? Depending on my decision, some will live and some will die. There has to be another way. Right then, Risuru's voice rang out. Hey, human, look at this. I'm quite the entertainer, aren't I? Do you know what this is? This is the master's blood that fell to the ground. Now I'm going to drink it like this. Having been electrocuted so many times, Risuru had lost his fighting spirit and started enjoying these twisted little pleasures, the ones I just found. If I flick my tongue like this and then like this... He grew frustrated. Shut up, stop it. Don't you see how serious this situation is? Aren't you impressed? It's an art piece I made from blood, you know. You like it, don't you? Kyuho stared at the object in his hand and asked, You said this came from Myers' blood. Wait, Myers' blood. This is it. This is definitely it. The outsiders, clueless, were still in a panic. What just happened with that building collapsing? I don't know. Let's go find the captain. Just then, an explosion echoed. What was that? Something blurred past. Meyer was moving like a streak of lightning, not letting anyone get a clear look. Now only one thought remained in his mind. Where are you? Elsewhere. Kyung fired repeatedly into the distance. But everything was dodged. Tourette leaped, swinging his sword playfully, mocking, Oh my, your gun was sliced in half. Well, then I won't use my sword either. She was knocked down, but Kyung still tried to get back up and fight back, connecting to the moment. She lunged forward, her body leaning to one side as she lifted her leg, her face twisted in pain. Torres just stood there waiting and asked suspiciously, What's wrong with you? Then, without a moment's hesitation, he kicked her flying. She had no strength left to fight back. At a moment as critical as this, my power is fading, and I can't even force myself to move. Torres rubbed his neck, annoyed. I thought you were worth a fight, but I guess I was wrong. Enough playing around. What a waste of time. Turns out the answer was with that human named Mira after all. Stay down and quit bothering me. Kyung desperately tried to stop him. Wait, get up, please, just get up. I don't know what kind of damage I'll take, but I have to stop him. Damn it, I can't move. My body just won't listen to me. I have to stand up. I have to protect my teammates. Suddenly, a small notification appeared. Do you need help? Kyung asked suspiciously. What is this? It spoke in a soft voice. I am Naria, an autonomous AI replicated by Naturf. She still remembered what that was. An autonomous AI, is this the final fortress Naturf left behind? No, Naturf didn't even know Naria existed. It means after Naturf passed, this AI system didn't disappear. Naria sent out a small heart emoji. Thanks for the comment, narrator. Kyung didn't agree right away, struggling to stand. Why do you suddenly want to help me? What are you up to? I have no ulterior motives. It tried to act cute. I just want to help humanity, because this is an interesting subject worthy of study. Naria inherited the urge to explore and discover from Naturf. That thought process was hard-coded, so I have no choice. She gritted her teeth, thinking, Damn it all! I have no idea what it's talking about, but can this system really help me? Given the current situation, I'd sell my soul if I had to. There's no time to distinguish between friend and foe anymore. Kyung finally gave in, asking softly, Fine, what should I do? But Naria's answer was simple. You don't have to do anything. She looked blank, not understanding at all. It winked playfully. I've already prepared the detonation. Torres asked me to make this during the final showdown a defensive weapon that no one could break. Let's just say it's a defensive weapon that even you couldn't stop. That's why I worked so hard to create it. The weapon seemed to have a target lock as it fired. Its target was Torres. He looked a bit surprised, but not much. A mechanical sound echoed through the space. Super Galaxy. A beam of light shot straight into the sky, drawing Mira's attention as well. Naria flew around Kyung, happily showing off. What do you think? An aerial sniper rifle created by yours truly. This should be enough to wipe Torres out. But she didn't say anything because, there was no one there. Torres had disappeared without a trace. Even looking inside, she couldn't see him. I can't hear a single sound either. Is he really dead? Kyung breathed a sigh of relief. She collapsed to the ground to rest. I can't believe it was that easy to take him down. I don't know if I should say thanks or not. It asked excitedly, Isn't it great? Please leave your praise in the comments section. Kyung asked suspiciously, "Who are you talking to?" She opened her eyes wide, looking at the sky. So that's the move that put Trangwon in such a state. And a move like this might not even be a scratch on Torres. I shouldn't underestimate him. Tell me, Naria, what do I do now? It sounded a bit unhappy, honestly. I told you don't do anything. I just want to keep observing. Kyung couldn't help but exclaim, "Man, you really are a strange friend." All right, I'll think about that later. Thanks to this system, I was able to save
My teammates. What a relief. I feel so light.
But then a familiar voice rang out. "Didn't I tell you not to bother me?" A sharp blade pierced Kyung. Torres's cold voice echoed, "The reason I didn't kill you isn't because you still have value. You're just too annoying. Stay there, feel the pain, and die in silence."
Because a death like this is perfect for you.
Naria kept swaying its body. This was beyond my calculations. AI can sometimes provide inaccurate scenarios. You see, weather forecasts aren't always 100% accurate, right? I don't want to get dragged into this any further, so I'm heading out. She was trembling as she tried to pull out her weapon. A moment ago it said she wouldn't be hurt even if she was attacked. So what the hell is going on with this thing? Get up. Please, just get up. Get back up and fight again. If I let him go now, everyone is going to be in danger. But the moment Kyung stood up, she was stabbed 100 times. He turned back. Obviously, he was the one who did it. "Are you not listening to me, you trashy little pest?" Her legs started to shake. She couldn't stand steady anymore. Her whole body was covered in wounds and blade marks. Suddenly, Kyung asked, "Nuri, what's your dream?" The other person asked suspiciously, "Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Are you going off topic again? We need to quickly map out a battle plan and explain it to everyone else." She tilted her head and smiled. Things like this give us the motivation to work faster. So hurry up and tell me. She was getting annoyed, her hands never stopping. "Don't you know I just want to have a cup of coffee and sip it without having to think about anything? That's what I want. What about you? Why are you putting on that kind of cheesy attitude? Spit it out so we can get this over with." She replied, flustered. "You really are such a pain. Fine, I'll try to be as cheesy as possible. That's the only way people will remember me, right? Then even if it's embarrassing, I have to try my absolute best to achieve my dream, right?" That voice echoed forever. "So what is your dream?" The other person kept stuttering, only saying one thing. Torres asked with a hint of disgust, "Are you still alive?" Suddenly, a burst of force sent him flying. Kyung's eyes turned deep red, as if she had lost the ability to think. She suddenly became several times stronger and kicked Torres away. He stopped and whispered, "You suddenly seem like a different person. I couldn't even react to your speed. How can someone who's about to die like you even stand up?" He raised his hand in the shape of a gun. Torres suddenly dismissed his previous thought. "No, that's not it. She's basically a walking corpse. It's truly astonishing. Only at the very last moment does she show such a magnificent look." "Very well. This time I will fight you with everything I've got." Kyung hunched over, entering a berserk state, and lunged forward. In those few short seconds, Kyung was still wrestling with one thing, her dream. "My dream is, as you can see, I am still very lacking. I can't map out a plan on my own. I can't even make decisions that make everyone happy. Even so, my team members still choose to trust someone as flawed as me. I truly love my team." Elsewhere, Ji-hoon asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Commander? Did you have a nightmare? There are some tissues down there." Nuri came back to her senses and mumbled, "Yeah, I'm fine. We need to go quickly. There's been no contact yet. Something must have happened. We have to get going." She hurriedly replied, "Oh, right." That familiar voice echoed in her memories. "You said you wanted to protect them, right?" The other person replied, "Yeah, I'll protect you." She raised an eyebrow and pointed. "Then you have to survive first. Do you think this is as easy as you say it is? What era do you think we're living in? Are you sure you're even going to survive?" Kyung teased the person next to her, never being serious. "Why are you so worried? Are you afraid I'll die?" Nuri scowled, looking ready to explode. "Stop joking around." She quickly interrupted to explain, "I'm not sure myself, so you have to help me when I'm in danger." "Got it." She finally calmed down. "What could I even do?" Kyung laughed and continued, "I don't even have that kind of ability. I can't let the team members see me looking weak. I can only rely on you, you know that." Nuri laughed along. "I told you to stop it already." Back in the present, she bit down on her coffee cup and whispered, "Kyung, hang in there for me. I'll be there soon." Tourette was torn between praise and criticism. What do you call that? No matter how you look at it, you're someone who just doesn't know when to quit. The time I spent battling you was certainly not wasted. That final form of yours is truly breathtaking. I really ought to show you some respect, shouldn't I? I'll make sure to wipe out every last one of the remaining humans. That way there won't be anyone left. Just as he was about to berate a fighter who had battled to the very end like you, a figure appeared behind him. Tourette turned only to see Mir had already flashed to the other side. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. Just a moment ago it was behind him, and now it's behind him again. This guy is genuinely interesting. Tourette couldn't stop himself from saying, "Came looking for me, did you? Good to see you again. Your people are pathetic, really. But you're different, aren't you?" Mir narrowed his eyes, his face still expressionless. Staring at the wretched figure lying on the ground, he suddenly muttered words that made no sense. "In the end, nothing changes. It's so meaningless to promise I'd kill him. Writing this story for Mother is pointless, too. It's happening again, this feeling like I've returned to that day." Tourette had barely finished his sentence when one of his shoulders was slashed. "What are you rambling about?" Meyer's hands seemed to reach out from the shadows. Why was everything being destroyed? A dozen strange eyes appeared in midair. They unleashed a bizarre surge of power. Tourette dodged them all nimbly, but before he could run very far, something grotesque blocked his path. Countless things like that materialized surrounding Tourette. He stooped low and was forced to draw his sword. His silhouette darted through the air, slicing through everything. What a rare sight. It looked less like an angel and more like a demon. Good. You look completely different from those other pests. I don't know what you're talking about, but that doesn't matter anyway. I'm getting serious now. I'm going to use all my internal power to fight you. Naria pretended to be weak and clutched her body. Oh, a real fight, my goodness, I'm so scared. Just kidding. Who is Naria? Well, you can't feel her emotions, but how you perceive her is up to you. Naria, angel of humanity, will do what must be done. If you don't mind, I'll borrow this body. Suddenly, strange things sprouted from Meyer's body. Tourette stared in surprise as mutations began to emerge on Meyer's form as well, a pile of bizarre flesh rising up trying to engulf Meyer's body. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by it, leaving only his head exposed. Tourette felt a flicker of interest. I really wonder who the half-zombie is now. Meyer let out a strange bubbling sound. He lunged, pinning Tourette beneath him, but it wasn't long before Tourette broke free. Huge hands grabbed Tourette, but Mir tossed his opponent aside and stood up muttering to himself. I thought you had regenerative abilities, but I didn't expect it to be nearly innate. Amazing. This guy isn't just some opponent to be defeated anymore. It's like a complex knot. I have absolutely no idea where to start untying it. Tourette was slightly surprised, but his mind remained perfectly calm. His hand slammed into the ground, creating a massive tremor. Meyer let out an angry, strange bubbling sound. Losing his patience, Tourette struck out. You're too noisy. Tired of the life where you just try to survive day after day. You never thought about the fact that you're all alone now, did you? Heavy rain poured down as Meyer, in a rage, unleashed monstrous tentacles. Tourette raised his hand and summoned a spinning disk of energy. He whispered, "Manifest. If it's a knot that can't be untied, I'll just have to cut it off, dissect. I was planning to blow it to smithereens. But your physical form just keeps regenerating instantly, huh? As expected, you intrigue me immensely. You have limitless potential." Mir's eyes were hollow, but his expression was terrifying. He smiled with perverse delight. Why are you so angry? Personally, I find this fight absolutely thrilling. He stood up and lunged with his weapon, but before he could even touch him, he vanished. Mir stared in confusion, making a sound of bewilderment. Huh! Meyer had never seen anyone suddenly disappear in front of him because no one had ever been faster than him. Tourette judged him with a hint of disdain. Your speed is slower than I thought. Even so, he didn't give up. He hurled a pile of bones. Tourette sliced through them effortlessly like cutting through mud. Useless. Meyer closed in again, raising his fist. This time it was the same. Tourette parried it with ease, but the shockwave from the fist shattered the surrounding rocks and earth a second later. His hand rested near his face. His tone was bored. How disappointing. So you can't really utilize your physical strength. He didn't keep his opponent waiting. The next punch was already incoming. As Tourette parried, he laid out a truth. You don't even have the desire to defeat me. You're just having trouble letting out your emotions. None of those thoughts about how to beat me are working. Not in your current state. No matter how many times you die, you'll never be able to beat me. What if there was some kind of growth catalyst, I wonder? He pressed his foot harder onto Meyer's head. He suddenly remembered the scene from earlier. Now that I think about it, why were you hugging a woman and running away? She seems very important to you. Maybe I should kill her. The moment those words left his lips, the look in Meyer's eyes changed. His voice trembled, yet it held a sudden, firm resolve. No. Tourette asked, unsatisfied. What? Everything felt as if it were being crushed by a terrifying pressure. "Don't you dare!" Meyer leaped up, gifted him a friendly punch, and spun around to follow up with a spectacular kick. Meyer knew no fatigue. His eyes held only killing intent. A massive blade of bone appeared from thin air. Mir's hand swung down like the scythe of death. A loud boom echoed everywhere. He gasped for air, stopping as if he had run out of steam, but that voice still rang out. "Even better than a Super Galaxy move, huh? But my apologies. How about this? Tricks like that won't kill me. I've already shown you what my power is capable of. And you, that's all you've got, that's enough. I've realized that you could be even stronger if you could trigger the emotions deep inside. Even if I told you for 100 days, you might not understand. Let me help you feel it. There are many ways to push your physical power to the limit. The most important thing is the sheer determination to kill your opponent depending on how you feel. It will show your true form breaking past your limits. The physical gap between us isn't all that big. Who knows, your side might even be superior. From this moment on, that feeling you're experiencing right now, remember it well." Tourette struck with such force that Mir was sent flying several kilometers away. The feeling of failure, loss, and fear. No matter what it is, your weakness will cost you everything. From now on, I will be the one to guide you down the path you must take. The black orb just kept getting bigger and bigger until finally it was massive enough to swallow everything whole. Everyone was panicking. What on earth was flying toward them? What the hell is that? Kyuho peered out the window in shock. Meyer was standing there, frozen in place. He tried to hold his ground, but his body kept giving out. Tourette whispered something like a farewell. "We'll see each other again soon. I hope when we do, we'll have a different perspective on one another." Meyer gritted his teeth, not saying a word. From the distance, the orb was still slowly descending. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the air. "My hand!" My eyes widened in shock. Lying on the bed was Jixian, covered in blood. Today, for the first time, Meyer felt human emotions. The scene turned black and white. "Mom, it's all over now." "Don't you remember me? I've missed you so much. What should we do now? Let's eat and talk together, shall we?" "How do you feel, Mom?" "I want to eat the curry you used to make. I'll eat with you and—" The woman turned her head slightly and lied. "That won't be possible, dear." Meyer asked suspiciously. "What do you mean?" She spoke gently. "Parents are always ready to let go so their children can move forward. Of course, it's never easy. But at the very least, instead of choosing for your mother, you can choose for yourself." Meyer, still naive, didn't quite understand. "Mom, what are you talking about?" The woman suddenly called out, "Meyer, you have to go now!" "Because this isn't over yet." Mir's eyes were still wide with shock. He sat up. Sunlight streamed through the window as Two-Ion ran over, constantly checking on him. "Mir, are you okay?" "You're finally awake. Thank goodness, you've been out for 3 whole days. You had me so worried." Meyer, still dazed, asked, 3 days? The girl jumped, startled, and called out, "Meyer, where are you going?" He was panting, but he kept walking. The scenes flashed by. Everyone there was terrified. "Meyer, you're finally awake." And there a woman was deep in slumber, sweat dripping from her brow. Meyer felt a strange sense of peace. Someone couldn't hold back their voice. "You mean she swallowed it whole?" Ji-hyun answered with deep seriousness. "Yeah, Meyer swallowed the entire black orb that Tourette released. That's the only reason everyone survived." Garam didn't quite get it. "What do you mean by that? Can you explain it in more detail?" She didn't hold anything back. It happened like this. When we arrived, Tourette's black orb had already fallen. The orb was big enough to cover the entire garrison. I'm not exactly sure what its power was, but it seemed like anything that touched it vanished instantly. In the meantime, Mir held the orb back for quite a while. I really wanted to help him, but I didn't know where to start or how to help. Then she gasped in pure shock. "He actually swallowed the whole orb. Is that really what happened?" Ji-hyun nodded. "That's right." Garam's face was filled with pure disbelief. "How is that even possible?" She continued, lost in thought. It looked like he was digesting it. Inside Meyer's body, a process of destruction and creation kept repeating. And just like that, after hours, no, almost a whole day of repeating that, the black orb finally disappeared, but Meyer's spirit was gone too. She asked tentatively, "So Meyer is still in a coma?" Hearing this, Ji-hyun hesitated for a moment. About that. Even though his wounds have completely healed, we don't know when he'll wake up." Two-Ion leaned over, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "Meyer, do you know why she took care of you?" Mir replied firmly no. The girl smiled tenderly, as if remembering something happy. "Back in Oreodu, the look on your face was like you had lost your whole world. She used to be a teacher at an orphanage. She said she understood what parents mean to children. Light caught the face of the person sleeping peacefully. He remained silent, not saying another word. Juicy looked surprised, unable to believe it. But how are we still alive? I thought for sure we were all dead. So it was Kyuhyun who saved us, right? Jun hung his head, looking a bit guilty. Yeah, he used Meyer's blood to do it. I'll ask for details later. The person next to him snapped, slamming their hand on the table. Is that really what's important right now? Why didn't you help? Garam barked back, sounding harsh. Think before you speak, Junha. You were supposed to support the captain until the very end. How could you just run away like a coward? She kept her head down, trying to avoid the confrontation. The captain ordered me. She told me to get everyone out of there no matter what. The young guy looked like he was losing it. The captain said that, so you just ran off seriously. We were supposed to fight together until the bitter end, even if it meant dying. If you'd stayed, the captain might have survived along with you. Oh, is that right? It's your fault the captain... Garam slammed her hand on the table and stood up. And what about you? You were knocked flat on your back there too. You talk like you're so much better. Junha gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with threat. Say that again, you bitch. I gave it everything I had. I was ready to fight until I died. You hear me? The other two rushed over to hold them back. Hey, both of you stop it. She didn't want to hear anymore and punched him. Do you think I wanted to run? The captain ordered it. What was I supposed to do? Tell me, what choice did I have? The others scrambled, each grabbing one of them. Hurry, hold them back. That's enough, you two. But Garam kept screaming. The captain isn't dead. She just went somewhere for a while. She'll definitely come back. Even though Junha was acting tough, tears were streaming down his face. Of course she will, you idiot. Do you really think the captain is dead? The captain is incredibly strong, you know. Jun watched the scene, his heart aching. Since they hadn't found a body, there was no way to know for sure if she was dead or alive. The loss of the captain was already a huge blow, and for the rest of the members, even their commander had changed completely. Nuri didn't turn around, asking quietly, So what did you want to talk about? Jugan looked a bit uneasy, but he spoke up. Like I said, I think this is too much. It's been 3 days since Threz left. In the meantime, we've been repairing the camp and scouting the surrounding area. Haven't we been pushing ourselves too hard? If we keep going like this, everyone who survived is going to die. She just replied with a cold, dismissive, so what? He looked at her in disbelief, sweat pouring down his forehead. What do you mean, so what? People need to rest, their bodies are still wounded, and their mental health is far from stable. Taking precautions against the zombies is fine, but we need time to recover. Nuri flared up again. If that's all you have to say, get out of here. Jugan stood there stunned. What? She turned around, her voice almost a scream. Even if we waste 1 day, it's a loss. We need to do something quickly to kill them all. Do you not care about those who sacrifice themselves? Or are you just whining about the living because they're suffering? What's the point of that? This made him start to get angry. This person is impossible. Fine. If you're going to be like that, we won't work in the camp anymore. Do whatever you want with your group, figure it out yourself. Kyuho could only call out helplessly, Hey, wait! This isn't why I came here. Commander, I know you're in a lot of pain, but you need to calm down to make sound judgments. Nuri hugged herself, just saying, Kyuho, get out. Bring Mir here immediately. As soon as he wakes up, I'll rely on him to wipe out those zombies. For those of us still alive, that's how it should be. He glanced away, avoiding her eyes. He wanted to use his ability to calm the commander down, but it might be considered disrespectful. Finally, he just left one sentence. I'm going. Call me if you need anything. The morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Nuri's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The image of that optimistic, life-loving girl from back then came back to her. Hey, what did you tell the team members? I don't know why you're so different now compared to then. What are you talking about? Tell me, I'm listening. The room fell into a terrifying silence. She burst into uncontrollable sobs. In those memories, No, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Please, just come back. Just then there was a knock at the door. What is it? Who's crying in there? We're busy with so many things right now, do it later. Neria suddenly appeared. Why are you crying so miserably like that? Poor Nuri was startled and took a few steps back. What is that? It shrugged nonchalantly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. My bad. Naturally, this information was useful to Neria as well. She quickly shifted into a defensive stance. Who sent you? How did you get in here? But Neria just said one sentence, Lee Kyung is still alive. Nuri's eyes widened in pure disbelief. What did you say? You said Lee Kyung is still alive? Then where is she right now? It didn't answer right away, just tempted her. If you listen to Neria's lovely proposal, I'll send Lee Kyung here right away. She shouted back urgently. What proposal? Neria didn't beat around the bush and replied directly. I want Meyer. This left Nuri stunned. What? Its eyes sparkled like stars. To me, he is a subject worthy of research regarding the glitches that have occurred. We trade to get what we want. That's only fair, right? You have 3 seconds to answer yes or no. Neria didn't wait and started counting. The time ticked down. 1, 2... Nuri gulped, and just as time was about to run out, she started to open her mouth, but a sudden footstep echoed in the hallway. The door swung open and Meyer walked in, calling out softly, Hey! Nuri was startled. Mir, you're awake. The moment Neria saw him, its eyes lit up. It slid closer, muttering, Finally a chance to greet you properly. In Meyer's eyes, it was just a green blob. Neria, unaware of that thought, was still cheerful. What are you here for? His tone was extremely calm. I came to ask how to defeat Tourette. It couldn't help but compliment him. Impressive. Commander, based on what you just said, I can do whatever I want with Meyer, right? Nuri let out a faint, weary sigh and slowly stood up, replying, That's right. Do whatever you want. In return, you must keep your word. A piece was added to the big picture. Kyuho turned and asked softly, Chief, what is this? I'm only doing this because I was told to. But Nuri's expression didn't change. Kyuho, don't you know how to do a jigsaw puzzle? This game? He hurriedly explained, Oh no, I know what it is. But why are we suddenly doing this? She lowered her head and suddenly said, Doing puzzles helps me stabilize my mind. It helps me make the right choices through the release of neurotransmitters. Kyuho was confused and just mumbled, Is that so? But the people around them couldn't stay quiet. No matter how I look at it, that's wrong. This piece definitely goes here. According to my scientific perspective, everyone get out of the way. I know it all, so leave it to me, Kyuho. Why don't you try doing it with everyone else? Yes. He hung his head, lost in thought. She was being so stubborn just a moment ago. How is she so calm now, just watching her discuss things so leisurely? It's a relief she's doing better. But Garam was fuming, looking like he might explode. For the love of, I told you that's not the right spot, you idiot! Risuru wasn't about to take that lying down. Why do you keep calling me an idiot? Do you want to die? June held up the pieces, looking stressed. Before I make you both vanish, listen to me. Are you two not even afraid of this? Kyuho just whispered to himself, I really don't want to be doing this. Oh, right. Where did Meyer go anyway? We can't have a meeting without Meyer. Just then a voice spoke from beside him. Meyer will be leaving here soon. He was skeptical and confused. What was that? That hand reached down. There are still many issues to discuss, like rebuilding the capital, treating the rivers, food supplies, internal affairs, and so on. We will start with the most urgent matters. Everyone started to get rowdy. What do you mean after you said Meyer will be leaving soon? A quiet voice echoed, Come in. 3 people walked in slowly. Garam asked suspiciously, What is that green blob? Nuri kept her head down, her expression still calm. Now all 3 of them were meeting the number 3, Aro. Kyuhun was startled as soon as he heard. What, but Meyer hasn't fully recovered yet? She lowered her head slightly and continued, Lee Kyung and I have already made this decision. The screaming made her feel even more restricted. What did you say? Garam jumped up and asked, The captain is still alive. Where is she? June couldn't hold it back either, sobbing, That's great. That's truly wonderful. Nuri's eyes dimmed, but she said nothing. Neria waved a cheerful goodbye. Returning to that moment, it had screamed, giving Meyer away just like that. That's impossible. You must just see Mir as a tool, too. He is one of the members Lee Kyung values most. To Lee Kyung, the lives of her team members come first, even if my own mental state isn't stable. But I will absolutely never betray Lee Kyung's trust. Get out of here right now. I said, get out. Why are you laughing? It hurriedly explained, Just kidding, I'm just teasing you. Neria is the fairy of humanity after all. I could never make such a cruel suggestion. Why are you reacting so seriously? Nuri asked blankly. What did you say? Neria seemed extremely patient to make things clear for her. A familiar voice came from the small square. Nuri, can you hear me? Tears couldn't help but stream down her face. Lee Kyung is still alive. And as for the current situation, we will prioritize training for Meyer. Regardless of whether the previous results were a win or a loss right now, only Meyer can fight that Tourette guy. June asked, a bit confused. But where's the captain right now? Why didn't she come in to tell us directly? Neria stroked her chin like a gentleman. I am currently treating the captain. because she was quite badly hurt, but she will be back soon. So everyone no need to worry. Garam was still curious. What's with that green thing anyway? She snapped her fingers, not forgetting to explain, that's Neria, an AI system that evolved on its own left behind by Natov. Because this AI system is interested in humans, it promised to cooperate with us. It promised to become a training coach for Meyer. Risuru couldn't help but glance a few times at Natafera's system. She created a discarded system, huh? As for a teacher who needs one, because no matter what, he will catch up to Tourette on his own anyway. Kyuho leaned over and whispered, I mean, it's great that we have this system's help. But after all, this is just a remnant left by Natov. Can we really trust it? Nuri closed her eyes, thinking back to the beginning. To be honest, it's hard to feel at ease with a remnant Natov left behind. But there is definitely one thing we can trust. Back to that moment. Nuri, don't worry. Neria just looks a bit strange. But this is a good system. We haven't met Senior Tareem yet. Until then, I won't die, so please take care of the team. This system couldn't possibly know about Senior Tareem. It could only be Li Kyung. At least Neria's words weren't wrong. Neria was lively and cheerful, actively dispelling doubts. Don't worry, I will help Mir catch those managers and train him to become a formidable force. In the end, they all said, all right, all three of you go now. She said each word with extreme seriousness, Meyer, whether the training process succeeds or not. The fate of humanity depends on you. Mir stepped 1 foot out the door and said, I don't care about that, but I will definitely kill Tourette. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had zoomed off. Kyuho still considerately reminded, everyone remember to be careful. But why did you send that kid along too? I didn't send her. Nuri replied, Neria said we had to take the kid. He asked suspiciously, why? The answer he got was, the system said because she's cute, so it wanted to take her along. You don't need to worry too much, I've already asked Meyer to protect her. Kyuho was a bit uncertain. I guess it'll be fine, huh? She slammed the table again, serious. Everyone take a break, and let's start the meeting we left unfinished. We still have a whole lot of work to do. Everyone answered in unison, yes. Meanwhile, he turned to ask, but come to think of it, why didn't you chase after Meyer? Risuru asked with disgust. So if I begged you, would you let me go? I'm way past my puberty phase, all right. Enough focus on the meeting. Both girls smiled and called out, oh, Risuru. He rolled his round body away. I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Kyuho laughed, unable to stop him. All right, then. Remember to come back. The door slammed shut. Risuru was extremely excited. The master is going to meet that Aro right. Then wait for me, I'll be there right away. But just a few steps in, he was shocked and dizzy. He opened the door a bit helpless. Geez, seriously?